Chapter 1 of the UP Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Rollins. The UP Trail by Zane GREY. Introduction. When I think how the railroad has been pushed through this unwatered wilderness and haunt of savage tribes, how at each stage of the construction roaring impromptu cities full of gold and lust and death sprang up and then died away again, and are now but wayside stations in the desert, how in these uncouth places Chinese pirates worked side by side with border ruffians and broken men from Europe, gambling, drinking, quarreling, and murdering like wolves. And then when I go on to remember that all this epical turmoil was conducted by gentlemen in frock coats, with a view to nothing more extraordinary than a fortune and a subsequent visit to Paris, it seems to me as if this railway were the one typical achievement of the age in which we live, as if it brought together into one plot all the ends of the world and all the degrees of social rank, and offered to some great writer the busiest, the most extended, and the most varied subject for an enduring literary work. If it be romance, if it be contrast, if it be heroism that we require, what was Troy to this? Robert Louis Stevenson in Across the Plains. Chapter 1. In the early 60s, a trail led from the broad Missouri, swirling yellow and turgid between its green-groved borders, for miles and miles out upon the grassy Nebraska plains, turning westward over the undulating prairie with its swales and billows and long winding lines of cottonwoods, to a slow, vast heave of rising ground, Wyoming, where the herds of buffalo grazed and the wolf was lord and the campfire of the trapper sent up its curling blue smoke from beside some lonely stream. On and on over the barren lands of eternal monotony, all so gray and wide and solemn and silent under the endless sky. On, ever on, up to the bleak, black hills and into the waterless gullies and through the rocky gorges where the deer browsed and the savage lurked. Then slowly rising to the pass between the great, bold peaks and across the windy uplands into Utah, with its verdant valleys, green as emeralds, and its haze-filled canyons and wonderful wind-worn cliffs and walls, and its pale salt lakes, veiled in the shadows of stark and lofty rocks, dim, lilac-colored, austere, and isolated. Ever onward across Nevada, and ever westward, up from desert to mountain, up into California where the white streams rushed and roared and the stately pines towered, and seen from craggy heights, deep down, the little blue lakes gleamed like gems, finally sloping to the great descent, where the mountain world ceased and where out beyond the golden land, asleep and peaceful, stretched the illimitable Pacific, vague and grand beneath the setting sun. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Deep in the Wyoming hills lay a valley watered by a stream that ran down from Cheyenne Pass. A band of Sioux Indians had an encampment there. Viewed from the summit of a grassy ridge, the scene was colorful and idle and quiet, in keeping with the lonely, beautiful valley. Cottonwoods and willows showed a bright green. The course of the stream was marked in dark where the water ran, and light where the sand had bleached. Brown and black dots scattered over the valley were in reality grazing horses. Lodgepole tents gleamed white in the sun, and tiny bits of red stood out against the white. Lazy wreaths of blue smoke rose upward. The Wyoming hills were split by many such valleys, and many such bare, grassy ridges sloped up toward the mountains. Upon the side of one ridge, the highest, there stood a solitary mustang, haltered with a lasso. He was a ragged, shaggy, wild beast, and there was no saddle or bridle on him, nothing but the halter. He was not grazing, although the bleached white grass grew long and thick under his hoofs. He looked up the slope in a direction indicated by his pointing ears and watched a wavering movement of the long grass. It was wild up that ridge, bare of everything except grass, and the strange wavering had a nameless wildness in its motion. No stealthy animal accounted for that trembling, that forward undulating quiver. It wavered on to the summit of the ridge. What a wide and wonderful prospect opened up to view from this lofty point. Ridge after ridge sloped up to the Wyoming hills, and these in turn raised their bleak, dark heads toward the mountains, looming pale and gray with caps of snow in the distance. Out beyond the ridges, indistinct in the glare, stretched an illimitable expanse, gray and dull. That was the prairie land. An eagle, lord of all he surveyed, sailed round and round in the sky. Below this grassy summit yawned a valley, narrow and long, losing itself by turns to distant east and west, and through it ran a faint white winding line, which was the old St. Vrain and Laramie Trail. There came a moment when the wavering in the grass ceased on the extreme edge of the slope. Then it parted to disclose the hideous visage of a Sioux Indian in war paint. His dark, piercing, malignant glance was fixed upon the St. Vrain and Laramie Trail. His half-naked body rested at ease. A rifle lay under his hand. There he watched while the hours passed. The sun moved on in its course until it tipped the peaks with rose. Far down the valley, black and white objects appeared, crawling round the bend. The Indian gave an almost imperceptible start, but there was no change in his expression. He watched as before. These moving objects grew to be oxen and prairie schooners, a small caravan traveling east. It wound down the trail and halted in a circle on the bank of a stream. The Indian scout slid backward, and the parted grass, slowly closing, hid from his dark gaze the camp scene below. He wormed his way back well out of sight. Then rising, he ran over the summit of the ridge to leap upon his mustang and ride wildly down the slope. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bill Horn, leader of that caravan, had a large amount of gold which he was taking back east. No one in his party, except a girl, knew that he had the fortune. Horn had gone west at the beginning of the gold strikes, but it was not until '53 that any success attended his labors. Later he struck it rich, and in 1865, as soon as the snow melted on the mountain passes, he got together a party of men and several women and left Sacramento. He was a burly miner, bearded and uncouth, of rough speech and taciturn nature, and absolutely fearless. At Ogden, Utah, he had been advised not to attempt to cross the Wyoming hills with so small a party, for the Sioux Indians had gone on the warpath. Horn was leading his own caravan and finding for himself the trail that wound slowly eastward. He did not have a scout or hunter with him. Eastward traveling caravans were wont to be small and poorly outfitted, For only the homesick, the failures, the wanderers, and the lawless turned their faces from the Golden State. At the start, Horn had 11 men, 3 women, and the girl. On the way he had killed one of the men, and another, together with his wife, had yielded to persuasion of friends at Ogden and had left the party. So when Horn halted for camp one afternoon in a beautiful valley in the Wyoming hills, there were only 9 men with him. On a long journey through wild country, strangers grow close together or far apart. Bill Horn did not think much of the men who had accepted the chance he offered them, and daily he grew more aloof. They were not a responsible crowd, and the best he could get out of them was the driving of oxen and camp chores indifferently done. He had to kill the meat and find the water and keep the watch. Upon entering the Wyoming Hills region, Horn showed a restlessness and hurry and anxiety. This in no wise affected the others. They continued to be aimless and careless as men who had little to look forward to. This beautiful valley offered everything desirable for a campsite, except natural cover and protection in case of attack. But Horn had to take the risk. The oxen were tired, the wagons had to be greased, and it was needful to kill meat. Here was an abundance of grass, a clear brook, wood for campfires, and sign of game on all sides. "All round, make a circle," Horn ordered the drivers of the oxen. This was the first time he had given this particular order, and the men guffawed or grinned as they hauled the great, clumsy prairie schooners into a circle. The oxen were unhitched, the camp duffel piled up, the ring of axes broke the stillness, fires were started. Horn took his rifle and strode away up the brook to disappear in the green brush of a ravine. It was early in the evening, with the sun not yet out of sight behind a lofty ridge that topped the valley slope. High grass, bleached white, shone brightly on the summit. Soon several columns of blue smoke curled lazily aloft until, catching the wind high up, they were swept away. Meanwhile the men talked at their tasks. "Say, pard, did you come along this here Laramie Trail going west?" asked one. "Nope, I hit the Santa Fe Trail," was the reply. "How about you, Jones?" "Same for me." "Well," said another, "I went round to California by ship, and I'd have been lucky to drown." "And now we're all going back poorer than when we started," remarked a third. "Pard, you said something." "Well, I seen a heap of gold, if I didn't find any." "Jones, is this here Bill Horn any go with him?" "He acts like it," answered Jones. "And I heerd he struck it rich out there." The men appeared divided in their opinions of Bill Horn. From him they drifted to talk of possible Indian raids and scouted the idea. Then they wondered if the famous Pony Express had been over this Laramie Trail. Finally, they got on the subject of a rumored railroad to be built from east to west. "No railroad can't be built over this trail," said Jones bluntly. "Sure not, but couldn't more level ground be dug?" asked another. "Dug? Across them Utah deserts and up them mountains? Hell, men sure have more sense than that," exclaimed the third. And so they talked and argued at their task. The women, however, had little to say. One, the wife of the loquacious Jones, lived among past associations of happy years that would not come again, a sober-faced, middle-aged woman. The other woman was younger, and her sad face showed traces of a former comeliness. They called her Mrs. Durade. The girl was her daughter, Allie. She appeared about 15 years old and was slight of form. Her face did not seem to tan. It was pale. She looked tired and was shy and silent, almost ashamed. She had long, rich, chestnut-colored hair, which she wore in a braid. Her eyes were singularly large and dark and violent in color. "It's a long, long way we are from home yet," sighed Mrs. Jones. "You call East home?" replied Mrs. DeRay bitterly. "For land's sake, yes, I do!" exclaimed the other. "If there was a home in that California, I never saw it. Tents and log cabins and mud holes, such places for a woman to live. Oh, I hated that California. A lot of wild men all crazy for gold, gold that only a few could find and none could keep. I pray every night to live to get back home." Mrs. Durade had no reply. She gazed away over the ridges toward the east with a haunting shadow in her eyes. Just then a rifle shot sounded from up in the ravine. The men paused in their task to look at one another. Then, assured by this exchange of glances, they fell to work again. But the women cast apprehensive eyes around. There was no life in sight except the grazing oxen. Presently Horn appeared, carrying a deer slung over his shoulders. Allie ran to meet him. She and Horn were great friends. To her alone was he gentle and kind. She saw him pause at the brook, then drop the deer carcass and bend over the ground as if to search for something. When Allie reached his side, he was on his knees examining a moccasin print in the sand. "An Indian track!" exclaimed Allie. "Allie, it sure ain't anything else," he replied. "That's what I've been looking fer. A day old, maybe more." "Uncle Bill, is there any danger?" she asked, fearfully gazing up the slope. "Lass, we're in the Wyoming hills, and I wish to the Lord we were out," he answered. Then he picked up the deer carcass, a heavy burden, and slung it, hoofs in front, over his shoulders. "Let me carry your gun," said Allie. They started toward camp. "Lass, listen," began Horn, earnestly. "Maybe there's no need to fear. But I don't like Injun tracks, not these days. Now I'm going to scare this lazy outfit. Maybe that'll make 'em rustle. But don't you be scared." In camp the advent of fresh venison was hailed with satisfaction. "Well, I'll gamble the shot that killed this meat was heerd by Injuns," blurted out Horn as he deposited his burden on the grass and whipped out his hunting knife. Then he glared at the outfit of men he had come to despise. "Horn, I reckon you 'peared more set up about Injuns than usual," remarked Jones. "Fresh Sioux tracks right out there along the brook." "No! Sioux!" exclaimed another. "Go and look for yourself." Not a man of them moved a step. Horn snorted his disdain and without more talk began to dress the deer. Meanwhile the sun set behind the ridge and the day seemed far spent. The evening meal of the travelers was interrupted when Horn suddenly leaped up and reached for his rifle. "That's no Injun, but I don't like the looks of how he's coming." All gazed in the direction in which Horn pointed. A horse and rider were swiftly approaching down the trail from the west. Before any of the startled campers recovered from their surprise, the horse reached the camp. The rider hauled up short, but did not dismount. "Hello!" he called. The man was not young. He had piercing gray eyes and long hair. He wore fringed gray buckskin and carried a long, heavy, muzzle-loading rifle. "I'm Slingerland, trapper in these here parts," he went on, with glance swiftly taking in the group. "Who's boss of this caravan?" "I am Bill Horn," replied the leader, stepping out. "There's a band of Sioux redskins on your trail." Horn lifted his arms high. The other men uttered exclamations of amaze and dread. The women were silent. "Did you see them?" asked Horn. "Yeah, from a ridge back here 10 miles. I saw 'em sneaking along the trail, and I knowed they meant mischief. I rode along the ridges or I'd have been here sooner." "How many Injuns?" "I counted 15. They were going along slow. Like as not they've sent word for more. There's a big Sioux camp over here in another valley." "Are these Sioux on the warpath?" "I saw dead and scalped white men a few days back," replied Slingerland. Horn grew as black as a thundercloud, and he cursed the group of pale-faced men who had elected to journey eastward with him. "You'll have to fight," he ended brutally. and that'll be some satisfaction to me. Horn, there's soldiers over here in camp, went on Slingerland. You want me to ride after them? Soldiers, ejaculated Horn. Yes, they're with a party of engineers surveying a line for a railroad. Reckon I could get 'em all here in time to save you. If them Sioux keep coming slow, I'll go or stay here with you. Friend, you go and ride that horse. All right. You hitch up and break camp. Keep going hard down the trail, and I'll fetch the troops and head off the redskins. Any use to take to the hills? Queried Horn sharply. I reckon not. You've no horses. You'd be tracked down. Hurry along, that's best. And say, I see you've got a young girl here. I can take her up behind me. Allie, climb up behind him, said Horn, motioning to the girl. I'll stay with Mother, she replied. Go, child, go, entreated Mrs. Durade. Others urged her, but she shook her head. Horn's big hand trembled as he held it out, and for once there was no trace of hardness about his face. Allie, I never had no lass of my own. I wish you'd go with him. You'd be safe, and you could take my... No! Interrupted the girl. Slingerland gave her a strange, admiring glance, then turned his quick gray eyes upon Horn. Anything I can take? Horn hesitated. No, it was just something I wanted the girl to have. Slingerland touched his shaggy horse and called over his shoulder. Rustle out of here. Then he galloped down the trail, leaving the travelers standing aghast. Break camp, thundered Horn. A scene of confusion followed. In a very short while, the prairie schooners were lumbering down the valley. Twilight came just as the flight got under way. The tired oxen were beaten to make them run, but they were awkward and the loads were heavy. Night fell and the road was difficult to follow. The wagons rolled and bumped and swayed from side to side. Camp utensils and blankets dropped from them. One wagon broke down. The occupants, frantically gathering together their possessions, ran ahead to pile into the one in front. Horn drove on and on at a gait cruel to both men and beast. The women were roughly shaken. Hours passed and miles were gained. That valley led into another with an upgrade, rocky and treacherous. Horn led on foot and ordered the men to do likewise. The night grew darker. By and by further progress became impossible, for the oxen failed and a wild barrier of trees and rocks stopped the way. Then the fugitives sat and shivered and waited for dawn. No one slept. All listened intently to the sounds of the lonely night, magnified now by their fears. Horn strode to and fro with his rifle, a grim, dark, silent form. Whenever a wolf mourned or a cat squalled or a night bird voiced the solitude or a stone rattled off the cliff, the fugitives started up quiveringly alert, expecting every second to hear the screeching yell of the Sioux. They whispered to keep up a flickering courage, and the burly Horn strode to and fro, thoughtful, as though he were planning something and always listening. Allie sat in one of the wagons close to her mother. She was wide awake and not so badly scared. All through this dreadful journey her mother had not seemed natural to Allie, and the farther they traveled eastward the stranger she grew. During the ride that night she had moaned and shuddered and had clasped Allie close, but when the flight had come to a forced end she grew silent. Allie was young and hopeful. She kept whispering to her mother that the soldiers would come in time. "That brave fellow in buckskin, he'll save us," said Allie. "Child, I feel I'll never see home again," finally whispered Mrs. Durade. "Mother!" "Allie, I must tell you. I must," cried Mrs. Durade, very low and fiercely. She clung to her daughter. "Tell me what?" whispered Allie. "The truth. The truth. Oh, I've deceived you all your life." "Deceived me? Oh, Mother!" "Then tell me now." "Child, you'll forgive me and never hate me?" cried the mother brokenly. "Mother, how can you talk so? I love you. and Allie clasped the shaking form closer. Then followed a silence, during which Mrs. Durade recovered her composure. "Allie, I ran off with Durade before you were born," began the mother swiftly, as if she must hurry out her secret. "Durade is not your father. Your name is Lee. Your father is Allison Lee. I've heard he's a rich man now. Oh, I want to get back, to give you to him, to beg his forgiveness. We were married in New Orleans in 1847. My father made me marry him. I never loved Allison Lee. He was not a kind man, not the sort I admired. I met Durade. He was a Spaniard, a blue-blooded adventurer. I ran off with him. We joined the gold seekers traveling to California. You were born out there in 1850. It was a hard life, but I taught you. I did all I could for you. I kept my secret from you and his. Lately I could endure it no longer. I've run off from Durade." "Oh, Mother, I knew we were running off from him," cried Allie breathlessly. "And I know he will follow us." "Indeed, I fear he will," replied the mother. "But Lord, spare me his revenge." "Mother, oh, it's terrible. He's not my father. I never loved him. I couldn't." "But, Mother, you must have loved him." "Child, I was Durade's slave," she replied sadly. "Then why did you run away? He was kind, good to us." "Allie, listen. Durade was a gambler, a man crazy to stake all on the fall of a card. He did not love gold. He loved games of chance. It was a terrible passion with him. Once he meant to gamble my honor away. But that other gambler was too much of a man. There are gamblers who are men. I think I began to hate Durade from that time. He was a dishonest gambler. He made me share in his guilt. My face lured miners to his dens. My face, for I was beautiful once. Oh, I sunk so low. But he forced me. Thank God I left him before it was too late. Too late for you." "Mother, he will follow us," cried Allie. "But he shall never have you. I'll kill him before I let him get you," replied the mother. "He'll never harm me, Mother, whatever he is," murmured Allie. "Child, he could use you exactly as he used me. He wanted me to let him have you already. He wanted to train you. He said you'd be beautiful some day." "Mother," gasped Allie, "is that what he meant? Forget him, child, and forget your mother's guilt. I've suffered. I've repented. All I ask of God is to take you safely home to Allison Lee, the father whom you have never known." The night hour before dawn grew colder and blacker. The great silence seemed wedged down between the ebony hills. The stars were wan. No cry of wolf or moan of wind disturbed the stillness. And the stars grew warmer. The black east changed and paled. Dawn was at hand. An opaque and obscure grayness filled the world. All had changed except that strange, oppressive, and vast silence of the wild. That silence was broken by the screeching, blood-curdling yell of the Sioux. At times these bloody savages attacked without warning and in the silence of the grave. Again they sent out their war cries, chilling the hearts of the bravest. Perhaps that warning yell was given only when doom was certain. Horn realized the dread omen and accepted it. He called the fugitives to him, and choosing the best protected spot among the rocks and wagons, put the women in the center. "Now, men, if it's the last for us, let it be fight. Maybe we can hold out till the troops come." Then in the gray gloom of dawn he took a shovel. Prying up a piece of sod, he laid it aside and began to dig. And while he dug he listened for another war screech and gazed often and intently into the gloom. But there was no sound and nothing to see. When he had dug a hole several feet deep, he carried an armful of heavy leather bags and deposited them in it. Then he went back to the wagon for another armful. The men, gray-faced as the gloom, watched him fill up the hole, carefully replace the sod, and stamp it down. He stood for an instant gazing down, as if he had buried the best of his life. Then he laughed, grim and hard. "There's my gold. If any man wins through this, he can have it." Bill Horn divined that he would never live to touch his treasure again. He who had slaved for gold and had risked all for it cared no more what might become of it. Gripping his rifle, he turned to await the inevitable. Moments of awful suspense passed. Nothing but the fitful beating of hearts came to the ears of the fugitives, ears that strained to the stealthy approach of the red foe, ears that throbbed prayerfully for the tramp of the troopers' horses. But only silence ensued, a horrible silence, more nerve-racking than the clash of swift, sure death. Then out of the gray gloom burst jets of red flame. Rifles cracked and the air suddenly filled with hideous clamor. The men began to shoot at gliding shadows grayer than the gloom, and every shot brought a volley in return. Smoke mingled with the gloom. In the slight intervals between rifle shots there were swift rustling sounds and sharp thuds from arrows. Then the shrill strife of sound became continuous. It came from all around and closed in upon the doomed caravan. It swelled and rolled away, and again there was silence. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In 1865, just after the war, a party of engineers was at work in the Wyoming hills on a survey as hazardous as it was problematical. They had charge of the laying out of the Union Pacific Railroad. This party, escorted by a company of United States troops under Colonel Dillon, had encountered difficulties almost insurmountable. And now, having penetrated the wild hills of the eastern slope of the Rockies, they were halted by a seemingly impassable barrier, a gorge too deep to fill, too wide to bridge. General Lodge, chief engineer of the corps, gave an order to one of his assistants. "Put young Neale on the job. If we ever survey a line through this awful place, we'll owe it to him." The assistant, Baxter, told an Irishman standing by and smoking a short black pipe to find Neale and give him the chief's orders. The Irishman, Casey by name, was raw-boned, red-faced, and hard-featured, a man inured to exposure and rough life. His expression was one of extreme and fixed good humor, as if his face had been set mask-like during a grin. He removed the pipe from his lips. "General, the flag I've been holding for that dumb young surveyor is the wrong color. I want a green flag." Baxter waved the Irishman to his errand, but General Lodge looked up from the maps and plans before him with a faint smile. He had a dark, stern face and the bearing of a soldier. "Casey, you can have any color you like," he said. "Maybe green would change our luck." "General, we'll never get no railroad built, and if we do it'll be the Irish that built it," responded Casey and went his way. Truly only one hope remained, that the agile and daring Neale, with his eye of a mountaineer and his genius for estimating distance and grade, might run a line around the gorge. While waiting for Neale, the engineers went over the maps and drawings again and again, with the earnestness of men who could not be beaten. Lodge had been a major general in the Civil War just ended, and before that he had traveled through this part of the West many times, and always with the mighty project of a railroad looming in his mind. It had taken years to evolve the plan of a continental railroad, and it came to fruition at last through many men and devious ways, through plots and counterplots. The wonderful idea of uniting East and West by a railroad originated in one man's brain. He lived for it, and finally he died for it. But the seeds he had sown were fruitful. One by one, other men divined and believed, despite doubt and fear, until the day arrived when Congress put the government of the United States, the Army, a group of frock-coated directors, and unlimited gold back of General Lodge, and bade him build the road. In all the length and breadth of the land, no men but the chief engineer and his assistants knew the difficulty, the peril of that undertaking. The outside world was interested. The nation waited, mostly in doubt. But Lodge and his engineers had been seized by the spirit of some great thing to be, in the making of which were adventure, fortune, fame, and that strange call of life which foreordained a heritage for future generations. They were grim. They were indomitable. Warren Neale came hurrying up. He was a New Englander of poor family, self-educated, wild for adventure, keen for achievement, eager, ardent, bronze-faced and keen-eyed, under 6 feet in height, built like a wedge, but not heavy. A young man of 23 with strong, latent possibilities of character. General Lodge himself explained the difficulties of the situation and what the young surveyor was expected to do. Neale flushed with pride. His eyes flashed, his jaw set. But he said little while the engineers led him out to the scene of the latest barrier. It was a rugged gorge, old and yellow and crumbled, cedar fringed at the top, bare and white at the bottom. The approach to it was through a break in the walls, so that the gorge really extended both above and below this vantage point. "This is the only pass through these foothills," said Engineer Henney, the eldest of Lodge's corps. The passage ended where the break in the walls fronted abruptly upon the gorge. It was a wild scene. Only inspired and dauntless men could have entertained any hope of building a railroad through such a place. The mouth of the break was narrow. A rugged slope led up to the left. To the right a huge buttress of stone wall bulged over the gorge. Across stood out the seamed and cracked cliffs, and below yawned the abyss. The nearer side of the gorge could only be guessed at. Neale crawled to the extreme edge of the precipice, and lying flat, he tried to discover what lay beneath. Evidently he did not see much, but upon getting up he shook his head. Then he gazed at the bulging wall. "The side of that can be blown off," he muttered. "But what's around the corner? If it's straight stone wall for miles and miles, we're done," said Boone, another of the engineers. "The opposite wall is just that," added Henney. "A straight stone wall." General Lodge gazed at the baffling gorge. His face became grimmer, harder. "It seems impossible to go on. But we must go on," he said. A short silence ensued. The engineers faced one another like men confronted by a last and crowning hindrance. Then Neale laughed. He appeared cool and confident. "It only looks bad," he said. "We'll climb to the top, and I'll go down over the wall on a rope." Neale had been let down over many precipices in those stony hills. He had been the luckiest, the most daring and successful of all the men picked out and put to perilous tasks. No one spoke of the accidents that had happened, or even the fatal fall of a lineman who a few weeks before had ventured once too often. Every rod of road surveyed made the engineers sterner at their task, just as it made them keener to attain final success. The climb to the top of the bluff was long and arduous. The whole corps went, and also some of the troopers. "I'll need a long rope," Neale had said to King, his lineman. It was this order that made King take so much time in ascending the bluff. Besides, he was a cowboy used to riding and could not climb well. Well, I shore rustled all the line about here, he drawled pantingly as he threw lassos and coils of rope at Neale's feet. Neale picked up some of the worn pieces. He looked dubious. "Is this all you could get?" he asked. "Shore is, and that includes what Casey rustled from the soldiers." "Help me knot these," went on Neale. "Wal, I reckon this here time I'll go down before you," drawled King. Neale laughed and looked curiously at his lineman. Back somewhere in Nebraska this cowboy from Texas had attached himself to Neale. They worked together. They had become friends. Larry Red King made no bones of the fact that Texas had grown too hot for him. He had been born with an itch to shoot. To Neale it seemed that King made too much of a service Neale had rendered, the mere matter of a helping hand. Still, there had been danger. "Go down before me!" exclaimed Neale. "I reckon," replied King. "You will not," rejoined the other, bluntly. "I may not need you at all. What's the sense of useless risk?" "Well, I'm going, else I throw up my job." "Oh, hell!" burst out Neale as he strained hard on a knot. Again he looked at his lineman, this time with something warmer than curiosity in his glance. Larry Red King was tall, slim, hard as iron, and yet undeniably graceful in outline, a singularly handsome and picturesque cowboy with flaming hair and smooth, red face and eyes of flashing blue. From his belt swung a sheath holding a heavy gun. "Wal, go ahead," added Neale, mimicking his comrade. "An' I sure hope that this here time you all get about enough of your job." One by one the engineers returned from different points along the wall, and they joined the group around Neale and King. "Test that rope," ordered General Lodge. The long rope appeared to be amply strong. When King fastened one end around his body under his arms, the question arose among the engineers, just as it had arisen for Neale, whether or not it was needful to let the lineman down before the surveyor. Henney, who superintended this sort of work, decided it was not necessary. "I reckon I'll go ahead," said King. Like all Texans of his type, Larry King was slow, easy, cool, careless. Moreover, he gave a singular impression of latent nerve, wildness, violence. There seemed every assurance of a deadlock when General Lodge stepped forward and addressed his inquiry to Neale. "Larry thinks the rope will break, so he wants to go first," replied Neale. There were broad smiles forthcoming, yet no one laughed. This was one of the thousands of strange human incidents that must be enacted in the building of the railroad. It might have been humorous, but it was big. It fixed the spirit and it foreshadowed events. General Lodge's stern face relaxed, but he spoke firmly. "Obey orders," he admonished Larry King. The loop was taken from Larry's waist and transferred to Neale's. Then all was made ready to let the daring surveyor with his instrument down over the wall. Neale took one more look at the rugged front of the cliff. When he straightened up, the ruddy bronze had left his face. "There's a bulge in the rock. I can't see what's below it," he said. "No use for signals. I'll go down the length of the rope and trust to find a footing. I can't be hauled up." They all conceded this silently. Then Neale sat down, let his legs dangle over the wall, firmly grasped his instrument, and said to the troopers who held the rope, "All right." They lowered him foot by foot. It was windy and the dust blew up from under the wall. Black cannon swifts like swallows darted out with rustling wings, uttering frightened twitterings. The engineers leaned over, watching Neale's progress. Larry King did not look over the precipice. He watched the slowly slipping rope as knot by knot it passed over. It fascinated him. "He's reached the bulge of the rock," called Baxter, craning his neck. "There, he's down." "Out of sight!" exclaimed Henney. Casey, the flagman, leaned farther out than any other.
"That's a dom strange way to build a railroad, I says," he remarked.
The gorge lay asleep in the westerly sun, silent, full of blue haze. Seen from this height, far above the break where the engineers had first halted, it had the dignity and dimensions of a canyon. Its walls had begun to change color in the sunset light. Foot by foot the soldiers let the rope slip until probably 200 had been let out, and there were scarcely 100 feet left. By this time all that part of the cable which had been made of lassos had passed over. The remainder consisted of pieces of worn and knotted and frayed rope at which the engineers began to gaze fearfully. "I don't like this," said Henney, nervously. "Neale surely ought to have found a ledge or bench or slope by now." Instinctively the soldiers held back, reluctantly yielding inches where before they had slacked away feet. But intent as was their gaze, it could not rival that of the cowboy. "Hold!" he yelled, suddenly pointing to where the strained rope curved over the edge of the wall. The troopers held hard. The rope ceased to pay out. The strain seemed to increase. Larry King pointed with a lean hand. "It's going to break." His voice, hoarse and swift, checked the forward movement of the engineers. He plunged to his knees before the rope and reached clutchingly, as if he wanted to grasp it, yet dared not. "Ropes was my job, old and rotten. It's breaking." Even as he spoke, the rope snapped. The troopers, thrown off their balance, fell backward. Baxter groaned. Boone and Henney cried out in horror. General Lodge stood aghast, dazed. Then they all froze rigid in the position of intense listening. A dull sound puffed up from the gorge, a low crash, then a slow rising roar and rattle of sliding earth and rock. It diminished and ceased with the hollow cracking of stone against stone. Casey broke the silence among the listening men with a curse. Larry Red King rose from his knees, holding the end of the snapped rope, which he threw from him with passionate violence. Then, with action just as violent, he unbuckled his belt and pulled it tighter and buckled it again. His eyes were blazing with blue lightning. They seemed to accuse the agitated engineers of deliberate murder. But he turned away without speaking and hurried along the edge of the gorge, evidently seeking for a place to go down. General Lodge ordered the troopers to follow King and, if possible, recover Neale's body. "That lad had a future," said old Henney, sadly. "We'll miss him." Boone's face expressed sickness and horror. Baxter choked. "Too bad," he murmured. "But what's to be done?" The chief engineer looked away down the shadowy gorge where the sun was burning the ramparts red. To have command of men was hard, bitter. Death stalked with his orders. He foresaw that the building of this railroad was to resemble the war in which he had sent so many lads and men to bloody graves. The engineers descended the long slope and returned to camp, a mile down the narrow valley. Fires were blazing, columns of smoke were curling aloft. The merry song and reckless laugh of soldiers were ringing out, so clear in the still air. Horses were neighing and stamping. Colonel Dillon reported to General Lodge that one of the scouts had sighted a large band of Sioux Indians encamped in a valley not far distant. This tribe had gone on the warpath and had begun to harass the engineers. Neale's tragic fate was forgotten in the apprehension of what might happen when the Sioux discovered the significance of that surveying expedition. "The Sioux could make the building of the U.P. impossible," said Henney, always nervous and pessimistic. "No engines, nothing can stop us," declared his chief. The troopers sent to follow Larry King came back to camp. saying that they had lost him and that they could not find any place where it was possible to get down into that gorge. In the morning Larry King had not returned. Detachments of troopers were sent in different directions to try again, and the engineers went out once more to attack their problem. Success did not attend the efforts of either party, and at sunset, when all had wearily returned to camp, Larry King was still absent. Then he was given up for lost. But before dark the tall cowboy limped into camp, dusty and torn, carrying Neale's long tripod and surveying instrument. It looked the worse for a fall, but apparently was not badly damaged. King did not give the troopers any satisfaction. Limping on to the tents of the engineers, he set down the instrument and called. Boone was the first to come out, and his summons brought Henney, Baxter, and the younger members of the corps. General Lodge, sitting at his campfire some rods away and bending over his drawings, did not see King's arrival. No one detected any difference in the cowboy except that he limped. Slow, cool, careless he was, yet somehow vital and impelling. "Well, we run the line around 4 miles up the gorge where the crossing is easy. Only 90-foot grade to the mile." The engineers looked at him as if he were crazy. "But Neale, he fell. He's dead!" exclaimed Henney. "Daid? Well, no. Neale ain't daid," drawled Larry. "Where is he then?" "I reckon he's coming along back here." "Is he hurt?" "Sure, and hungry, too, which is what I am," replied Larry as he limped away. Some of the engineers hurried out in the gathering dusk to meet Neale, while others went to General Lodge with the amazing story. The chief received the good news quietly but with intent eyes. "Bring Neale and King here as soon as their needs have been seen to," he ordered. Then he called after Baxter. 90 feet to the mile, you said?" 90-foot grade, so King reported." "By all that's lucky," breathed the chief, as if his load had been immeasurably lightened. "Send those boys to me." Some of the soldiers had found Neale down along the trail and were helping him into camp. He was crippled and almost exhausted. He made light of his condition, yet he groaned when he dropped into a seat before the fire. Some one approached Larry King to inform him that the general wanted to see him. "Well, I'm hungry. He ain't my boss," replied Larry, and went on with his meal. It was well known that the Southerner would not talk. But Neale talked. He blazed up in eloquent eulogy of his lineman. Before an hour had passed away, everyone in camp knew that Larry had saved Neale's life. Then the loquacious Casey, intruding upon the cowboy's reserve, got roundly cursed for his pains.
"Gwine out among them Sioux Indians and be a dead hero then," retorted Casey, as the cowboy stalked off to be alone in the gloom.
Evidently Casey was disappointed not to get another cursing, for he turned to his comrade, McDermott, an axeman.
"Say, Mac, what do you make of cowboys?" "I'll tell you, Pat. I make of them that you'll be full of bullet holes before this railroad's built." "Then, b'gosh, I should drink for a long time yet," replied Casey.
Later, General Lodge visited Neale and received the drawings and figures that made plain solution of what had been a formidable problem. "It was easy once I landed under that bulge of cliff," said Neale. "There's a slope of about 45 degrees, not all rock, and 4 miles up the gorge peters out. We can cross. I got to where I could see the divide. And oh, there is where our troubles begin. The worst is all to come." "You've said it," replied the chief soberly. "We can't follow the trail and get the grade necessary. We've got to hunt up a pass." "We'll find one," said Neale hopefully. "Neale, you're ambitious, and you're the kind of spirit that never gives up. I've watched your work from the start. You'll make a big position for yourself with this railroad if you only live through the building of it." "Oh, I'll live through it all right," replied Neale, laughing.
I'm like a cat, always on my feet, and have 9 lives besides. You surely must. How far did you fall this time?" "Not far. I landed in a tree where my instrument stuck. But I crashed down and got a hard knock on the head. When Larry found me, I was unconscious and sliding for another precipice." "That Texan seems attached to you." "Well, if he wasn't before, he will be now," said Neale, feelingly. "I'll tell you, General. Larry's red-headed, a droll, lazy Southerner, and he's made fun of by the men. But they don't understand him. They certainly can't see how dangerous he is. Only I don't mean that. I do mean that he's true like steel." "Yeah, he showed that. When the rope snapped, I was sure he'd pull a gun on us." "Neale, I would like to have had you and Larry Red King with me through the war."
Thank you, General Lodge, but I like the prospects now.
"Neale, you're hungry for wild life?" "Yes," replied Neale, simply. "I said as much. I felt very much the same way when I was your age." "And you like our prospects?" "Well, you've thought things out, Neale. The building of the U.P. will be hell." "General, I can see that. It sort of draws me 2 ways. The wildness of it, and then to accomplish something." "My lad, I hope you accomplish something big without living out all the wildness." "You think I might lose my head?" queried Neale. "Well, you are excitable and quick-tempered. Do you drink?" "Yes, a little," answered the young man. "But I don't care for liquor." "Don't drink, Neale," said the chief, earnestly. "Of course it doesn't matter now, for we're only a few men out here in the wilds. But when our work is done over the divide, we must go back along the line. You know, ground has been broken and rails laid west of Omaha. The work's begun. I hear that Omaha is a beehive. Thousands of idle men are flocking west. The work will be military. We must have an army to protect us, and we'll hire all the soldiers who apply. But there will be hordes of others, the dregs of war and all the bad characters of the frontier. They'll flock to the construction camp. Millions of dollars will go along with the building. Gold. Where it's all coming from, I have no idea. The government backs us with the army, that's all. But the gold will be forthcoming. I have that faith. And think, lad, what it will mean in a year or two. 10,000 soldiers in one camp out here in these wild hills, and thousands of others, honest merchants and dishonest merchants, whiskey men, gamblers, desperados, bandits, and bad women, niggers, greasers, Indians, all together moving from camp to camp, where there can be no law." "It will be great," exclaimed Neale, with shining eyes.
It will be terrible, muttered the elder man gravely. Then he got up and bade his young assistant good night. The somberness had returned to his eyes and the weight to his shoulders. He did not underestimate his responsibility nor the nature of his task, and he felt the coming of nameless and unknown events beyond all divining.
Henney was Neale's next visitor. The old engineer appeared elated, but for the moment he apparently forgot everything else in his solicitude for the young man's welfare. Presently, after he had been reassured, the smile came back to his face. "The chief has promoted you," he said. "What?" exclaimed Neale, starting up. "It's a fact. He just talked it over with Baxter and me. This last job of yours pleased him mightily. And so you go up." "Go up to what?" queried Neale, eagerly. "Well, that's why he consulted us, I guess," laughed Henney. "You see, we sort of had to make something to promote you to, for the present." "Oh, I see. I was wondering what job there could be," replied Neale, and he laughed, too. "What did the chief say?" "He said a lot. Figured you'd land at the top if the U.P. is ever built. Chief engineer. Superintendent of maintenance of way." "Good Lord," breathed Neale. "You're not in earnest." "Well, I sure am, as your cowboy pard says," returned Henney. And then he spoke with real earnestness. Listen, Neil. Here's the matter in a nutshell. You'll be called upon to run these particular and difficult surveys just as yesterday, but no more of the routine for you. Added to that, you'll be sent forward and back inspecting, figuring. You can make your headquarters with us or in the construction camps as suits your convenience. All this, of course, presently, when we get farther on. So you'll be in a way free, your own boss a good deal of the time, and fitting yourself for that maintenance of way job. In fact, the chief said that he called you maintenance of way Neil. Well, I congratulate you, and my advice is to keep on as you've begun. Go straight. Look out for your wildness and temper. That's all. Good night.
Then he went out, leaving Neale speechless. Neale had many callers that night, and the last was Larry Red King. The cowboy stooped to enter the tent.
Well, how about y'all? He drawled.
Not so good, Red, replied Neale. My head's hot and I've got a lot of pain. I think I'm going to be a little flighty. Would you mind getting your blankets and staying with me tonight?
I reckon I'd be glad, answered King.
He put a hand on Neale's face.
You sure have fever.
He left the tent to return presently with a roll of blankets and a canteen. Then he awkwardly began to bathe Neale's face with cold water. There was a flickering camp fire outside that threw shadows on the wall of the tent. By its light Neale saw that King's left hand was bandaged and that he used it clumsily. "What's wrong with your hand?" he queried.
I reckon nothing.
"Why is it bound up then?"
Well, someone sent that fool army doctor to me, and he said I had 2 busted bones in it.
"He did? I had no idea you were hurt. You never said a word. And you carried me and my instrument all day with a broken hand."
Well, I ain't so sure it's broke.
Neale swore at his friend. And then he fell asleep. King watched beside him, ever and anon re-wetting the hot brow. The campfire died out, and at length the quietness of late night set in. The wind mourned and lulled by intervals. A horse thudded his hoofs now and then. There were the soft, steady footsteps of the sentry on guard and the wild cry of a night bird. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Neale had not been wrong when he told the engineers that once they had a line surveyed across the gorge and faced the steep slopes of the other side, their troubles would be magnified. They found themselves deeper in the Wyoming hills, a range of mountains that had given General Lodge great difficulty upon former exploring trips, and over which a pass had not yet been discovered. The old St. Vrain and Laramie Trail wound along the base of these slopes and through the valleys. But that trail was not possible for a railroad. A pass must be found. A pass that would give a grade of 90 feet to the mile. These mountains had short slopes and they were high. It turned out that the line, as already surveyed through ravines and across the gorge, had to be abandoned. The line would have to go over the hills. To that end, the camp was moved east again to the first slopes of the Wyoming hills. From there, the engineers began to climb. They reached the base of the mountains, where they appeared to be halted for good and all. The second line, as far as it went, overlooked the Laramie Trail, which fact was proof that the old trail finders had as keen eyes as engineers. With a large band of hostile Sioux watching their movements, the engineer corps found it necessary to have the troops close at hand all the time. The surveyors climbed the ridges while the soldiers kept them in sight from below. Day after day, this futile search for a pass went on. Many of the ridges promised well, only to end in impassable cliffs or breaks or ascents too steep. There were many slopes, and they all looked alike. It took hard riding and hard climbing. The chief and his staff were in despair. Must their great project fail because of a few miles of steep ascent? They would not give up. The vicinity of Cheyenne Pass seemed to offer encouragement. Camp was made in the valley on a creek. From here observations were taken. One morning the chief, with his subordinates and a scout, ascended the creek and then through the pass to the summit. Again the old Vrain and Laramie Trail lay in sight, and again the troops rode along it with the engineers above. The chief with his men rode on and up farther than usual, farther than they ought to have gone unattended. Once the scout halted and gazed intently across the valley. "Smoke signals over there," he said. The engineers looked long, but none of them saw any smoke. They moved on. But the scout called them back. "That bunch of redskins has split on us. First thing we'll run into some of them." It was Neale's hawk eye that first sighted Indians. "Look! Look!" he cried in great excitement as he pointed with shaking finger. Down a grassy slope of a ridge Indians were riding, evidently to head off the engineers, to get between them and the troops. "Well, we're in for it now," declared the scout. "We can't get back the way we come up." The chief gazed coolly at the Indians and then at the long ridge sloping away from the summit. He had been in tight places before. "Ride!" was his order. "Let's fight!" cried Neale. The band of 8 men were well armed and well mounted, and if imperative could have held off the Sioux for a time. But General Lodge and the scout headed across a little valley and up a higher ridge, from which they expected to sight the troops. They rode hard and climbed fast, but it took a quarter of an hour to gain the ridgetop. Sure enough, the troops were in sight, but far away, and the Sioux were cutting across to get in front. It was time for quick judgment. The scout said they could not ride down over the ridge, and the chief decided they must follow along it. The going got to be hard and rough. One by one the men dismounted to lead their horses. Neale, who rode a mettlesome bay, could scarcely keep up. "Take mine," called Larry King as he turned to Neale. "Red, I'll handle this stupid beast or Why, you ain't handling him," interrupted King. "Horses is my job, you know." Red took the bridle from Neale, and in one moment the balky horse recognized a master arm. "By heavens, we've got to hurry," called Neale. It did seem that the Indians would head them off. Neale and King labored over the rocky ground as best they could, and by dint of hard effort came up with their party. The Indians were quartering the other ridge, riding as if on level ground. The going grew rougher. Baxter's horse slipped and lamed his right foreleg. Henney's saddle turned and more valuable time was lost. All the men drew their rifles. At every dip of ground they expected to come to a break that would make a stand inevitable. From one point on the ridge they had a good view of the troops. "Signal!" ordered the chief. They yelled and shot and waved hats and scarfs. No use. The soldiers kept going on at a snail pace far below. "On down the ridge!" was the order. "Well, General, that looks bad to me," objected the scout. Red King shoved his lean brown hand between them. There was a flame in his flashing blue glance as it swept the slowly descending ridge. "Judging the lay of the land's my job," he said in his cool way. "We'll get down here or not at all." Neale was sore, lame, and angry as well. He kept gazing across at the Sioux. "Let's stop and fight," he panted. "We can whip that bunch." "We may have to fight, but not yet," replied the chief. "Come on." They scrambled on over rocky places, up and down steep banks. Here and there were stretches where it was possible to ride, and over these they made better time. The Indians fell out of sight under the side of the ridge, and this fact was disquieting, for no one could tell how soon they would show up again or in what quarter. This spurred the men to sterner efforts. Meanwhile the sun was setting and the predicament of the engineers grew more serious. A shout from Neale, who held up the rear, warned all that the Indians had scaled the ridge behind them and now were in straightaway pursuit. Thereupon General Lodge ordered his men to face about with rifles ready. This move checked the Sioux. They halted out of range.
"They're waiting for dark to set in," said the scout. "Come on, we'll get away yet,"
said the chief grimly. They went on, and darkness began to fall about them. This increased both the difficulty and the danger. On the other hand, it enabled them to try and signal the troops with fire. One of them would hurry ahead and build a fire while the others held back to check the Indians if they appeared. And at length their signals were answered by the troops. Thus encouraged, the little band of desperate men plunged on down the slope. And just when night set in black, the fateful hour that would have precipitated the Indian attack, the troops met the engineers on the slope. The Indians faded away in the gloom without firing a shot. There was a general rejoicing. Neale, however, complained that he would rather have fought them.
"Well, I sure was aching for trouble,"
drawled his faithful ally, King. The flagman, Casey, removed his black pipe to remark,
"All that climb without a fight."
General Lodge's first word to Colonel Dillon was evidently inspired by Casey's remark.
"Colonel, did you have steep work getting up to us?" "Yes, indeed, straight up out of the valley," was the rejoinder.
But General Lodge did not go back to camp by that short cut down the valley. He kept along the ridge, and it led for miles slowly down to the plain. There in the starlight he faced his assistants with singular fire and earnestness.
"Men, we've had a bad scare and a hard jaunt, but we've found our pass over the Wyoming hills. Tomorrow we'll run a line up that long ridge. We'll name it Sherman Pass, thanks to those red devils."
On the following morning Neale was awakened from a heavy, dreamless sleep by a hard dig in the ribs.
"Neale, are you dead?"
Larry was saying.
"Wake up and listen to that."
Neale heard the clear, ringing notes of a bugle call. He rolled out of his blankets.
"What's up, Red?"
he cried, reaching for his boots.
"Well, I reckon them Injuns,"
drawled Red. It was just daylight. They found the camp astir, troopers running for horses, saddles, guns. "Red, you get our horses and I'll see what's up," cried Neale. The cowboy strode off, hitching at his belt. Neale ran forward into camp. He encountered Lieutenant Leslie, whom he knew well, and who told him a scout had come in with news of a threatened raid. Colonel Dillon had ordered out a detachment of troopers.
"I'm going," shouted Neale. "Where's that scout?" Neale soon descried a buckskin-clad figure, and he made toward it. The man, evidently a trapper or hunter, carried a long brown rifle, and he had a powder horn and bullet pouch slung over his shoulder. There was a knife in his belt. Neale went directly up to the man. "My name's Neale," he said. "Can I be of any help?" He encountered a pair of penetrating gray eyes.
"My name's Slingerland,"
replied the other as he offered his hand.
"Are you an officer?"
"No, I'm a surveyor. But I can ride and shoot. I've a cowboy with me, a Texan. He'll go. What's happened?"
"Well, I ain't sure yet, but I fear the worst. I got wind of some Sioux that was trailing some prairie schooners up in the hills. I warned the boss, told him to break camp and run. Then I come for the troops. But the troops had changed camp and I just found them. Reckon we'll be too late."
"Was it a caravan?" inquired Neale, intensely interested.
6 wagons, only a few men, 2 women, and 1 girl.
"Girl!" exclaimed Neale.
Yeah, I reckon she's about 16. A pretty girl, big soft eyes. I offered to take her up behind me on my horse, and they all wanted her to come, but she wouldn't. And I hate to think."
Slingerland did not finish his thought aloud. Just then Larry rode up, leading Neale's horse. Slingerland eyed the lithe cowboy.
"Howdy,"
drawled Larry. He did not seem curious or eager, and his cool, easy, reckless air was in sharp contrast to Neale's fiery daring. "Red, you got the rifles, I see," said Neale.
"Sure, and I rustled some biscuits."
In a few moments the troops were mounted and ready. Slingerland led them up the valley at a rapid trot and soon started to climb. When he reached the top he worked up for a mile and then crossing over went down into another valley. Up and down he led over ridge after ridge until a point was reached where the St. Vrain and Laramie Trail could be seen in the valley below. From here he led them along the top of the ridge, and just as the sun rose over the hills he pointed down to a spot where the caravan had been encamped. They descended into this valley. There in the trail were fresh tracks of unshod horses.
"We ain't fur behind, but I reckon fur enough to be too late," said Slingerland,
And he clenched a big fist. On this level trail he led at a gallop, with the troops behind in a clattering roar. They made short work of that valley. Then rougher ground hindered speedy advance. Presently Slingerland sighted something that made him start. It proved to be the charred skeleton of a prairie schooner. The oxen were nowhere to be seen. Then he saw that a little beyond blankets and camp utensils littered the trail. Still farther on the broad, wheel tracks sheered off the road, where the hurried drivers had missed the way in the dark. This was open, undulating ground, rock strewn and overgrown with brush. A ledge of rock, a few scraggly trees, and more black charred remains of wagons marked the final scene of the massacre. Neale was the first man who dismounted, and Larry King was the second. They had outstripped the more cautious troopers. "My God!" breathed Larry. Neale gripped his rifle with fierce hands and strode forward between two of the burned wagons. Naked, mutilated bodies, bloody and ghastly, lay in horrible positions. All had been scalped. Slingerland rode up with the troops and all dismounted, cursing and muttering. Colonel Dillon ordered a search for anything to identify the dead. There was nothing. All had been burned or taken away. Of the camp implements, mostly destroyed, there were 2 shovels left, one with a burnt handle. These were used by the troopers to dig graves. Neale had at first been sickened by the ghastly spectacle. He walked aside a little way and sat down upon a rock. His face was wet with clammy sweat. A gnawing rage seemed to affect him in the pit of the stomach. This was his first experience with the fiendish work of the savages. A whirl of thoughts filled his mind. Suddenly he fancied he heard a low moan. He started violently. "Well, I'm hearing things," he muttered, soberly. It made him so nervous that he got up and walked back to where the troopers were digging. He saw the body of a woman being lowered into a grave, and the sight reminded him of what Slingerland had said. He saw the scout searching around, and he went over to him. "Have you found the girl?" he asked.
"Not yet. I reckon the devils made off with her. They'd take her if she happened to be alive."
"God, I hope she's dead."
"Well, son, so does Al Slingerland."
More searching failed to find the body of the girl. She was given up as lost.
"I'll find out if she was took captive," said Slingerland. "This Sioux band's been friendly with me."
"Man, they're on the war path," rejoined Dillon.
"Well, I've traded with them same Sioux when they was on the war path. This massacre sure is awful, and the Sioux will have to be exterminated. But they have their wrongs. And Injuns is Injuns."
Slabs of rock were laid upon the graves. Then the troopers rode away. Neale and Slingerland and Larry King were the last to mount. And it was at this moment that Neale either remembered the strange, low moan or heard it again. He reined in his horse. "I'm going back," he called.
"What fer?"
Slingerland rejoined. Larry King wheeled his mount and trotted back to Neale. "Red, I'm not satisfied," said Neale, and told his friend what he thought he had heard.
"Boy, you're out of your head," expostulated Red.
"Maybe I am, but I'm going back. Are you coming?"
"Sure,"
replied Red, with his easy good nature. Slingerland sat his horse and watched while he waited. The dust cloud that marked the troops drew farther away. Neale dismounted, threw his bridle, and looked searchingly around. But Larry, always more comfortable on horseback than on land, kept his saddle. Suddenly Neale felt inexplicably drawn in a certain direction toward a rocky ledge. Still he heard nothing except the wind and a few scraggly trees. All the ground in and around the scene of the massacre had been gone over. There was no need to examine it again. Neale had nothing tangible upon which to base his strange feeling. Yet absurd or not, he refused to admit it was a fancy or emotion. Some voice had called him. He swore it. If he did not make sure, he would always be haunted. So with clear, deliberate eyes he surveyed the scene. Then he strode for the ledge of rock. Tufts of sage grew close at its base. He advanced among them. The surface of the rock was uneven, and low down a crack showed. At that instant a slow, sobbing, gasping intake of breath electrified Neale. "Red, come here!" he yelled in a voice that made the cowboy jump. Neale dropped to his knees and parted the tufts of sage. Lower down the crack opened up. On the ground, just inside that crack, he saw the gleam of a mass of chestnut hair. His first flashing thought was that here was a scalp the red devils did not get. Then Red King was kneeling beside him, bending forward. "It's a girl!" he ejaculated. "Yes, the one Slingerland told me about. The girl with big eyes," replied Neale. He put a hand softly on her head. It was warm. Her hair felt silky, and the touch sent a quiver over him. Probably she was dying. Slingerland came riding up. "Well, boys, what have you found?" he asked, curiously. "That girl," replied Neale. The reply brought Slingerland sliding out of his saddle. Neale hesitated a moment. Then, reaching into the aperture, he got his hands under the girl's arms and carefully drew her out upon the grass. She lay face down, her hair a tumbled mass, her body inert. Neale's quick eyes searched for blood stains, but found none.
"I remember that hair," said Slingerland. "Turn her over. I reckon we'll see then where she's hurt," muttered Red King. Evidently Neale thought the same, for he was plainly afraid to place her on her back. "Slingerland, she's not such a little girl," he said irrelevantly. Then he slipped his hands under her arms again. Suddenly he felt something wet and warm and sticky. He pulled a hand out. It was blood-stained. "Oh!" exclaimed Red. "Son, what'd you expect?" demanded Slingerland. "She got shot and cut, and in her fright she crawled in there. Come, over with her. Let's see. She might live." This practical suggestion acted quickly upon Neale. He turned the girl over so that her head lay upon his knees. The face thus exposed was deadly pale, set like stone in horror. The front of her dress was a bloody mass, and her hands were red. "Stabbed in the breast," exclaimed King. "No," replied Slingerland. "If she'd been stabbed, she'd have been scalped, too. Maybe that blood comes from an arrow, and she might have pulled it out." Neale bent over her with swift scrutiny. No cut or hole in her dress. "Boys, there ain't no marks on her. Only that blood," added Slingerland hopefully. Neale tore open the front of her blouse and slipped his hand in upon her breast. It felt round, soft, warm under his touch, but quiet. He shook his head. "Those moans I heard must have been her last dying breaths," he said. "Maybe, but you sure don't look dead to me," replied King. "I've seen dead people. Put your hand on her heart." Neale had been feeling for heart pulsations on her right side. He shifted his hand. Instantly, through the soft swell of her breast throbbed a beat, beat, beat. The beatings were regular and not at all faint. "Good Lord, what a fool I am!" he cried. "She's alive. Her heart's going. There's not a wound on her." "Well, we can't see any, that's sure," replied Slingerland. "She might have a fatal hurt all the same," suggested King. "No,
exclaimed Neale. That blood's from someone else, most likely her murdered mother. Red, run for some water. Fetch it in your hat. Slingerland, ride after the troops. Slingerland rose and mounted his horse.
Well, I've an idea. Let's take the girl to my cabin. It's not far from here. It's a long ride to the camp. And if she needs a troop doctor, we can fetch her to my place.
But the Sioux.
Well, she'll be safer with me. The Indians and me are friends.
All right, good. But you ride after the troops anyhow and tell Dillon about the girl, that we're going to your cabin. Slingerland galloped away after the dust cloud down the trail. Neale gazed strangely down at the face of the girl he had rescued. Her lips barely parted to make again the low moan. So that was what had called him. No, not all. There was something more than this feeble cry that had brought him back to search. There had been some strong and nameless and inexplicable impulse. Neale believed in his impulses, in those strange ones which came to him at intervals. So far in his life, girls had been rather negative influences. But this girl, or the fact that he had saved her, or both impressions together, struck deep into him. Life would never again be quite the same for Warren Neale. Red King came striding back with a sombrero full of water. "Take your scarf and wash that blood off her hands before she comes to and sees it," said Neale. The cowboy was awkward at the task, but infinitely gentle.
Poor kid. I'll bet she's alone in the world now.
Neale wet his scarf and bathed the girl's face. If she's only fainted, she ought to be reviving now. But I'm afraid. Then suddenly her eyes opened. They were large, violet-hued, covered with a kind of veil or film, as though sleep had not wholly gone. And they were unseeingly, staringly set with horror. Her breast heaved with a sharply drawn breath. Her hands groped and felt for something to hold. Her body trembled. Suddenly she sat up. She was not weak. Her motions were violent. The dazed, horror-stricken eyes roved around, but did not fasten upon anything.
All gone crazy,
muttered King, pityingly. It did seem so. She put her hands to her ears as if to shut out a horrible sound, and she screamed. Neale grasped her shoulders, turned her round, and forced her into such a position that her gaze must meet his. "You're safe," he cried shortly. "The Indians have gone. I'm a white man." It seemed as though his piercing voice stirred her reason. She stared at him. Her face changed. Her lips parted, and her hand, shaking like a leaf, covered them, clutched at them. The other hand waved before her as if to brush aside some haunting terror. Neale held that gaze with all his power, dominant, masterful, masculine. He repeated what he had said. Then it became a wonderful and terrible sight to watch her, to divine in some little way the dark and awful state of her mind. The lines, the tenseness, the shade, the age faded out of her face. The deep-set frown smoothed itself out of her brow, and it became young. Neale saw those staring eyes fix upon his. He realized a dull, opaque blackness of horror, hideous veils let down over the windows of a soul, images of hell lined forever on a mind. Then that film, that unseeing cold thing, like the shade of sleep or of death, passed from her eyes. Now they suddenly were alive, great, dark violet gulfs, full of shadows, dilating, changing into exquisite and beautiful lights. "I'm a white man," he said tensely. "You're saved. The Indians are gone." She understood him. She realized the meaning of his words. Then with a low, agonized and broken cry, she shut her eyes tight and reached blindly out with both hands. She screamed aloud. Shock claimed her again. Horror and fear convulsed her, and it must have been fear that was uppermost. She clutched Neale with fingers of steel, in a grip he could not have loosened without breaking her bones. "Red, you saw." She was right in her mind for a moment. "You saw it," burst out Neale.
Sure I saw. She's only scared now," replied King. "It must have been hell for her."
At this juncture Slingerland came riding up to them.
"Did she come around?"
He inquired, curiously gazing at the girl as she clung to Neale. "Yes, for a moment," replied Neale.
"Well, that's good. I caught up with Dillon. Told him. He was mighty glad we found her. Cursed his troopers some. Said he'd explain your absence, and we could send over for anything."
"Let's go then," said Neale. He tried to loosen the girl's hold on him, but had to give it up. Taking her in his arms, he rose and went toward his horse. King had to help him mount with his burden. Neale did not imagine he would ever forget that spot. But he took another long look to fix the scene indelibly in his memory. The charred wagons, the graves, the rocks over which the naked, gashed bodies had been flung, the three scraggly trees close together, and the ledge with the dark aperture at the base. He gazed at them all, and then turned his horse to follow Slingerland. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Some 10 miles from the scene of the massacre and perhaps 15 from the line surveyed by the engineers, Slingerland lived in a wild valley in the heart of the Wyoming hills. The ride there was laborsome and it took time, but Neale scarcely noted either fact. He paid enough attention to the trail to fix landmarks and turnings in his mind so that he would remember how to find the way there again. He was, however, mostly intent upon the girl he was carrying. Twice that he knew of, her eyes opened during the ride. But it was to see nothing and only to grip him tighter, if that were possible. Neale began to imagine that he had been too hopeful. Her body was a dead weight and cold. Those 2 glimpses he had of her opened eyes hurt him. What should he do when she did come to herself? She would be frantic with horror and grief, and he would be helpless. In a case like hers, it might have been better if she had been killed. The last mile to Slingerland's lay through a beautiful green valley with steep sides almost like a canyon. Trees everywhere and a swift, clear brook running over a bed of smooth rock. The trail led along this brook up to where the valley boxed and the water boiled out of a great spring in a green glade overhung by bushy banks and gray rocks above. A rude cabin with a red stone chimney and clay chinked cracks between the logs, stuffed to bursting with furs and pelts and horns and traps, marked the home of the trapper.
"Well, we're here,"
sung out Slingerland. And in the cheery tones there was something which told that the place was indeed home to him.
"Shore's a likely looking camp,"
Drawled Red, throwing his bridle.
"Been here a long time, that cabin?" "Me and my pard was the first white men in these here hills,"
replied Slingerland.
"He's gone now."
Then he turned to Neale.
"Son, you must be tired. That was a ways to carry a girl nigh unto dead. Look how white. Hand her down to me."
The girl's hands slipped nervelessly and limp from their hold upon Neale. Slingerland laid her on the grass in a shady spot. The 3 men gazed down upon her, all sober, earnest, doubtful.
"I reckon we can't do nothing but wait," said the trapper.
Red King shook his head as if the problems were beyond him. Neale did not voice his thought, yet he wanted to be the first person her eyes should rest upon when she did return to consciousness.
"Well, I'll set to work and clean out a place for her,"
said Slingerland.
"We'll help,"
rejoined Neale. "Red, you have a look at the horses."
"I'll slip the saddles and bridles,"
replied King.
"and let 'em go. Horses couldn't be chased out of here."
Slingerland's cabin consisted really of two adjoining cabins with a door between, one part being larger and of later construction. Evidently he used the older building as a storeroom for his pelts. When all these had been removed, the room was seen to be small, with two windows, a table, and a few other crude articles of homemade furniture. The men cleaned this room and laid down a carpet of deer hides, fur side up. A bed was made of a huge roll of buffalo skins, flattened and shaped and covered with Indian blankets. When all this had been accomplished, the trapper removed his fur cap, scratched his grizzled head, and appealed to Neale and King.
I reckon you can fetch over some comfortable like necessaries, fixin' for a girl," he suggested.
Red King laughed in his cool, easy, droll way.
"Sure, we'll rustle for a lookin' glass, a hairbrush, and such as girls have to have. Our camp's full of them things."
But Neale did not see any humor in Slingerland's perplexity or in the cowboy's facetiousness. It was the girl's serious condition that worried him, not her future comfort.
"Run out there!" called Slingerland sharply. Neale, who was the nearest to the door, bolted outside to see the girl sitting up, her hair disheveled, her manner wild in the extreme. At sight of him she gave a start, sudden and violent, and uttered a sharp cry. When Neale reached her, it was to find her shaking all over. Terrible fear had never been more vividly shown. Yet Neale believed she saw in him a white man, a friend. But the fear in her was still stronger than reason.
Who are you?"
she asked.
"My name's Neale, Warren Neale," he replied, sitting down beside her. He took one of the shaking hands in his. He was glad that she talked rationally.
Where am I?"
"This is the home of a trapper. I brought you here. It was the best, in fact, the only place."
"You saved me from those devils?"
she queried hoarsely. And again the cold and horrible shade veiled her eyes. "Yes, but don't think of them. They're gone," replied Neale hastily. The look of her distressed and frightened him. He did not know what to say. The girl fell back in a poignant cry and covered her eyes as if to shut out a hateful and appalling sight.
"Mother!"
she moaned and shuddered with agony.
"They murdered her! Oh, the terrible yells! I saw! Killed every man! Mrs. Jones, my mother, she fell. She never spoke. Her blood was on me. I crawled away. I hid. The Indians, they tore, hacked, scalped, burned. I couldn't die. I saw. Oh.
Then she fell to moaning in inarticulate fashion. Slingerland and King came out and looked down at the girl.
"Well, the life's strong in her," said the trapper. "I reckon I know when life is strong in any critter. She'll get over that. All we can do now is to watch her and keep her from doing herself harm. Take her in and lay her down."
For 2 days and nights Neale watched over her, except for the hours she slept, when he divided his vigil with King. She had periods of consciousness in which she knew Neale, but most of the time she raved or tossed or moaned or lay like one dead. On the 3rd day, however, Neale felt encouraged. She awoke, weak and somber, but quiet and rational. Neale talked earnestly to her, in as sensible a way as he knew how, speaking briefly of the tragic fate that had been hers, bidding her force it out of her mind by taking interest in her new surroundings. She listened to him, but did not seem impressed. It was a difficult matter to get her to eat. She did not want to move. At length Neale told her that he must go back to the camp of the engineers, for he had work to do. He promised that he would return to see her soon and often. She did not speak or raise her eyes when he left her. Outside, when Red brought up the horses, Slingerland said to Neale,
"See here, son, I reckon you needn't worry. She'll come around all right."
"Sure she will," corroborated the cowboy. "Time will cure her. I'm from Texas, where sudden death is plentiful in all families."
Neale shook his head. "I'm not so sure," he said. "That girl's more sensitively and delicately organized than you fellows see. I doubt if she'll ever recover from the shock. It'll take a mighty great influence. But let's hope for the best. Now, Slingerland, take care of her as best you can. Shut her in when you leave camp. I'll ride over as often as possible. If she gets so she will talk, then we can find out if she has any relatives, and if so, I'll take her to them. If not, I'll do whatever else I can for her."
"Well, son, I like the way you're making yourself responsible for that kid," replied the trapper. "I never had no wife nor a daughter. But I'm thinking, wouldn't it just be hell to be a girl, tender and young, and, like Neale said, to sudden have all you loved butchered before your eyes?"
"It sure would," said Red, feelingly, "and that's what she sees all the time." "Slingerland, do we run any chance of meeting Indians?" queried Neale.
"I reckon not. Them Sioux will get fair away from here after that massacre. But you want to keep sharp eyes out, and if you do meet any, just ride and shoot your way through. You've the best horses I've seen. Where'd you get 'em?"
"They belong to King. He's a cowboy. Horses was my job, and we can sure ride away from any redskins," replied King.
"Well, good luck and come back soon,"
was Slingerland's last word. So they parted. The cowboy led the way with the steady, easy, trotting walk that saved a horse yet covered distance. In 3 hours they were hailed by a trooper outpost, and soon they were in camp. Shortly after their arrival, the engineers returned, tired, dusty, work-stained, and yet in unusually good spirits. They had run the line up over Sherman Pass, and now it seemed their difficulties were to lessen as the line began to descend from the summit of the divide. Neale's absence had been noted, for his services were in demand. But all the men rejoiced in his rescue of the little girl and were sympathetic and kind in their inquiries. It seemed to Neale that his chief looked searchingly at him, as if somehow the short absence had made a change in him. Neale himself grew conscious of a strange difference in his inner nature. He could not forget the girl, her helplessness, her pathetic plight. "Well, it's curious," he soliloquized. "But it's not so either. I'm sorry for her." And he remembered the strange change in her eyes when he had watched the shadow of horror and death and blood fade away before the natural emotions of youth and life and hope. Next day Neale showed more than ever his value to the engineering corps, and again won a word of quiet praise from his chief. He liked the commendation of his superiors. He began to believe heart and soul in the coming greatness of the railroad. And that strenuous week drove his faithful lineman King to unwonted complaint. Larry tugged at his boots and groaned as he finally pulled them off. They were full of holes, at which he gazed ruefully.
"Sure I'll be done with this here job when they're gone," he said.
"Why do you work in high-heeled boots?" inquired Neale. "You can't walk or climb in them. No wonder they're full of holes."
"Well, I wouldn't wear no boots like yours,"
declared Red. "You'll have to. Another day will about finish them, and your feet, too." Red eyed his boss with interest.
"You all cussed me today because I was slow," he complained.
"Larry, you always are slow, except with a horse or gun. And lately you've been well, you don't move out of your tracks." Neale often exaggerated out of a desire to tease his friend. Nobody else dared try and banter King.
"Well, I didn't sign up with this here outfit to run up hills all day," replied Red.
"I'll tell you what. I'll get Casey to be my lineman. No, I've a better idea. Casey is slow. I'll use one of the niggers." Red King gave a hitch to his belt, and a cold gleam chased away the lazy blue warmth from his eyes.
"Go ahead," he drawled, "and they'll bury the nigger tomorrow night."
Neale laughed. He knew Red hated darkies. He suspected the Texan had thrown a gun on more than a few. And he knew there surely would be a funeral in camp if he changed his lineman. All right, Red, I don't want blood spilled, he said cheerfully. I'll be a martyr and put up with you. What do you say to a day off? Let's ride over to Slenderman's. The cowboy's red face slowly wrinkled into a smile.
Well, I sure was wondering what in the hell made you rustle so lately. I reckon nothing would suit me better. I've been wondering, too, about our little girl.
Red, let's wade through camp and see what we can get to take over.
Man, you mean just steal?
Queried King in mild surprise.
No, we'll ask for things.
But if we can't get what we want that way, why, we'll have to do the other thing, replied Neale thoughtfully. Slingerland did not have even a towel over there. Think of that girl. She's been used to comfort, if not luxury. I could tell. Let's see. I've a mirror and an extra brush. Red, come on. Eagerly they went over their scant belongings, generously appropriating whatever might be of possible use to an unfortunate girl in a wild and barren country. Then they fared forth into the camp. Everyone in the corps contributed something. The chief studied Neale's heated face, and a smile momentarily changed his stern features. A wise smile, a little sad and full of light.
I suppose you'll marry her,
he said. Neale blushed like a girl.
It hadn't occurred to me, sir,
he stammered. Lodge laughed, but his glance was kind.
Sure you'll marry her, he said. You saved a life, and boy, you'll be a big man of the UP some day. Chief engineer or superintendent of maintenance of way or some other big job. What could be finer? Romance, boy, the little waif of the caravan. You'll send her back to Omaha to school. She'll grow into a beautiful woman. She'll have a host of admirers, but you'll be the king of the lot.
Sure. Neale got out of the tent with tingling ears. He was used to badinage of the men and had always retaliated with a sharp and ready tongue. But this half kind, half humorous talk encroached upon what he felt to be the secret side of his nature, the romantic and the dreamful side, to which such fancies were unconsciously dear. Early the next morning Neale and King rode out on the way to Slingerland's. The sun was warm when they reached the valley through which ran the stream that led up to the cabin. Spring was in the air. The leaves of cottonwood and willow added their fresh emerald to the darker green of the pine. Bluebells showed in the grass along the trail. There grew lavender and yellow flowers unfamiliar to Neale. Trout rose and splashed on the surface of the pools, and the way was melodious with the humming of bees and the singing of birds. Slingerland saw them coming and strode out to meet them with hearty greetings. "Is she all right?" queried Neale abruptly.
No, she ain't,
replied Slingerland, shaking his shaggy head.
She won't eat or move or talk. She's wasting away. She just sits and lays with that awful look in her eyes.
Can't you make her talk?
Well, she says no to most anything. There was 3 times when she asked when you was coming back, and then she quit asking. I reckon she's forgot you. But she's never forgot that bloody massacre. It's there in her eyes.
Neale dismounted and untying the pack from his saddle, he laid it down, removed saddle and bridle, and then turned the horse loose. He did this automatically while his mind was busy. "Where is she?" he asked.
Over there under the pines where the brook spills out of the spring. That's the only place she'll walk to. I believe she likes to listen to the water. And she's always afraid.
"I fetched a pack of things for her," said Neale. "Come on, Red."
Sure, you go alone, replied the cowboy, leaning back. Girls is not my job.
So Neale approached alone. The spot was green, fragrant, shady, bright with flowers, musical with murmuring water. Presently he spied her, a drooping, forlorn little figure. The instant he saw her, he felt glad and sad at once. She started quickly at his step and turned. He remembered the eyes, but hardly the face. It had grown thinner and whiter than the one he had in mind. "My Lord, she's going to die," breathed Neale. "What can I do? What can I say to her?" He walked directly but slowly up to her. aware of her staring eyes and confused by them. "Hello, little girl. I brought you some things," he said, and tried to speak cheerfully. "Oh, is it you?" she said brokenly. "Yes, it's Neale. I hope you've not forgotten me." There came a fleeting change over her, but not in her face, he thought, because not a muscle moved, and the white stayed white. It must have been in her eyes, though he could not certainly tell. He bent over to untie the pack. "I brought you a lot of things," he said. "Hope you'll find them useful. Here." She did not look at the open pack or pay any attention to him. The drooping posture had been resumed, together with the somber staring at the brook. Neale watched her in despair, and watching, he divined that only the most infinite patience and magnetism and power could bring her out of her brooding long enough to give nature a chance. He recognized how unequal he was to the task, but the impossible or the unattainable had always roused Neale's spirit. Defeat angered him. This girl was alive. She was not hurt physically. He believed she could be made to forget that tragic night of blood and death. He set his teeth and swore he would display the tact of a woman, the patience of a saint, the skill of a physician, the love of a father, anything to hold back this girl from the grave into which she was fading. Reaching out, he touched her. "Can you understand me?" he asked. "Yes," she murmured. Her voice was thin, far away, an evident effort. "I saved your life." "I wish you'd let me die." Her reply was quick with feeling, and it thrilled Neale because it was a proof that he could stimulate or aggravate her mind. "But I did save you. Now you owe me something." "What?" "Why, gratitude. Enough to want to live, to try to help yourself." "No, no," she whispered, and relapsed into the somber apathy. Neale could scarcely elicit another word from her. Then, by way of change, he held out different articles he had brought, scarfs, a shawl, a mirror, and made her look at them. Her own face in the mirror did not interest her. He tried to appeal to a girl's vanity. She had none. "Your hair's all tangled," he said, bringing forth comb and brush. "Here, smooth it out." "No, no, no," she moaned. "All right, I'll do it for you," he countered. Surprised at finding her passive when he had expected resistance, he began to comb out the tangled tresses. In his earnestness he did not perceive how singular his action might seem to an onlooker. She had a mass of hair that quickly began to smooth out and brighten under his hand. He became absorbed in his task and failed to see the approach of Larry King. The cowboy was utterly amazed, and presently he grinned his delight. Evidently the girl was all right and no longer to be feared.
"Well, sure, that's fine," he grinned. "Neale always knowed you was a ladies' man."
And Larry sat down beside them. The girl's face was half hidden under the mass of hair, and her head was lowered. Neale gave Larry a warning glance, meant to convey that he was not to be funny. "This is my cowboy friend, Larry Red King," said Neale. "He was with me when I found you."
"Larry Red King,"
murmured the girl.
"my name is Allie."
Again Neale had penetrated into her close-locked mind. What she said astounded him so that he dropped the brush and stared at Larry. And Larry lost his grin. He caught a glimpse of her face, and his own grew troubled.
"Allie, I sure am glad to meet you,"
he said, and there was more feeling in his voice than Neale had ever before heard. Larry was not slow of comprehension. He began to talk in his drawling way. Neale heard him with a smile he tried to hide, but he liked Larry the better for his simplicity. This gun-throwing cowboy had a big heart. Larry, however, did not linger for long. His attempts to get the girl to talk grew weaker and ended. Then, after another glance at the tragic, wan face, she got up and thoughtfully slouched away. "So your name is Allie," said Neale. "Well, Allie what?" She did not respond to one out of 100 questions, and this query found no lodgment in her mind. "Will you braid your hair now?" he asked. The answer was the low and monotonous negative, but nevertheless her hands sought her hair and parted it and began to braid it mechanically. This encouraged Neale more than anything else. It showed him that there were habits of mind into which he could turn her. Finally he got her to walk along the brook, and also to eat and drink. At the end of that day he was more exhausted than he would have been after a hard climb. Yet he was encouraged to think that he could get some kind of passive, unconscious obedience from her.
Reckon you better stay over tomorrow,
suggested Slingerland. His concern for the girl could not have been greater had she been his own daughter.
Allie, that was her name you said? Well, it's pretty and easy to say.
Next day Allie showed an almost imperceptible improvement. It might have been Neale's imagination leading him to believe that there were really grounds for hope. The trapper and the cowboy could not get any response from her, but there was certain proof that he could. The conviction moved him to deep emotion. An hour before sunset Neale decided to depart and told Larry to get the horses. Then he went to Allie, undecided what to say, feeling that he must have tortured her this day with his ceaseless importunities. How small the chance that he might again awaken the springs of life interest. Yet the desire was strong within him to try. "Allie!" He repeated her name before she heard him. Then she looked up. The depths, the tragic loneliness of her eyes haunted Neale. "I'm going back. I'll come again soon." She made a quick movement, seized his arm. He remembered the close, tight grip of her hands. "Don't go," she implored. Black fear stared out of her eyes. Neale was thunderstruck at the suddenness of her speech, at its intensity. Also he felt an unfamiliar kind of joy. He began to explain that he must return to work, that he would soon come back to see her again. But even as he talked, she faded back into that dull and somber apathy. Neale rode away with only one conviction gained from the developments of the 2 days. It was that he would be restless and haunted until he could go to her again. Something big and moving, something equal to his ambition for his work on the great railroad, had risen in him and would not be denied. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Neale rode to Slingerland's cabin twice during the ensuing fortnight, but did not note any improvement in Allie's condition or demeanor. The trapper, however, assured Neale that she was gradually gaining a little and taking some slight interest in things. He said that if Neale could only spend enough time there, the girl might recover. This made Neale thoughtful. General Lodge and his staff had decided to station several engineers in camp along the line of the railroad for the purpose of studying the drift of snow. It was important that all information possible should be obtained during the next few winters. There would be severe hardships attached to this work, but Neale volunteered to serve, and the chief complimented him warmly. He was to study the action of the snowdrift along Sherman Pass. Upon his next visit to Slingerland, Neale had the project soberly in mind and meant to broach it upon the first opportunity. This morning, when Neale and King rode up to the cabin, Allie did not appear, as upon the last occasion of their arrival. Neale missed her. Slingerland came out with his usual welcome. "Where's Allie?" asked Neale.
Well, she went in just now. She saw you coming and run in to hide, I reckon. Girls is queer critters."
"She watched for me, for us, and then ran?" queried Neale, curiously.
Well, she ain't done nothing but watch fer you since you went away last. And, son, there's a new wrinkle for Allie. And run? Well, like a scared deer."
Wonder what that means, pondered Neale. Whatever it meant, it sent a little tingle of pleasure along his pulses. "Red, I want to have a serious talk with Slingerland," he announced thoughtfully.
"Sure, go ahead and talk."
Drawled the Southerner as he slipped his saddle and turned his horse loose with a slap on the flank.
"I reckon I'll take a gun and stroll off for a while."
Neale led the trapper aside to a shady spot under the pines, and there unburdened himself of his plan for the winter.
"Son, you'll freeze to death,"
ejaculated the trapper. "I must build a cabin, of course, and prepare for severe weather," replied Neale. Slingerland shook his shaggy head.
"I reckon you ain't knowin' these winters here as I know 'em. But that long ridge you call Sherman Pass, it ain't so fur that we couldn't get there on snowshoes, except in the worst weather. I reckon you could stay with me here."
"Good!" exclaimed Neale. "And now about Allie.
"Well, what about her?"
Shall I leave her here or send her back to Omaha with the first caravan, or let her go to Fort Fetterman with the troops?"
"Son, she's your charge, but I say leave her here, especially now that you can be with her. She'd die or go crazy if you sent her. Why, she won't even say if she's got a living relation. I reckon she ain't. She'd be better here. I've come to be fond of Allie. She's strange. She's like a spirit. But she's more human lately."
"I'm glad you say that, Slingerland," replied Neale. "What to do about her had worried me. I'll decide right now. I'll leave her with you, and I hope to heaven I'm doing best by her."
"Well, she ain't strong enough to travel fur. We didn't think of that."
"That settles it then," said Neale, in relief. "Time enough to decide when she's well again. Tell me about her."
"Son, there's nothing to tell. She's done just the same, except for that taking to watching for you. Reckon that means a good deal."
"What?"
"Well, I don't figure girls as well as I do other critters," answered Slingerland reflectively. "But I'd say Allie shows interest in you."
"Slingerland, you don't mean she cares for me," declared Neale.
"I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe she's beyond caring. But I believe you and that red memory of bloody death are all she ever thinks of, and mostly of it."
"Then it'll be a fight between me and that memory."
"So I take it, son. But recollect, I ain't no mind doctor. I just feel you could make her forget that hell if you tried hard enough."
"I'll try hard as I can," replied Neale, resolutely, yet with a certain softness. "I'm sorry for her. I say, why shouldn't I do everything possible?"
"Well, she's alone."
"No, Allie has friends. You and King and me. That's three."
"Son, I reckon you don't figure me. Listen, you're a fine, strapping young feller and good looking. More'n that, you got some quality like an Injun's that you can feel but can't tell about. You needn't be insulted, for I know Injuns that beat white men holler for all that's noble. Anyway, you attract. And now if you keep on with all using yourself to make Allie forget the bloody murder of all she loved, to make her mind clear again, why, sooner or later she's going to breathe and live through you, just as a flower lives off in the sun. That's all I reckon."
Neale's bronze cheek had paled a little. "Well, if that's all, that's easy," he replied with a cool, bright smile that showed the latent spirit in him. "If it's only that, why, she can have me. Slingerland, I've no ties now. The last one was broken when my mother died, not long ago. I'm alone, too. I'd do as much for any innocent girl, but for this poor child, Allie, whose life I saved, I'd do anything." Slingerland shoved out a horny hand and made a giant grip express what evidently just then he could not express in speech. Upon returning to the cabin, they found Allie had left her room. From appearances, Neale concluded that she had made little use of the things he had brought her.
He was conscious of something akin to impatience. He was not sure what he did feel. The situation had subtly changed and grown, all in that brief talk with Slingerland. Neale slowly walked out toward the brook where he expected to find her. It struck him suddenly that if she had watched for him all week and had run when he came, then she must have wanted to see him, but was afraid or shy or perverse. How like any girl! Possibly in the week past she had unconsciously grown a little away from her grief. "I'll try something new on you, Allie," he muttered. And the boy in him that would never grow into a man meant to be serious even in his fun. Allie sat in the shady place under the low pine where the brook spilled out of the big spring. She drooped and appeared oblivious to her surroundings. A stray gleam of sunlight touching her hair made it shine bright. Neale's quick eye took note of the fact that she had washed the blood stain from the front of her dress. He was glad. What hope had there been for her as long as she sat hour after hour with her hands pressed to that great black stain on her dress, that mark where her mother's head had rested? Neale experienced a renewal of hope. He began to whistle, and drawing his knife, he went into the brush to cut a fishing pole. The trout in this brook had long tempted his fisherman's eye, and upon this visit he had brought a line and hooks. He made a lot of noise, all for Allie's benefit. Then, tramping out of the brush, he began to trim the rod within 20 feet of where she sat. He whistled. He even hummed a song while he was rigging up the tackle. Then it became necessary to hunt for some kind of bait, and he went about this with pleasure, both because he liked the search and because, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Allie was watching him. Therefore he redoubled his efforts at pretending to be oblivious of her presence and at keeping her continually aware of his. He found crickets, worms, and grubs under the dead pine logs, and with this fine variety of bait he approached the brook. The first cast Neale made fetched a lusty trout, and right there his pretensions of indifference vanished, together with his awareness of Allie's proximity. Neale loved to fish. He had not yet indulged his favorite pastime in the West. He saw trout jumping everywhere. It was a beautiful little stream, rocky, swift here and eddying there, clear as crystal, murmurous with tiny falls, and bordered by a freshness of green and gold. There were birds singing in the trees, but over all seemed to hang the quiet of the lonely hills. Neale forgot Allie, forgot that he had meant to discover if she could be susceptible to a little neglect. The brook was full of trout, voracious and tame. They had never been angled for. He caught 3 in short order. When his last bait, a large and luscious grub, struck the water, there was a swirl, a splash, a tug. Neale excitedly realized that he had hooked a father of the waters. It leaped. That savage leap, the splash, the amazing size of the fish inflamed in Neale the old boyish desire to capture, and forgetting what little skill he possessed, he gave a mighty pull. The rod bent double. Out with a vicious splash lunged the huge, glistening trout, to tangle heavily for an instant in the air. Neale thought he heard a cry behind him. He was sitting down in awkward posture, but he lifted and swung. The line snapped. The fish dropped in the grass and began to thresh. Frantically, Neale leaped to prevent the escape of the hugest trout he had ever seen. There was a dark flash, a commotion before him. Then he stood staring in bewilderment at Allie, who held the wiggling trout by the gills. "You don't know how to fish," she exclaimed with great severity. "I don't, ejaculated Neale, blankly. "You should play a big trout. You lifted him right out. He broke your line. He'd have gotten away but for me." She ended, panting a little with her exertion and quick speech. A red spot showed in each white cheek. Her eyes were resolute and flashing. It dawned upon Neale that he had never before seen a tinge of color in her face. nor any of the ordinary feelings of life glancing in her eyes. Now she seemed actually pretty. He had made a discovery. Perhaps he had now another means to distract her from herself. Then the squirming trout drew his attention and he took it from her. "What a whopper! Oh, say, Allie, isn't he a beauty? I could hug You bet I'm thankful. You were quick. He certainly is slippery." Allie dropped to her knees and wiped her hands on the grass while Neale killed the fish and strung it upon a willow with the others he had caught. Then turning to Allie, he started to tell her how glad he was to see her again, to ask her if she were glad to see him. But upon looking at her, he decided to try and keep her mind from herself. She was different now, and he liked the difference. He feared he might frighten it away. "Would you help me get more bait?" he asked. Allie nodded and got up. Then Neale noticed her feet were bare. Poor child. She had no shoes, and he did not know how to procure any suitable footwear in that wilderness. "Have you ever fished for trout?" he asked as he began to dig under a rotting log. "Yes, in California," she replied, with sudden shadowing of her eyes. "Let's go down to the brook," said Neale hastily, fearful that he had been tactless. "There's some fine holes below." She walked beside him, careful of the sharp stones that showed here and there. Presently they came to a likely-looking pool. "If you hook another big one, don't try to pull him right out," admonished Allie. Neale could scarcely conceal his delight, and in his effort to appear natural made a poor showing at this pool, losing 2 fish and scaring others so that they would not rise. "Allie, won't you try?" he asked, offering the rod. "I'd rather look on. You like it so much." "How do you know that?" he asked, more to hear her talk than from curiosity. "You grow so excited," she said. Thankfully he accepted the realization that after all these weeks of silence it was possible to make her speak. But he must exercise extreme caution. One wrong word might send her back into that apathy, that senseless, voiceless trance. In every pool where Neale cast he caught or lost a trout. He was enjoying himself tremendously and at the same time feeling a warmth in his heart that was not entirely due to the exhilaration of fishing. Below the head of the valley, where the stream began and the cabin nestled, the ground was open like a meadow, with grass and flowers growing to the edge of the water. There were deep swirling pools running under the banks, and in these Neale hooked fish he could not handle with his poor tackle, and they broke away. But he did not care. There was a brightness, a beauty, a fragrance along the stream that seemed to enhance the farther down he went. Presently they came to a place where the water rushed over a rocky bed, and here Neale wanted to cross. He started to wade, curious and eager to see what Allie would do. "I can't wade that," she called. Neale returned to her side. "I'll carry you," he said. "You hold the rod. We'll leave the fish here." Then he lifted her in his arms. How light she was! How much lighter than upon that first occasion of his carrying her. He slipped in the middle of the brook and nearly fell with her. Allie squealed. The sound filled Neale with glee. After all, and whatever she had gone through, she was feminine. She was a girl. She was squeamish. Thereupon he slipped purposely and made a heroic effort to save himself. She clasped his neck convulsively with her free arm, and as he recovered his balance, her head bumped into his and her hair got into his eyes. He laughed. This was great fun. But it could scarcely have been the exertion that made his heart beat out of time. At last he gained the opposite bank. "You nearly fell with me," she said. "Well, I've got wet, too," he replied, wondering if it were possible to make her laugh or even smile. If he could do that today, even in the smallest degree, he would be assured that happiness might come back to her. Soon they met Larry, who came stooping along, burdened with a deer carcass on his shoulder. Relieving himself, he hailed them. "How are you all?" he drawled, addressing himself mostly to Allie. "What's your name?" she asked. "Allie, he's my friend and partner," replied Neale. "Larry King, but I call him Red for obvious reasons." "Well, Miss Allie, I reckon no tall kick would be a comin' if you was to call me Red," drawled Larry. "Or better, Reddy. No other lady ever had that honor." Allie looked at him steadily, as if this was the first time she had seen him, but she did not reply. And Larry, easily disconcerted, gathered up his burden and turned toward camp. "Well, I'm shore wishin' you all good luck," he called significantly. Neale shot a quick glance at Allie to see if the cowboy's good humored double meaning had occurred to her, but apparently she had not heard. She seemed to be tiring. Her lips were parted and she panted. "Are you tired? Shall we go back?" he asked. "No, I like it," she returned slowly, as if the thought were strange to her. They fished on, and presently came to a wide, shallow place with smooth rock bottom where the trail crossed. Neale waded across alone, and he judged that the water in the middle might come up to Allie's knees. "Come on," he called. Allie hesitated. She gathered up her faded skirts, slowly waded in and halted, uncertain of her footing. She was not afraid, Neale decided, and neither did she seem aware that her slender, shapely legs gleamed white against the dark water. "Won't you come and carry me?" she asked. "Indeed I won't," replied Neale. "Carry a big girl like you." She took him seriously and moved a little farther. "My feet slip so," she said. It became fascinating to watch her. The fun of it, the pleasure of seeing a girl wade a brook innocently immodest, suddenly ceased for Neale. There was something else. He had only meant to tease. He was going to carry her. He started back. And then he halted. There was a strange earnestness in Allie's face, a deliberateness in her intent out of all proportion to the exigency of the moment. It was as if she must cross that brook. But she kept halting. "Come on," Neale called. And she moved again. Every time this happened, she seemed to be compelled to go on. When she got into the swift water, nearly to her knees, then she might well have faltered. Yet she did not falter. All at once Neale discovered that she was weak. She did not have the strength to come on. It was that which made her slip and halt. What then made her try so bravely? How strange that she tried at all. Stranger than all was her peculiar attitude toward the task, earnest, sober, grave, forced. Neale was suddenly seized with surprise and remorse. That which actuated this girl Allie was merely the sound of his voice, the answer to his demand. He plunged in and reached her just as she was slipping. He carried her back to the side from which she had started. It cost him an effort not to hold her close. Whatever she was, orphan or waif, left alone in the world by a murdering band of Sioux, an unfortunate girl to be cared for, succored, pitied, none of these considerations accounted for the change that his power over her had wrought in him. "You're not strong," he said, as he put her down. "Was that it?" she asked, with just a touch of wonder. "I used to wade anywhere." He spoke little on the way back up the brook, for he hesitated to tell her that he must return to his camp so as to be ready for important work on the morrow, and not until they were almost at the cabin did he make up his mind. She received the intelligence in silence, and upon reaching the cabin she went to her room. Neale helped Larry and Slingerland with the task of preparing a meal that all looked forward to having Allie share with them. However, when Slingerland called her, there was no response. Neale found her sunk in the old, hopeless, staring, brooding mood. He tried patience at first, and gentleness, but without avail. She would not come with him. The meal was eaten without her. Later Neale almost compelled her to take a little food. He felt discouraged again. Time had flown all too swiftly. And there was Larry coming with the horses and sunset not far off. It might be weeks, even months, before he would see her again. "Allie, are you ever going to cheer up?" he demanded. "No, no," she sighed. He put his hand upon her chin and, forcing her face up, studied it earnestly. Strained, white, bloodless, thin, with drooping lips and tragic eyes, it was not a beautiful, not even a pretty face, but it might have been one, very easily. The veiled, mournful eyes did not evade his. Indeed, they appeared to stare deeply, hopelessly, yearningly. If he could only say and do the right thing to kill that melancholia. She needed to be made to live. Suddenly he had the impulse to kiss her. That, no doubt, was owing to the proximity of her lips. But he must not kiss her. She might care for him some day. It was natural to imagine she would. But she did not care now, and that made kisses impossible. "You just won't cheer up?" he went on. "No, no. But you were so different out there by the brook." She made no reply. The veil grew darker, more shadowy over her eyes. Neale divined a deadness in her. "I'm going away," he said sharply. "Yes? Do you care?" he went on with greater intensity. She only stared at him. "You must care!" he exclaimed. "Why?" she asked dully. "Why? Because," he stammered, angry with himself. After all, why should she care? "I wish you'd left me to die," she moaned. "Oh, Allie, Allie," began Neale in distress. Then he caught the different quality in her voice. It carried feeling. She was thinking again. He swore that he would overcome this malady of hers, and he grew keen, subtle, on fire with his resolve. He watched her. He put his hands on her shoulders and pulled her gently. She slid off the pile of buffalo robes to her knees before him. Then she showed the only hint of shyness he had ever noted in her. Perhaps it was fear. At any rate, she half averted her face so that her loosened hair hid it. "Allie, Allie, listen. Have you nothing to live for?" he asked. "No." "Why, yes, you have." "What?" "Why, I the thing is, Allie, you have me," he said a little hoarsely. Then he laughed. How strange his laugh sounded. He would always remember that rude room with logs and furs and the kneeling girl in the dim light. "You?" "Yes, me," he replied, with a ring in his voice. Never before had she put wonder in a word. He had struck the right chord at last. Now it seemed that he held a live creature under his hands, as if the deadness and the dread apathy had gone away forever with the utterance of that one syllable. This was a big moment. If only he could make up to her for what she had lost. He felt his throat swell, and speech was difficult. "Allie, do you understand me now? You have something to live for. Do you hear?" When his ear caught the faint yes, he suddenly grew glad and strong with what he felt to be a victory over her gloom and despair. "Listen. I'm going to my work," he began swiftly. "I'll be gone weeks, maybe more, but I'll come back early in the fall. I'll be with you all winter. I'm to work here on the pass. Then, well, I'll be a big man on the U.P. some day, chief engineer or superintendent of maintenance of way. You're all alone. Maybe you'd care for me some day. I'll work hard. It's a great idea, this railroad. When it's done, and I've my big job, will you'll marry me then?" Neale heard her gasp and felt her quiver. He let go of her arm and stood up, for fear he might suddenly take her in his arms. His words had been shock enough. He felt remorse, anxiety, tenderness, and yet he was glad. Some delicate and fine consciousness in him told him that he had not done wrong. Even if he had been dominating, she was alone in the world. He had saved her life. His heart beat quick and heavy. "Goodbye, Allie. I'll come back. Never forget." She stayed motionless on her knees with the mass of hair hiding her face, and she neither spoke nor made a sign. Neale went out. The air seemed to wave in his face, cool and relieving. Larry was there with the horses. Slingerland stood by with troubled eyes. Both men stared at Neale. He was aware of that and conscious of his agitation. And suddenly, as always at a climax of emotion, he swiftly changed and grew cool. "Red, old pard, congratulate me. I'm engaged to marry Allie," he said with a low laugh that had pride in it.
Well, damn me!"
Ejaculated Larry King. Then he shot out the hand that was so quick with rope and gun.
Put her there. Sure, if you hadn't made up to her, I'd have. And Neale, if you say pard, I'm yours till I'm dead."
"Pard," replied Neale, as he met the outstretched hand. Slingerland's hard and wrinkled face softened.
Strange how we all cottoned to that girl. No, I reckon it ain't so strange. Well, it's as it ought to be. You saved her. May you both be happy, son."
Neale slipped a ring from his little finger. "Give Allie this. Tell her it's my pledge. I'll come back to her, and she must think of that." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That summer, the engineers crossed the Wyoming hills and ran the line on into Utah, where they met the surveying party working in from the Pacific. The initial step of the great construction work was done. The engineers, with hardship and loss of life, had proved that a railroad across the Rockies was a possibility. Only they had little conception of the titanic labor involved in the building. For Neale the months were hard, swift, full. It came to him that love of the open and the wild was incorporated in his ambition for achievement. He wondered if he would have felt the one without the other. Camp life and the daily climbing over the ridges made of him a lithe, strong, sure-footed mountaineer. They made even the horse-riding cowboy a good climber, though nothing, Neale averred, would ever straighten Larry's bow legs. Only 2 incidents or accidents marred the work and pleasure of those fruitful weeks. The first happened in camp. There was a surly stake driver by the name of Shrudd, who was lazy and otherwise offensive among hard-working men. Having been severely handled by Neale, he had nursed a grievance and only waited for an opportunity for revenge. Neale was quick-tempered and prone to sharp language and action when irritated or angered. Shrudd, passing through the camp, either drunk or unusually surly, had kicked Neale's instrument out of his way. Someone saw him do it and told Neale. Thereupon Neale, in high dudgeon, had sought out the fellow. Larry King, always Neale's shadow, came slouching after with his cowboy's gait. They found Shrudd at the camp of the teamsters and other laborers. Neale did not waste many words. He struck Shrudd a blow that staggered him, and would have followed it up with more had not the man, suddenly furious, plunged away to pick up a heavy stake with which he made at Neale to brain him. Neale could not escape. He yelled at Shrudd, trying to intimidate him. Then came a shot from behind. It broke Shrudd's arm. The stake fell, and the man began to bawl curses. "Get out of here!" called Larry King, advancing slowly. The maddened Shrudd tried to use the broken arm, perhaps to draw on King. Thereupon the cowboy, with gun low and apparently not aiming, shot again.
this time almost tearing Shrudd's arm off. Then he prodded Shrudd with the cocked gun. The man turned ghastly. He seemed just now to have realized the nature of this gaunt, flaming-eyed cowboy. "Shore your mind ain't working," said Larry. "Get out of here. Mosey over to that camp doctor or you'll never need one." Shrudd backed away, livid and shaking, and presently he ran. "Red," expostulated Neale. You shot him all up. You nearly killed him." "Why in hell don't you pack a gun?" drawled Larry. "Red, you're I don't know what to call you. I'd have licked him, club and all." "Maybe," replied the cowboy as he sheathed the big gun. "Neale, I'm used to what you ain't. Sure, I can see death a comin'. Well, every day the outfit grows wilder. A little whiskey'll burn hell loose along this here UP line." Larry strode on in the direction Shrudd had taken. Neale pondered a moment, perplexed and grateful to his comrade. He heard remarks among the laborers, and he saw the flagman Casey remove his black pipe from his lips, an unusual occurrence.
"Mac, it was that redhead cowboy that once pointed its gun at me," burst out Casey. "Did you see him shoot?" replied Mac with round eyes. "Never aimed, and yet he hit."
Mike Shane, the third of the trio of Irish laborers in Neale's corps, was a little runt of a sandy-haired, wizened man, and he spoke up.
"Begorra, he was one of them Texas Jacks. He'd like to kill you, Pat Casey, and if he ever throwed that cannon at you, why, running would be slow to what yous do. I never run in me life,"
declared Casey doggedly. Neale went his way. It was noted that from that day he always carried a gun, preferably a rifle when it was possible. In the use of the long gun he was an adept, but when it came to Larry's kind of gun, Neale needed practice. Larry could draw his gun and shoot twice before Neale could get his hand on his weapon. It was through Neale's habit of carrying the rifle out on his surveying trips that the second incident came about. One day in early summer Neale was waiting near a spring for Larry to arrive with the horses. On this occasion the cowboy was long in coming. Neale fell asleep in the shade of some bushes and was awakened by the thud of hoofs. He sat up to see Larry in the act of kneeling at the brook to drink. At the same instant a dark moving object above Larry attracted Neale's quick eye. It was an Indian sneaking along with a gun ready to level. Quick as a flash Neale raised his own weapon and fired. The Indian fell and lay still. Larry's drink was rudely disturbed by plunging horses. When he had quieted them he turned to Neale.
"So you always here? Sure you scared me. What'd you shoot at?"
Neale stared and pointed. His hand shook. He felt cold, sick, hard. Yet he held the rifle ready to fire again. Larry dropped the bridles and, pulling his gun, he climbed the bank with unusual quickness for him. Neale saw him stand over the Indian.
"Well, plumb center,"
he called with a new note in his usually indolent voice.
"Come here."
"No!" shouted Neale violently. "Is he dead?"
"Daid. Well, I should smile. And maybe he ain't alone."
The cowboy ran down to his horse and Neale followed suit. They rode up on the ridge to reconnoiter, but saw no moving objects.
"I reckon that redskin was sure going to plug me," drawled
Larry as they trotted homeward.
"He certainly was,"
replied Neale with a shudder. Larry reached a long hand to Neale's shoulder. He owed his life to his friend. But he did not speak of that. Instead, he glanced wisely at Neale and laughed.
"Kind of weak in the middle, eh?"
he said.
"I felt that way once. Pard, if you ever get riled, you'd be sure bad."
For Neale, shooting at an Indian was strikingly different from boyish dreams of doing it. He had acted so swiftly that it seemed it must have been instinctive. Yet thinking back, slowly realizing the nature of the repellent feeling within him, he remembered a bursting gush of hot blood, a pantherish desire to leap, to strike,
and then cool, stern watchfulness. The whole business had been most unpleasant. Upon arriving at camp, they reported the incident, and they learned Indians had showed up at various points along the line. Troopers had been fired upon. Orders were once more given that all work must be carried on under the protection of the soldiers, so that an ambush would be unlikely. Meanwhile, a detachment of troops would be sent out to drive back the band of Sioux. These two hard experiences made actuality out of what Neale's chief had told him would be a man's game in a wild time. This work on the U.P. was not play or romance. But the future unknown called alluringly to him. In his moments of leisure by the campfire at night he reflected and dreamed and wondered. And these reflections always turned finally to memory of Allie. The girl he had saved seemed far away in mind as well as in distance. He tried to call up her face, to see it in the ruddy embers, but he could visualize only her eyes. They were unforgettable, the somber, haunting shadows of thoughts of death. Yet he remembered that once or twice they had changed, had become wonderful, with promise of exceeding beauty. It seemed incredible that he had pledged himself, but he had no regrets. Time had not made any difference. Only it had shown him that his pity and tenderness were not love. Still, there had been another emotion connected with Allie, a strange thing too subtle and brief for him to analyze. When away from her, he lost it. Could that have been love? He thought of the day she waded the brook, the feel of her as he carried her in his arms, and of that last sight of her, on her knees in the cabin, her face hidden, her slender form still as a statue. His own heart was touched. Yet this was not love. It was enough for Neale to feel that he had done what he would have applauded in another man, that he seemed the better for his pledge, that the next meeting with Allie was one he looked forward to with a strange, new interest. September came and half sped by before Neale, with Larry and an engineer named Service, arrived at the head of Sherman Pass with packed burros and supplies, ready to begin the long vigil of watching the snowdrift over the line in winter. They were to divide the pass between them, Service to range the upper half and Neale the lower. As there were but few trees up in that locality, and these necessary for a large supply of firewood, they decided not to attempt building a cabin for Service, but to dig a dugout. This was a hole hollowed out of a hillside and covered with roof of branches and earth. No small job, indeed, was it to build a satisfactory dugout, one that was not conspicuous from every ridge for Indian eyes to spy out, and warm and dry and safe. They started several before they completed one. "It'll be lonesomer for you and colder," observed Neale. "I won't mind that," replied the other. "We'll see each other before the snow flies, surely." "Not unless you come up. I'm no climber. I've got a bad leg." "I'll come then. We may have weeks of fine weather yet. I'm going to hunt some." "Good luck to you." So these comrades parted. They were only two of the intrepid engineers selected to brave the perils and hardships of that wild region in winter, to serve the great cause. The golds and purples of autumn mingled with the predominating green of Slingerland's valley. In one place beaver had dammed the stream, forming a small lake, and here cranes and other aquatic birds had congregated. Neale saw beaver at work and deer on the hillside. "It's been 3 months," he soliloquized, as he paused at the ford which Allie had so bravely and weakly tried to cross at his bidding. 3 months! So much can have happened. But Slingerland is safe from Indians. I believe I'll find her well. He was a prey to dread, and yet he did not hurry. Larry, driving the pack train, drew on ahead and passed out of sight in a green bend of the brook. At length Neale saw a column of blue smoke curling up above the trees,
and that sight relieved him. If the trapper was there, the girl would be with him. At this moment his horse shot up his long ears and snorted. A gray form glided out of the green and began to run down the trail toward him. A lithe, swift girl in buckskin. An Indian girl, ejaculated Neale. But her face was white, her hair tawny and flying in the wind. Could that be Allie? It must be she. It was. Lord, I'm in for it, muttered Neale, dismounting, and he gazed with eager eyes. She was approaching quickly. "Neale, you've come!" she cried, and ran straight upon him. He hardly recognized her face or her voice, but what she said proclaimed her to be Allie. She enveloped him. Her arms, strong, convulsive, clasped him. Up came her face, white, gleaming, joyous, strange to Neale, but he knew somehow that it was held up to be kissed. Dazedly he kissed her, felt cool, sweet lips touch his lips again, and then again. "Allie, I hardly knew you," was his greeting. Now he was holding her, and he felt her press her head closely to his breast, felt the intensity of what must have been her need of physical contact to make sure he was here in the flesh. And as he held her, looking down upon her, he recognized the little head and the dull gold and ripple of chestnut hair. Yes, it was Allie. But this new Allie was taller, up to his shoulder, and light and full bosomed and strong. This was not the frail girl he had left. "I thought you'd never come," she murmured, clinging to him. "It was pretty long," he replied, unsteadily. "But I've come, and I'm very glad to see you." "You didn't know me," she said slyly. "You looked it." "Well, no wonder. I left a thin, pale little girl, all eyes, and what do I find? Let me look at you." She drew back and stood before him, shy and modest, but without a trace of embarrassment. Surely the sweetest and loveliest girl he had ever beheld. Some remembered trace he found in her features, perhaps the look, the shape of her eyes. All else was unfamiliar. And that all else was a white face, blue veined, with rich blood slowly mantling to the broad brow, with sweet red lips haunting in their sadness, with glorious eyes like violets drenched in dew, shadowy, exquisite, mournful and deep, yet radiant with beautiful light. Neale recognized her beauty at the instant he realized her love. And he was so utterly astounded at the one and overwhelmed with the other that he was mute. A powerful reaction took place within him, so strong that it helped to free him from the other emotions. He found his tongue and controlled his glance. "I took you for an Indian girl in all this buckskin," he said. "Dress, leggings, moccasins, I made them all myself," she replied, sweeping a swift hand from fringe to beads. "Not a single button. Oh, it was hard. So much work. But they're more comfortable than any clothes I ever had." "So you've not been altogether idle since I left?" "Since that day," and she blushed exquisitely at the words, "I've been doing everything under the sun except that grieving which you disliked. Everything. Cooking, sewing, fishing, bathing, climbing, riding, shooting, and watching for you." "That accounts," he replied musingly. "For what?" Your improvement. You seem happy and well." "Do you mean the activity accounts for that? Or my watching for you?" she queried archly. She was quick, bright, roguish. Neale had no idea what qualities she might have possessed before that fateful massacre, but she was bewilderingly different from the sick-minded girl he had tried so hard to interest and draw out of her gloom. He was so amazed, so delighted with her, and so confused by his own peculiar state of mind that he could not be natural. Then his mood shifted and a little heat at his own stupidity aroused his wits. "Allie, I want to realize what happened," he said. "Let's sit down here. We sat down here once before, if you remember. Slingerland can wait to see me." Neale's horse grazed along the green border of the brook. The water ran with slow, swift rush. There were bees humming around the autumn flowers, and the fragrance of wood smoke wafted down from the camp. Over all lay the dreaming quietness of the season and the wild. Allie sat down upon the rock, but Neale, changing his mind, stood beside her. Still he did not trust himself to face her. He was unsettled, uncertain. All this was like a dream. "So you watched for me?" he asked gently. "For hours and days and weeks," she sighed. "Then you cared a little for me." She kept silent. And he, wanting intensely to look up, did not. "Tell me," he insisted, with a hint of the old dominance. He remembered again the scene at the crossing of the brook. Could he control this wonderful girl now? "Of course," she replied. "But how do you care?" he added, more forcibly. He felt ashamed, yet he could not resist it. What was happening to him? "I love you." Her voice was low, almost faltering, rich with sweetness and full of some unutterable emotion. Neale sustained a shock. He never could have told how that affected him, except in his sudden fury at himself. Then he stole a glance at her. Her eyes were downcast, hidden under long lashes. Her face was soft and sweet, dreaming and spiritual, singularly pure. Her breast heaved under the beaded buckskin. Neale divined that she had never dreamed of owing him anything except the maiden love which quivered on her tremulous lips and hovered in the exquisite light of her countenance. And now he received a great and impelling change in his spirit, an uplift, a splendid and beautiful consciousness of his good fortune. But what could he say to her? If only he could safely pass over this moment, so he could have time to think, to find himself. Another glance at her encouraged him. She expected nothing, not a word. She took all for granted. She was lost in dreams of her soul. He looked down again to see her hand, small, shapely, strong and brown, and upon the third finger he espied his ring. He had forgotten to look to see if she wore it. Then softly he touched it and drew her hand in his. "My ring. Oh, Allie," he whispered. The response was a wonderful purple blaze of her eyes. He divined then that his ring had been the tangible thing upon which she had reconstructed her broken life. "You rode away so quickly. I had no chance to tell," she replied, haltingly and low voiced. All was sweet shame about her now, and he had to fight himself to keep from gathering her to his breast. Verily, this meeting between Allie and him was not what he had anticipated. He kissed her hand. "You've all the fall and all the winter to tell me such sweet things," he said. "Perhaps to morrow I'll find my tongue and tell you something." "Tell me now," she said quickly. "Well, you're beautiful," he replied with a strong feeling. "Really?" she smiled, and that smile was the first he had ever seen upon her face. It brought out the sadness, the very soul of her great beauty. "I used to be pretty," she went on naively. "But if I remember how I used to look, I'm not pretty any more." Neale laughed. He had begun to feel freer and to accept this unparalleled situation with some composure. "Tell me," he said, with gentle voice and touch. "Tell me your name." "Allie what?" "Didn't you ever know?" she asked. "You said Allie. That was all." He feared this call to her memory, yet he wanted to put her to a test. Her eyes dilated. The light shaded. They grew sad, dark, humid gulfs of thought. But the old somber veil, the insane, brooding stare, did not return. "Allie, what?" he repeated. Then the tears came, softening and dimming the pain. "Allie Lee," she said. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Slingerland appeared younger to Neale. The burden of loneliness did not weigh upon him, and the habit of silence had been broken. Neale guessed why, and was actually jealous. "Well, it's beyond my calculating," the trapper said, out by the spring where Neale followed him. "She just changed, that's all. Not so much at first, though she sparked up after I give her your ring. I reckon it come little by little. And one day, why, the cabin was full of sunshine. Since then, I've seen how she's growed and brightened. Working, running after me, and always watching for you. Allie's changed to what she is now. Once fur back, I recollect she said she had you to live for. Maybe that's the secret. Anyhow, she loves you as I never seen any man loved. And, son, I reckon you ought to be somewhere near the kingdom of heaven." Neale stole off by himself and walked in the twilight. The air was warm and sultry, full of fragrance and the low chirp of crickets. Within his breast was a full, uneasy sensation of imminent catastrophe. Something was rising in him, great, terrible, precious. It bewildered him to try to think of himself, of his strange emotions, when his mind seemed to hold only Allie. What then had happened? After a long absence up in the mountains he had returned to Slingerland's valley home, and to the little girl he had rescued and left there. He had left her frail, sick-minded, silent, somber, a pale victim to a horrible memory. He had found her an amazing contrast to what she had been in the past. She had grown strong, active, swift. She was as lovely as a wild rose. No dream of his idle fancy, but a fact. Then last, stirring him even as he tried to clarify and arrange this magic, this mystery, had come the unbelievable, the momentous and dazzling assurance that she loved him. It was so plain that it seemed unreal. While near her he saw it, yet could not believe his eyes. He felt it, but doubted his sensibilities. But now, away from the distraction of her presence, and with Slingerland's eloquent words ringing in his ears, he realized the truth. Love of him had saved the girl's mind and had made her beautiful and wonderful. He had heard of the infinite transforming power of love. Here in Allie Lee was its manifestation. Whether or not he deserved such a blessing was not the question. It was his, and he felt unutterably grateful and swore he would be worthy of this great gift. Darkness had set in when Neale returned to the cabin, the interior of which was lighted by blazing sticks and a huge stone fireplace. Slingerland was in the shadow, busy as usual, but laughing at some sally of Larry's. The cowboy and Allie, however, were in plain sight. Neale needed only one look at Larry to divine what had come over the young man. Allie appeared perplexed. "He objects to my calling him Mr. King, and even Larry," she said. Larry suddenly looked sheepish. "Allie, this cowboy's a bad fellow with guns, ropes, and horses, and I suspect with girls," replied Neale severely. "Neale, he doesn't look bad," she rejoined. "You're fooling me. He wants me to call him Reddy." "Ah!" grunted Neale. He laughed grimly at himself, for again he had felt a pang of jealousy. He knew what to expect from Larry or any other young man who had the wonderful good luck to get near Allie Lee. All right, call him Reddy, he went on. I guess I can allow my future wife so much familiarity with my pard. This confused Allie out of her sweet gravity, and she blushed. "Shore you're mighty kind," drawled Larry, recovering. "More'n I reckoned on from a fellow who's shore lost his haid." "I've lost more than that," retorted Neale. "And I'm afraid a certain wild young cowboy I know has lost as much."
"Well, I reckon somethin' about this here place of Slingerland's draws on a feller,"
admitted Larry, resignedly. Allie did not stay long embarrassed by their sallies.
"Neale, tell me." "See here, Allie, if you call me Reddy and him only Neale, why, he's a goin' to pitch into me," interrupted Larry, with twinkling eyes. "And he's shore a bad customer when he's riled."
"Only Neale? Well, what does he mean?" inquired Allie.
"Beyond human conjecture," replied Neale, laughing. "Well, don't you know his front name?" asked Larry.
"Neale. I call him that," she replied.
"Ho, ho! But it ain't that."
"Allie, my name is Warren," said Neale. "You've forgotten." "Oh. Well, it's always been Neale." "And always will be." Larry rose and stretched his long arms for the pipe on the rude stone chimney.
"Slingerland," he drawled, "these here young people need to find out who they are. And I reckon we'd do well to go out and smoke and talk."
The trapper came forth from the shadows, and as he filled his pipe his keen, bright gaze shifted from the task to his friends.
"It's good to see you and hear you," he said. "I was a youngster once. I miss but that's no matter. Live while you may. Larry, come with me. I've got a trap to set yet."
Allie flashed a glance at them. "It's not so. You never set traps after dark."
"Well, child, any excuse is better than none. Neale wouldn't never get to hear you say all that sweet talk as is comin' to him if two old fools hung around." "Slingerland, I've throwed a gun for less than that," drawled Larry. "About the fool part I ain't sure. But I was 25 yesterday and I'm 16 today."
They lit their pipes with red embers scraped from the fire, and with wise nods at Neale and Allie passed out into the dark. Allie's eyes were upon Neale with shy, eloquent intent, and directly the others had departed she changed her seat to one close to Neale. She nestled against his shoulder, her face to the fire. "They thought we wanted to make love, didn't they?" she said dreamily. "I guess they did," replied Neale. He was intensely fascinated. Did she want him to make love to her? A look at her face was enough to rebuke him for the thought. The shadows from the flickering fire played over her. "Tell me all about yourself," she said. "Then about your work." Neale told her all he thought would interest her about his youth in the East, with a widowed mother, the home that was broken up after she died, and his working his way through a course in civil engineering. "I was 20 when I first read about this U.P. railroad project," he went on. "That was more than 3 years ago. It decided me on my career. I determined to be an engineer and be in the building of the road. No one had any faith in the railroad. I used to be laughed at, but I stuck. And well, I had to steal some rides to get as far west as Omaha. That was more than a year ago. I stayed there, waiting. Nothing was sure except that the town grew like a mushroom. It filled with soldiers, and the worst crowd I ever saw. You can bet I was shaky when I finally got an audience with General Lodge and his staff. They had an office in a big storehouse. The place was full of men, soldiers and tramps. It struck me right off what a grim and discouraged bunch those engineers looked. I didn't understand them, but I do now. Well, I asked for a job. Nobody appeared to hear me. It was hard to make yourself heard. I tried again, louder. An old engineer, whom I know now, Henney, waved me aside, just as if a job was unheard of. Neale quickened and warmed as he progressed. aware now of a little hand tight in his, of an interest that would have made any storytelling a pleasure. Well, I felt sick, then mad. When I get mad, I do things. I yelled at that bunch. "Here, you men! I've walked and stole rides to get here. I'm a surveyor. You're going to build a railroad. I want a job, and I'm going to get it." My voice quieted the hubbub. The old engineer, Henney, looked queerly at me. "Young man, there's not going to be any railroad." Then I blurted out that there was going to be a railroad. Someone spoke up. "Who said that? Fetch him here." Pretty soon I was looking at Major General Lodge. He was just from the war, and he looked it. Stern and dark, with hard lines and keen eyes. He glanced me over. "There is going to be a railroad?" he questioned sharply. "Of course there is," I replied. I felt foolish, disappointed. "You're right," he said, and I'll never forget his eyes. "I can use a few more young fellows like you." And that's how I got on the staff. Well, we run a quick survey west to the Badlands, for it was out here that we must find success or failure. And Allie, it's all been like the biggest kind of an adventure. The troops and horses and camps and trails, the Indian country with its threats from out of the air, the wild places with their deer, buffalo, panthers, trappers like Slingerland, scouts and desperados. It began to get such a hold on me that I was wild. That might have been bad for me, but for my work. I did well. Allie, I ran lines for the UP that no other engineer could run. Neale paused, as much from the squeeze Allie suddenly gave him as for an instant's rest to catch his breath. "I mean I had the nerve to tackle cliffs and dangerous slopes," he went on. Then he told how Larry Red King had saved his life, and that recollection brought back his service to the cowboy. Then naturally followed the two dominating incidents of the summer. Allie lifted a blanched face and darkening eyes. "Neale, you were in danger." "Oh, not much, I guess. But Red thought so." "He saved you again." I'll never forget that. Anyway, we're square, for he'd have got shot sure the day the Indians sneaked up on him." Allie shuddered and shrank back to Neale, while he hastily resumed his story. "We're great pards now, Red and I. He doesn't say much, but his acts tell. He'll not let me alone. He follows me everywhere. It's a joke among the men. Well, Allie, it seems unbelievable that we've crossed the mountains and the desert, grade 90 feet to the mile. The railroad can and will be built. I wish I could tell you how tremendously all this has worked upon me, upon all the engineers, but somehow I can't. It chokes me. The idea is big, but the work, what shall I call that? Allie, if you can, imagine some spirit seizing hold of you and making you see difficulties as joys, impossible tasks as only things to strike fire from genius, perils of death as merely incidents of daring adventure to treasure in memory. Well, that's something like it. The idea of the UP has got me. I believe in it. I shall see it accomplished. I'll live it all." Allie moved her head on his shoulder, and looking up at him with eyes that made him ashamed of his egotism, she said, "Then when it's done, you'll be chief of engineers or superintendent of maintenance of way?" She had remembered his very words. "Allie, I hope so," he replied, thrilling at her faith. "I'll work. I'll get some big position." Next day ushered in for Neale a well-earned rest, and he proceeded to enjoy it to the full. The fall had always been Neale's favorite season. Here, as elsewhere, the aspect of it was flaming and golden, but different from what he had known hitherto. Dreaming silence of autumn held the wildness and loneliness of the Wyoming hills. The sage shone gray and purple, the ridges yellow and gold. The valleys were green and amber and red. No dust, no heat, no wind, a clear blue cloudless sky, sweet odors in the still air, It was a beautiful time. Days passed and nights passed as if on wings. Every waking hour drew him closer to this incomparable girl who had arisen upon his horizon like a star. He knew the hour was imminent when he must read his heart. He fought it off. He played with his bliss. Allie was now his shadow instead of the faithful Larry, although the cowboy was often with them, adapting himself to the changed conditions, too big and splendid to be envious or jealous. They fished down the brook, and always at the never to be forgotten ford he would cross first and turn to see her follow. She could never understand why Neale would delight in carrying her across at other points, yet made her ford this one by herself. "It's such a bother to take off moccasins and leggings," she would say. They rode horseback up and down the trails that Slingerland had assured them were safe. And it was the cowboy Larry who lent his horse and taught her a flying mount. He said she would make a rider. In the afternoons they would climb the high ridge, and on the summit sit in the long whitening grass and gaze out of the dim and purple vastness of the plains. In the twilight they walked under the pines. When night set in and the air grew cold they would watch the ruddy fire on the hearth and see pictures of the future there, and feel a warmth on hand and cheek that was not all from the cheerful blaze. Neale found it strange to realize how his attachment for Larry had changed to love. All Neale's spiritual being was undergoing a great and vital change. But this was not the reason he loved Larry. It was because of Allie. The cowboy was a Texan, and he had inherited the Southerner's fine and chivalric regard for women. Neale never knew whether Larry had ever had a sister or a sweetheart or a girlfriend. But at sight Larry had become Allie's own. Not a brother or a friend or a lover, but something bigger and higher. The man expanded under her smiles, her teasing, her playfulness, her affection. Neale had no pang in divining the love Larry bore Allie. Drifter, cowboy, gun thrower, man killer, whatever he had been, the light of this girl's beautiful eyes, her voice, her touch, had worked the last marvel in man, forgetfulness of self. And so Neale loved him. It made Neale quake inwardly to think of the change being wrought in himself. It made him thoughtful of many things. There was much in life utterly new to him. He had listened to a moan in his keen ear. He had felt a call of something helpless. He had found a gleam of chestnut hair. He had stirred two other men to help him befriend a poor, broken-hearted, half-crazed orphan girl. And lo, the world had changed. His friends had grown happier in their unloved lives. A strange strength had come to him, and sweetest, most wonderful of all, in the place of the helpless and miserable waif appeared a woman, lovely of face and form, with only a ghost of sadness haunting her eyes, a woman adorable and bright, with the magic of love on her lips. October came. In the early morning and late afternoon a keen, cold breath hung in the air. Slingerland talked of a good prospect for fur. He chopped great stores of wood. Larry climbed the hills with his rifle. Neale walked the trails hand in hand with Allie. He had never sought to induce her to speak of her past, though at times the evidence of refinement and education and mystery around her made strong appeal to him. She could tell her story whenever she liked or never. It did not greatly matter. Then one day, quite naturally, but with a shame she did not try to conceal, she confided to him part of the story her mother had told her that dark night when the Sioux were creeping upon the caravan. Neale was astonished, agitated, intensely concerned. "Allie, your father lives?" he exclaimed. "Yes." "Then I must find him take you to him." "Do what you think best," she replied sadly. But I never saw him. I've no love for him, and he never knew I was born. Is it possible? How strange. If any man could see you now. Allie, do you resemble your mother? Yes, we were alike. Where is your father? Neale went on curiously. How should I know? It was in New Orleans that Mother ran off from him. I never blamed her since she said what she said. Do you? Will this make any difference to you? My God, no. But I'm so thunderstruck. This man, this Durade. Tell me more of him. He was a Spaniard of high degree, an adventurer, a gambler. He was mad to gamble. He forced my mother to use her beauty to lure men to his gambling hell. Oh, it's terrible to remember. She said he meant to use me for that purpose. That's why she left him. But in a way, he was good to me. I can see so many things now to prove he was wicked. And Mother said he would follow her, track her to the end of the world. Allie, if he should find you someday, exclaimed Neale hoarsely. She put her arms round his neck, and that, following a terrible pang of dread in Neale's breast, was too much for him. The tide burst. Love had long claimed him, but its utterance had been withheld. He had been happy in her happiness. He had trained himself to spare her. But someday I'll be your wife, she whispered. Soon, soon, he returned, trembling. The scarlet fired her temples, her brow, darkening the skin under her bright hair. That's for you to say. She held up her lips, tremulous and sweet. Neale realized the moment had come. There had never been but the one kiss between them, that of the meeting upon his return in September. Allie, I love you, he spoke thickly. And I love you, she replied with sweet courage. This news you've told, this man Durade, he went on hoarsely. I'm suddenly alive, stinging, wild. If I lost you, dear, you will never lose me, never in this world or any other, she replied tenderly. My work, my hope, my life, they all get spirit now from you. Allie, you're sweet, oh, so sweet. You're glorious, he rang out passionately. Surprise momentarily checked the rising response of her feeling. Neale, you've never before said such things. And the way you look. How do I look? He queried, seeing the joyousness of her surprise. Then she laughed, and that was new to him. A sound low, unutterably rich and full, sweet-toned like a bell, and all resonant of youth. Oh, you look like Durade when he was gambling away his soul. You should see him. Well, how's that? So white, so terrible, so piercing. Neale drew her closer, slipped her arms farther up around his neck. I'm gambling my soul away now, he said. If I kiss you, I lose it. And I must. Must what? She whispered with all a woman's charm. I must kiss you. Then hurry. So their lips met. In the sweetness of that embrace, in the simplicity and answering passion of her kiss, in the overwhelming sense of her gift of herself, heart and soul, he found a strength, a restraint, a nobler fire that gave him peace. Allie was to amaze Neale again before the sun set on that memorable day. I forgot to tell you about the gold, she exclaimed, her face paling. Gold! Ejaculated Neale. Yes, he buried it there under the biggest of the 3 trees together, near a rock, and I can see him now. Him? Who? Allie, what's this wild talk? She pressed his hand to enjoin silence. Listen, Horn had gold. How much I don't know, but it must have been a great deal. He owned the caravan with which we left California. Horn grew to like me, but he hated all the rest. That night we ended the awful ride. The wagons stalled. The grayness of dawn, the stillness. Oh, I feel them now. That terrible Indian yell rang out. All my life I'll hear it. Then Horn dug a hole. He buried his gold. And he said whoever escaped could have it. He had no hope. Allie, you're a mine of surprises. Buried gold. What next? Neale, I wonder, did the Sioux find that gold? She asked. It's not likely. There certainly wasn't any hole left open around that place. I saw every inch of ground under those trees. Allie, I'll go there tomorrow and hunt for it. Let me go, she implored. Ah, I forgot. No, no. There must be my mother's grave. Yes, it's there. I saw. I'll mark it. Allie, how glad I am that you speak of her past, her grave there without weakening. You are brave, but forget. Allie, if I find that gold, it'll be yours. No, it's yours. But I wasn't one of the caravan. He did not give it to any outsider. You escaped. Therefore, it will belong to you. Dearest, I'm yours. Next day, without acquainting Slingerland or Larry with his purpose, Neale rode down the valley trail. He expected the road to cross the old St. Vrain and Laramie Trail, but if it did cross, he could not find the place. It was easy to lose bearings in these hills. Neale had to abandon the hunt for that day, and turning back with some annoyance at his failure, he decided that it would be best to take Larry and Slingerland into his confidence. Allie was waiting for him at the brook ford. "Oh, it was gone," she cried. "Allie, I couldn't find the place. Come, ride back and let me walk beside you. We'll have fun telling Larry and Slingerland." "Neale, let me tell them," she begged.
Go ahead. Make a strong story. Larry always had leanings toward gold strikes. And that night after supper, when the log fire had begun to blaze and all were comfortable before it, Allie glanced demurely at Larry and said, "Reddy, if you had known that I was heiress to great wealth, would you have proposed to me?" Slingerland roared. Larry seemed utterly stricken. "Wealth?" he echoed feebly. "Yes, gold. Lots of gold." Slingerland's merry face suddenly grew curious and earnest. Larry struggled with his discomfiture. "I reckon I'd have done that anyhow, without knowing you was rich, if it hadn't been for this here UP surveyor feller." And then the joke was on Allie, as her blushes proved. Neale came to her rescue and told the story of Horn's buried gold, and of his own search that day for the place. "Sure, I'll find it," declared Larry. "We'll go tomorrow." Slingerland stroked his beard thoughtfully. "If there's gold been buried there, it's sure and certain there yet," he said. "But I'm afraid we won't get there tomorrow." "Why not? Surely you and Larry can find the place." "Listen." Neale listened while he was watching Allie's parted lips and speaking eyes. A low whining wind swept through the trees and over the roof of the cabin. "That wind says snow," declared the trapper. Neale went outside. The wind struck him cold and keen, with a sharp edge to it. The stars showed pale and dim through hazy atmosphere. Assuredly there was a storm brewing. Neale returned to the fire, shivering and holding his palms to the heat. "Cold, you bet, with the wind rising," he said. "But Slingerland, suppose it does snow. Can't we go anyhow?" "It ain't likely. You see, it snows up here. Maybe we'll be snowed in for a spell. And that valley is open down there. In deep snow, what could we find? We'll wait and see." On the morrow a storm raged, and all was dim through a ghostly, whirling pall. The season of drifting snow had come, and Neale's winter work had begun. 5 miles by shortcut over the ridges curved the long survey over which Neale must keep watch. And the going and coming were Neale's hardest toil. It was laborsome to trudge up and down in soft snow. That first snow of winter, however, did not last long, except in the sheltered places. Fortunately for Neale, almost all of his section of the survey ran over open ground. But this fact augured seriously for his task when the dry and powdery snow of midwinter began to fall and sweep before the wind and drift over the lee side of the ridge. During the first week of tramping he thoroughly learned the lay of the land, the topography of his particular stretch of Sherman Pass. And one day, taking an early start from camp, he set forth to make his first call upon his nearest associate in this work, the engineer Service. Once up on the pass, he found the snow had not all melted, and still higher it lay white and unbroken as far as he could see. The air was keener up there. Neale gathered that Service would have a colder job than his own, if it was not so long and hard. He found Service at home in his dugout, warm and comfortable and in excellent spirits. They compared notes, and even in this early work they decided it would be a wise plan for the engineering staff to study the problem of drifting snow. Neale enjoyed a meal with Service, and then early in the afternoon he started back on his long tramp homeward. He gathered from his visit that Service did not mind the lonesomeness, but that he did suffer from the cold more than he had expected. Service was not an active, full-blooded man, and Neale had some misgivings. Judging from the trapper's remarks, winter high up in the Wyoming hills was something to dread. November brought the real storms, the gray banks of rolling cloud, the rain and sleet and snow and ice and the wind. Neale concluded he had never before faced a real wind, and when one day on a ridgetop he was blown off his feet, he was sure of it. Some days he could not go out at all. Other days it was not imperative, for it was only during and after snowstorms that he could make observations. He learned to travel on snowshoes, and 10 miles of such traveling up and down the steep slopes was the most killing, hard toil he had ever attempted. After such trips he would reach the cabin utterly fagged out, too tired to eat, too weary to talk, almost too dead to hear the solicitations of his friends or to appreciate Allie's tender, anxious care. If he had not been strong and robust and in good training to begin with, he would have failed under the burden. Gradually he grew used to the strenuous toil and became hardened, tough, and enduring. Though Neale hated the cold and the wind, there were moments when an exceedingly keen exhilaration uplifted him. These experiences visited him while on the heights, looking far over the snowy ridges to the white, monotonous plain, or up toward the shining peaks. All seemed barren and cold. He never saw a living creature or a track upon those slopes. When the sun shone, all was so dazzlingly, glaringly white that his eyes were struck by temporary blindness. Upon one of the milder days, which were getting rarer in mid-December, Neale again visited his comrade on the summit. He found Service in bad shape. In falling down a slippery ledge, he had injured or broken his lame leg. Neale, with great concern, tried to ascertain the nature and extent of the harm done, but he was unable to do so. Service was practically helpless, although not suffering any great pain. The two of them decided, at length, that he had not broken any bones, but that it was necessary to move him to where he could be waited upon and treated, or else someone must be brought in to take care of him. Neale deliberated a moment. "I'll tell you what," he said finally. "You can be moved down to Slingerland's cabin without pain to you. I'll get Slingerland and his sled. You'll be more comfortable there. It'll be better all around." So that was decided upon. And Neale, after doing all he could for Service and assuring him that he would return in less than 24 hours, turned his steps for the valley. The sunset that night struck him as singularly dull, pale, menacing. He understood its meaning later when Slingerland said they were in for another storm. Before dark the wind began to moan through the trees like lost spirits. The trapper shook his shaggy head ominously. "Reckon that sounds bad to me," he said. and from moan it rose to wail, and from wail to roar. That alarmed Neale. He went outside, and Slingerland followed. Snow was sweeping down, light, dry, powdery. The wind was piercingly cold. Slingerland yelled something, but Neale could not distinguish what. When they got back inside, the trapper said, "Blizzard." Neale grew distressed.
Well, no use to worry about Service,
Argued the trapper.
if it is a blizzard, we can't get up there, that's all. Maybe this'll not be so bad, but I ain't betting on that.
Even Allie couldn't cheer Neale that night. Long after she and the others had retired, he kept at the fire and listened to the roar of the wind. When the fire died down a little, the cabin grew uncomfortably cold, and this fact attested to the continually dropping temperature. But he hoped against hope and finally sought his blankets. Morning came, but the cabin was almost as dark as by night. A blinding, swirling snowstorm obscured the sun. A blizzard raged for 48 hours. When the snow finally ceased falling, the cold increased until Neale guessed the temperature might be 40 degrees below zero. The trapper claimed 60. It was necessary to stay indoors till the weather moderated. On the fifth morning, Slingerland was persuaded to attempt the trip to aid Service. Larry wanted to accompany them, but Slingerland said he had better stay with Allie. So, muffled up, the two men set out on snowshoes, dragging a sled. A crust had frozen on the snow, otherwise traveling would have been impossible. Once up on the slope, the north wind hit them square in the face. Heavily clad as he was, Neale thought the very marrow in his bones would freeze. That wind blew straight through him. There were places where it took both men to hold the sled to keep it from getting away. They were blown back one step for every 2 steps they made. On the exposed heights they could not walk upright. At last, after hours of desperate effort, they got over the ridge to a sheltered side along which they labored up to Service's dugout. Up there the snow had blown away in places, leaving bare spots, bleak, icy, barren, stark. No smoke appeared to rise above the dugout. The rude habitation looked as though no man had been there that winter. Neale glanced in swift dismay at Slingerland.
Son, look for the worst, he said, and we ain't got time to waste.
They pushed open the canvas framework of a door and, stooping low, passed inside. Neale's glance saw first the fireplace, where no fire had burned for days. Snow had sifted into the dugout and lay in little drifts everywhere. The blankets on the bunk covered Service, hiding his face. Both men knew before they uncovered him what his fate had been. "Frozen to death," gasped Neale. Service lay white, rigid like stone, with no sign of suffering upon his face.
He just went to sleep and never woke up," declared Slingerland.
"Thank God for that!" exclaimed Neale. "Oh, why did I not stay with him?"
"Too late, son. And many a good man will go to his death before that damn railroad is done."
Neale searched for Service's notes and letters and valuables, which could be turned over to the engineering staff. Slingerland found a pick and shovel, which Neale remembered to have used in building the dugout. And with these the two men toiled at the frozen sand and gravel to open up a grave. It was like digging in stone. At length they succeeded. Then, rolling Service in the blankets and tarpaulin, they lowered him into the cold ground and hurriedly filled up his grave. It was a grim, gruesome task. Another nameless grave. Neale had already seen 9 graves. This one was up the slope not 100 feet from the line of the survey. "Slingerland!" exclaimed Neale. "The railroad will run along there. Trains will pass this spot. In years to come, travelers will look out of the train windows along here. Boys riding away to seek their fortunes, bride and groom on their honeymoon, thousands of people, going, coming, busy, happy at their own affairs, full of their own lives, will pass by poor Service's grave and never know it's there.
Well, son, if people must have railroads, they must kill men to build them, replied the trapper.
Neale conceived the idea that Slingerland did not welcome the coming of the steel rails. The thought shocked him. But then he reflected, a trapper would not profit from the advance of civilization. With the wind in their backs, Neale and Slingerland were practically blown home. They made it up between them to keep knowledge of the tragedy from Allie. So ended the coldest and hardest and grimmest day Neale had ever known. The winter passed, the snows melted, the winds quieted, and spring came. Long since, Neale had decided to leave Allie with Slingerland that summer. She would be happy there, and she wished to stay until Neale could take her with him. That seemed out of the question for the present. A construction camp full of troopers and laborers was no place for Allie. Neale dreaded the idea of taking her to Omaha. Always in his mind were haunting fears of this Spaniard, Durade, who had ruined Allie's mother, and of the father whom Allie had never seen. Neale instinctively felt that these men were to crop up somewhere in his life, and before they did appear he wanted to marry Allie. She was now little more than 16 years old. Neale's plans for the summer could not be wholly known until he had reported to the general staff, which might be at Fort Fetterman or North Platte or all the way back in Omaha. But it was probable that he would be set to work with the advancing troops and trains and laborers. Engineers had to accompany both the grading gangs and the rail gangs. Neale, in his talks with Larry and Slingerland, had dwelt long and conjecturingly upon what life was going to be in the construction camps. To Larry, what might happen was of little moment. He lived in the present. But Neale was different. He had to be anticipating events. He lived in the future. His mind was centered on future work, achievement, and what he might go through in attaining his end. Slingerland was his appreciative listener. "Well," he would say, shaking his grizzled head, "I reckon I don't believe all your General Lodge says is going to happen." "But, man, can't you imagine what it will be?" protested Neale. "Take thousands of soldiers, the riff-raff of the war, and thousands of laborers of all classes, niggers, greasers, pigtail chinks, and Irish. Take thousands of men who want to earn an honest dollar in trade following the line, and thousands who want dollars but not honestly. All the gamblers, outlaws, robbers, murderers, criminals, adventurers in the States, and perhaps many from abroad will be on the trail. Think, man, of the money, the gold, millions spilled out in these wilds, and last and worst, the bad women." Slingerland showed his amazement at the pictures drawn by Neale, especially at the final one. "Well, I reckon that's all guff, too," he said. "A lot of bad women out in these wilds ain't to be feared. Supposin' there was a lot of them, which ain't likely, how'd you ever get out to the camps?" "Slingerland, the trains. The trains will follow the laying of the rails." "Oh! And you mean there'll be towns growing up overnight all full of bad people who ain't working on the railroad but just following the gold?" "Exactly. Now listen. Remember all these mixed gangs, the gold and the bad women, out here in the wild country, no law, no restraint, no fear except of death, drinking hells, gambling hells, dancing hells. What's going to happen?" The trapper meditated a while, stroking his beard, and then he said, "Well, there ain't enough gold to build that railroad, and if there was, it couldn't never be done." "Ah!" cried Neale, raising his head sharply. "It's a matter of gold first, streams of gold, and then can it be done?" One day, as the time for Neale's departure grew closer, Slingerland's quiet and peaceful valley was violated by a visit from 4 rough-looking men. They rode in without packs. It was significant to Neale that Larry swore at sight of them, and then in his cool, easy way sauntered between them and the cabin door, where Allie stood with astonishment fixed on her beautiful face. The Texan always packed his heavy gun. and certainly no Western man would mistake his quality. These visitors were civil enough, asked for a little tobacco, and showed no sign of evil intent.
"Way off the beaten track up here," said one. "Yes, I'm a trapper," replied Slingerland. "Where do you hail from?"
Ogden. We're packing east.
"Much travel on the trail?" "Right smart for wild country, and all going east. We hadn't met an outfit heading west. Have you heard any talk of a railroad building out of Omaha?"
Here Larry put a word in.
"Sure, we've had soldiers camping around about all here."
"Soldiers!" ejaculated one of the gang.
"Sure, the road's being built by soldiers."
The men made no further comment and turned away without any goodbyes. Slingerland called out to them to have an eye open for Indians on the warpath.
"Well, I don't like the looks of them fellers," he declared.
Neale likewise took an unfavorable view of the visit, but Larry scouted the idea of there being any danger in a gang like that.
"Sure, they'd be afraid of a man," he declared.
"Red, can you look at men and tell whether or not there's danger in them?" inquired Neale.
"I sure can. One man could bluff that outfit. But I reckon I'd hate to have him find Allie about here alone."
"I can take care of myself," spoke up Allie spiritedly. Neale and Slingerland, for all their respect for the cowboy's judgment, regarded the advent of these visitors as a forerunner of an evil time for lonely trappers.
"I'll have to move back deeper in the mountains, away from the railroad," said Slingerland.
This incident also put a different light upon the intention Neale had of hunting for the buried gold. Just now he certainly did not want to risk being seen digging gold or packing it away, and Slingerland was just as loath to have it concealed in or near his cabin.
"Well, seeing we're not sure it's really there, let's wait till you come back in summer or fall," he suggested. "If it's there, it'll stay there."
All too soon the dawn came for Neale's departure with Larry. Allie was braver than he. At the last he was white and shaken. She kissed Larry. "Reddy, you take care of yourself and him," she said.
"Allie, I sure will. Good bye."
Larry rode down the trail in the dim gray dawn.
"Watch sharp for Indians,"
she breathed, and her face whitened momentarily. Then the color returned. Her eyes welled full of sweet, soft light. "Allie, I can't go," said Neale, hoarsely. The clasp of her arms unnerved him. "You must. It's your work. Remember the big job. Dearest, dearest, hurry and go." Neale could no longer see her face clearly. He did not know what he was saying. "You'll always love me?" he implored. "Do you need to ask? All my life. I promise." "Kiss me then," he whispered hoarsely, blindly leaning down. "It's hell to leave you. Wonderful girl. Treasure. Precious Allie. Kiss me. Enough. I..." She held him with strong and passionate clasp and kissed him again and again. "Goodbye." The last word was low, choked, poignant, and had in it a mournful reminder of her old tragic woe. Then he was alone. Mounting clumsily, with blurred eyes, he rode into the winding trail. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Neale and King traveled light without pack animals, and at sunrise they reached the main trail. It bore evidence of considerable use and was no longer a trail, but a highroad. Fresh tracks of horses and oxen, wagon wheel ruts, dead camp fires, and scattered brush that had been used for windbreaks. All these things attested to the growing impetus of that movement. Soon it was to become extraordinary. All this was Indian country. Neale and his companion had no idea whether or not the Sioux had left their winter quarters for the warpath. But it was a vast region, and the Indians could not be everywhere.
Neale and King took chances, as had all these travelers, though perhaps the risk was not so great because they rode fleet horses. They discovered no signs of Indians, and it appeared as if they were alone in the wilderness. They covered 60 miles from early dawn to dark, with a short rest at noon, and reached Fort Fetterman safely without incident or accident. Troops were there, but none of the U.P. engineering staff. Neale did not meet any soldiers with whom he was acquainted. Orders were there for him, however, to report to North Platte as soon as it was possible to reach there. Troops were to be moving soon, so Neale learned, and the long journey could be made with comparative safety. Here Neale received the tidings that 40 miles of railroad had been built during the last summer, and trains had been run that distance west from Omaha. His heart swelled. Not for many a week had he heard anything favorable to the great U.P. project, and here was news of rails laid, trains run. Already this spring the graders were breaking ground far ahead of the rail layers. Report and rumor at the fort had it that lively times had attended the construction. But the one absorbing topic was the Sioux Indians, who were expected to swarm out of the hills that summer and give the troops hot work. In due time Neale and Larry arrived at North Platte, which was little more than a camp. The construction gangs were not expected to reach there until late in the fall. Baxter was at North Platte with a lame surveyor and no other helpers. Consequently, he hailed Neale and Larry with open arms. A summer's work on the hot, monotonous plains stared Neale in the face, but he must resign himself to the inevitable. He worked as always with that ability and energy which had made him invaluable to his superiors. Here, however, the labor was a dull, hot grind without any thrills. Neale filled the long days with duty and seldom let his mind wander. In leisure hours, however, he dreamed of Allie and the future. He found no trouble in passing time that way. Also, he watched eagerly for arrivals from the West, whom he questioned about Indians in the Wyoming hills, and from troops and travelers coming from the East he heard all the news of the advancing railroad construction. It was absorbingly interesting, yet Neale could credit so few of the tales. The summer and early fall passed. Neale was ordered to Omaha. The news stunned him. He had built all his hopes on another winter out in the Wyoming hills, and this disappointment was crushing. It made him ill for a day. He almost threw up his work. It did not seem possible to live that interminable stretch without seeing Allie Lee. The nature of his commission, however, brought once again to mind the opportunity that knocked at his door. Neale had run all the different surveys for bridges in the Wyoming hills, and now he was needed in the office of the staff, where plans and drawings were being made. Again he bowed to the inevitable, but he determined to demand in the spring that he be sent ahead to the forefront of the construction work. Another disappointment seemed in order. Larry King refused to go any farther back east. Neale was exceedingly surprised. "Do you throw up your job?" he asked. "Sure not. I can work here," replied Larry. "There won't be any outside work in these bleak plains in winter." "Well, I reckon I'll loaf then," he drawled. Neale could not change him. Larry vowed he would take his old place with Neale next spring, if it should be open to him. "But why? Red, I can't figure you," protested Neale. "Pard, I reckon I'm fur enough back east right here," said Larry, significantly. A light dawned upon Neale. "Red, you've done something bad!" exclaimed Neale in genuine dismay. "Well, I don't know just how bad it was, but it sure was hell," replied Larry with a grin. "Red, you aren't afraid?" asserted Neale, positively. The cowboy flushed and looked insulted. "If any one but you said that to me, he'd have to eat it." "I beg your pardon, old man, but I'm surprised. It doesn't seem like you. And then Lord, I'll miss you."
"No more'n I'll miss you, pard," replied Larry.
Suddenly Neale had a happy thought. "Red, you go back to Slingerland's and help take care of Allie. I'll feel she was safer."
"Well, she might be safer, but I wouldn't be," declared the cowboy, bluntly.
"You redhead, what do you mean?" demanded Neale.
"I mean this here. If I stayed around another winter near Allie Lee, with her alone, where that trapper never set up before that fire, why, Neale, I'd ambush you like an Indian when you come back."
"You wouldn't," rejoined Neale. He wanted to laugh, but he had no mirth. Larry did not mean that, but neither did he mean to be funny.
"I'll be hanging around here waiting for you. It's only a few months. Go on to your work, pard. You'll be a big man on the road some day."
Neale left North Platte with a wagon train. After a long, slow journey, the point was reached where the graders had left off work for that year. Here had been a huge construction camp, and the bare and squalid place looked as if it once had been a town of crudest make, suddenly wrecked by a cyclone and burned by prairie fire. 50 miles farther on, representing 2 more long, tedious, and unendurable days, and Neale heard the whistle of a locomotive. It came from far off, but it was a whistle. He yelled, and the men journeying with him joined in. Smoke showed on the horizon, together with a wide, low, uneven line of shacks and tents. Neale was all eyes when he rode into that construction camp. The place was a bedlam. A motley horde of men appeared to be doing everything under the sun but work, and most of them seemed particularly eager to board a long train of box cars and little old passenger coaches. Neale made a dive for the train, and his sojourn in that camp was a short and exciting one of 10 minutes. He felt unutterably proud. He had helped survey the line along which the train was now rattling and creaking and swaying. All that swiftly passed under his keen eyes was recorded in his memory. The uncouth crowd of laborers, the hardest lot he had ever seen, the talk, noise, smoke, the rickety old clattering coaches, the wayside dumps and heaps and wreckage. But they all seemed parts of a beautiful romance to him. Neale saw through the eyes of golden ambition and illimitable dreams. And not for a moment of that endless ride, with interminable stops, did he weary of the 260 miles of rails laid that year, and of the 40 miles of the preceding year. Then came Omaha, a beehive, the making of a Western metropolis. Neale plunged into the bewildering turmoil of plans, tasks, schemes, land grants, politics, charters, inducements, liens and loans, government and army and state and national interest, grafts and deals and bosses, all that mass of selfish and unselfish motives, all that wealth of cunning and noble aims, all that congested assemblage of humanity which went to make up the building of the Union Pacific. Neale was a dreamer. Like the few men whose minds had first given birth to the wonderful idea of a railroad from east to west, Neale found himself confronted by a singularly disturbing fact. However grand this project, its political and mercenary features could not be beautiful to him. Why could not all men be right-minded about a noble cause and work unselfishly for the development of the West and the future generations? It was a melancholy thing to learn that men of sincere and generous purpose had spent their all trying to raise the money to build the Union Pacific. On the other hand, it was a satisfaction to hear that many capitalists with greedy claws had ruined themselves in like efforts. The President of the United States and Congress had their own troubles at the close of the war, and the government could do but little money raising with land grants and loans. But they offered a great bonus to the men who would build the railroad. The first construction company subscribed over $1.5 million and paid in 1/4 of that. The money went so swiftly that it opened the company's eyes to the insatiable gulf beneath that enterprise, and they quit. Thereupon what was called the Credit Mobilier was inaugurated, and it became both famous and infamous. It was a type of the construction company by which it was the custom to build railroads at that time. The directors, believing that whatever money was to be made out of the Union Pacific must be collected during the construction period, organized a clever system for just this purpose. An extravagant sum was to be paid to the Credit Mobilier for the construction work, thus securing for stockholders of the Union Pacific, who now controlled the Credit Mobilier, the bonds loaned by the United States government. The operations of the Credit Mobilier finally gave rise to one of the most serious political scandals in the history of the United States Congress. The cost of all material was high, and it rose with leaps and bounds until it was prodigious. Omaha had no railroad entering it from the east, and so all the supplies, materials, engines, cars, machinery, and laborers had to be transported from St. Louis up the swift Missouri on boats. This in itself was a work calling for the limit of practical management and energy. Out on the prairie land for hundreds of miles were to be found no trees, no wood, scarcely any brush. The prairie land was beautiful ground for buffalo, but it was a most barren desert for the exigencies of railroad men. Moreover, not only did wood and fuel and railroad ties have to be brought from afar, but also stone for bridges and abutments. Then thousands of men had to be employed, and those who hired out for reasonable money soon learned that others were getting more. Having the company at their mercy, they demanded exorbitant wages in their turn. One of the peculiar features of the construction, a feature over which Neale grew impotently furious, was the law that when a certain section of so many miles had been laid and equipped, the government of the United States would send out expert commissioners who would go over the line and pass judgment upon the finished work. No two groups of commissioners seemed to agree. These experts, who had their part to play in the bewildering labyrinthine maze of men's contrary plans and plots, reported that certain sections would have to be done over again. The particular fault found with one of these sections was the alleged steepness of the grade, and as Neale had been the surveyor in charge, he soon heard of his poor work. He went over his figures and notes with the result that he called on Henney and absolutely swore that the grade was right. Henney swore too, in a different and more forcible way, but he agreed with Neale and advised him to call upon the expert commissioners. Neale did so and found them, with one exception, open to conviction. The exception was a man named Allison Lee. The name Lee gave Neale a little shock. He was a gray-looking man with lined face and that concentrated air which Neale had learned to associate with those who were high in the affairs of the U.P. Neale stated that his business was to show that his work had been done right, and he had the figures to prove it. Mr. Lee replied that the survey was poor and would have to be done over. "Are you a surveyor?" queried Neale sharply, with the blood beating in his temples. "I have some knowledge of civil engineering," replied the commissioner. "Well, it can't be very much," declared Neale, whose temper was up. "Young man, be careful what you say," replied the other. "But, Mr. Lee, listen to me, will you?" burst out Neale. "It's all here in my notes. You've hurried over the line and you just slipped up a foot or so in your observations of that section." Mr. Lee refused to look at the notes and waved Neale aside. "It'll hurt my chances for a big job," Neale said stubbornly. "You probably will lose your job, judging from the way you address your superiors." That finished Neale. He grew perfectly white. "All this expert commissioner business is rot," he flung at Lee. "Rot! Lodge knows it. Henney knows it. We all do. So do you. It's a lot of damn red tape. Every last man who can pull a stroke with the government runs in here to annoy good, efficient engineers who are building the road. It's an outrage. It's more. It's not honest. That section has 40 miles in it. 5 miles you claim must be resurveyed, regraded, relaid. $46,000 a mile. That's the secret.
and $30,000 more for a construction company. Neale left the office and, returning to Henney, repeated the interview to him word for word. Henney complimented Neale's spirit, but deplored the incident. It could do no good and might do harm. Many of these commissioners were politicians working in close touch with the directors and not averse to bleeding the Credit Mobilier. All the engineers, including the chief, though he was non-committal, were bitter about this expert commissioner law. If a good roadbed had been surveyed, the engineers knew more about it than anyone else. They were the pioneers of the work. It was exceedingly annoying and exasperating to have a number of men travel leisurely in trains over the line and criticize the labors of engineers who had toiled in heat and cold and wet with brain and heart in the task. But it was so. In May 1866, a wagon train escorted by troops rolled into the growing camp of North Platte. And the first man to alight was Warren Neale, strong, active, eager-eyed as ever, but older, with face pale from his indoor work and hope long deferred. The first man to greet him was Larry King, in whom time did not make changes. They met as long-separated brothers. "Red, how are your horses?" was Neale's query, following the greeting. "Wintered well, but cost me all I had. I'm sure busted," replied Larry. "I've plenty of money," said Neale. "And what's mine is yours. Come on, Red. We'll get light packs and hit the trail for the Wyoming hills."
Well, I reckon so. Neale, it's sure going to be risky. The Indians are on the rampage already. You see how this here camp is growed. Men riding in all since winter broke. And them from west tell some hard stories.
"I've got to go," replied Neale with emotion. "It's nearly a year since I saw Allie. Not a word between us in all that time. Red, I can't stand it any longer."
Sure, I know,"
replied King hastily.
"You ain't reckoning I wanted to crawfish. I'll go. We'll pack light, hit the trail at night, and hide up in the daytime."
Neale had arrived in North Platte before noon, and before sunset he and King were far out on the swelling slopes of plainland, riding toward the west. Traveling by night, camping by day, they soon left behind them the monotonous plains of Nebraska. The Sioux had been active for 2 summers along the southern trails of Wyoming. The Texan's long training on the ranges stood them in good stead here. His keen eye for tracks and smoke and distant objects, his care in hiding trails and selecting camps, and his skill and judgment in all pertaining to the horses, these things made the journey possible. For they saw Indian signs more than once before the Wyoming hills loomed up in the distance. More than one flickering campfire they avoided by a wide detour. Slingerland's valley showed all the signs of early summer. The familiar trail, however, bore no tracks of horses or man or beast. A heavy rain had fallen recently and it would have obliterated tracks. Neale's suspense sustained the added burden of dread. In the oppressive silence of the valley he read some nameless reason for fear. The trail seemed the same. The brook flowed and murmured as of old. The trees shone soft and green, but Neale sensed a difference. He dared not look at Larry for confirmation of his fears. The valley had not of late been lived in. Neale rode hard up the trail under the pines. A blackened heap lay where once the cabin had stood. Neale's heart gave a terrible leap and then seemed to cease beating. He could not breathe, nor speak, nor move. His eyes were fixed on the black remains of Slingerland's cabin. "God Almighty!" gasped Larry, and he put out a shaking hand to clutch Neale. "The Indians! I always feared this, spite of Slingerland's talk." The feel of Larry's fierce fingers, like hot stinging arrows in his flesh, pierced Neale's mind and made him realize what his stunned faculties had failed to grasp. It seemed to loosen the vast-like hold upon his muscles, to liberate his tongue. He fell off his horse. Red, look around." Allie was gone. The disappointment at not seeing her was crushing, and the fear of utter loss was terrible. Neale lay on the ground, blind, sick, full of agony, with his fingers tearing at the grass. The evil presentiments that had haunted him for months had not been groundless fancies. Perhaps Allie had called to him again in another hour of calamity, and this time he had not responded. She was gone. The idea struck him cold. It meant the most dreadful of all happenings. For a while he lay there, prostrate under the shock. He was dimly aware of Larry's coming and sitting down beside him. "No sign of anyone," he said huskily. "Not even a track. That fire must have been about 2 weeks ago. Maybe more, but not much. There's been a big rain and the ground's all washed clean and smooth. Not a track."
It was the cowboy's habit to calculate the past movements of people and horses by the nature of the tracks they left. Then Neale awoke to violence. He sprang up and rushed to the ruins of the cabin, frantically tore and dug around the burnt embers, and did not leave off until he had overhauled the whole pile. There was nothing but ashes and embers. Whereupon he ran to the empty corrals, to the sheds, to the wood piles, to the spring, and to all around the space once so habitable. There was nothing to reward his fierce energy, nothing to scrutinize. Already grass was springing in the trails and upon spots that had once been bare. Neale halted, sweating hot, wild, before his friend. Larry avoided his gaze. "She's gone! She's gone!" Neale panted. "Well, maybe Slingerland moved camp and burned this place," suggested Larry. "He was sore after them 4 road agents rustled in here." "No. He'd have left the cabin. In case he moved, Allie was to write me a note telling me how to find them. I remember. We picked out the place to hide the note. Oh, she's gone! She's gone!"
"Well, then maybe Slingerland got away and the cabin was burned after."
"I can't hope that. I tell you it means hell's opened up before me."
"Well, it's tough, I know, Neale, but maybe."
Neale wheeled fiercely upon him. "You're only saying those things. You don't believe them. Tell me what you do really think."
"Lord, Lord, it couldn't be no worse," replied Larry, his lean face working. "I figure only one way. This here. Slingerland had left Allie alone. Then she was made away with and the cabin burned."
"Indians?"
"Maybe. But I lean more to the idea of an outfit like that one what was here."
Neale groaned in his torture. "Not that, Reddy. Not that! The Indians would kill her, scalp her, or take her captive into their tribe. But a gang of cutthroat ruffians like these, my God, if I knew that had happened, it'd kill me."
Larry swore at his friend.
"It can't do no good to go to pieces," he expostulated. "Let's do something."
"What? In heaven's name?"
cried Neale in despair.
"Well, we can rustle up every trail in these here Black Hills. Maybe we can find Slingerland."
Then began a search, frantic, desperate, and forlorn on the part of Neale, faithful and dogged and keen on the part of King. Neale was like a wild man. He heeded no advice or caution. Only the cowboy's iron arm saved Neale and his horse. It was imperative to find water and grass and to eat, necessary things which Neale seemed to have forgotten. He seldom slept or rested or ate. They risked meeting the Sioux in every valley and on every ridge. Neale would have welcomed the sight of Indians. He would have rushed into peril in the madness of his grief. Still, there was hope. He lived all the hours in utter agony of mind, but his heart did not give up. They coursed far and near, always keeping to the stream beds. For if Slingerland had made another camp,
that would be near water. More than one trail led nowhere. More than one horse track roused hopes that were futile. The Wyoming Hills country was surely a lonely and a wild one, singularly baffling to the searchers, for in 2 weeks of wide travel it did not yield a sign or track of man. Neale and King used up all their scant supply of food, threw away all their outfit except a bag of salt, and went on, living on the meat they shot. Then one day, unexpectedly, they came upon 2 trappers by a beaver dam. Neale was overcome by his emotions. He sensed that from these men he would learn something. The first look from them told him that his errand was known.
"Howdy," greeted Larry. "It sure is good to see you men. The first we've come on in an awful hunt through these here hills." "There ain't any doubt that you lookin' friend," replied one of the trappers. "We're huntin' for Slingerland. Do you happen to know him?" "Knowed Al for years. He went through here a week ago, just after the big rain, wasn't it, Bill?"
"Well, to be exact, it was 8 days ago," replied Comrade Bill.
"Was he alone?"
asked Larry thickly.
"Sure, he's lookin' sick. He lost his girl not long since, he said, and it broke him bad."
"Lost her? How?"
"Well, he was sure it wasn't redskins," rejoined the trapper reflectively. "Slingerland stood in with the Sioux, traded with them.
"Tell me quick," hoarsely interrupted Neale. "What happened to Allie Lee?"
"Fellers, my pard here's hurt deep," said Larry. "The girl you spoke of was his sweetheart." "Young man, we only know what Al told us," replied the trapper. "He said the only time he ever left the lass alone was the very day she was taken. Al come home to find the cabin red hot ashes. Everything gone. No sign of the lass. No sign of murder. She was just carried off. There was tracks, horse tracks and boot tracks, to the number of 3 or 4 men and horses. Al trailed them, but that very night he had to hold up to keep from being drowned, as we had to hear. Well, next day he couldn't find any tracks. But he kept on hunting for a few days and then gave up. He said she'd be dead by then. Said she wasn't the kind that could have lived more'n a day with men like them. Some hard customers are drifting by from the gold fields. And Bill and I here ain't in love with this railroad idea. It'll ruin the country for trapping and living."
Some weeks later a gaunt and ragged cowboy limped into North Platte, walking beside a broken horse, upon the back of which swayed and reeled a rider tied in the saddle. It was not a sight to interest any except the lazy or the curious, for in that day such things were common in North Platte. The horse had bullet creases on his neck. The rider wore a bloody shirt. The gaunt pedestrian had a bandaged arm. Neale lay ill of a deeper wound, while the bullet hole healed in his side. Day and night Larry tended him or sat by him or slept near him in the shack on the outskirts of the camp. Shock, grief, starvation, exhaustion, loss of blood and sleep, all these brought Warren Neale close to death. He did not care to live. It was the patient, loyal friend who fought fever and heartbreak and the ebbing tide of life. Baxter and Henney visited North Platte and called to see him. And later the chief came and ordered Larry to take Neale to the tents of the corps. Everyone was kind, solicitous, earnest. He had been missed. The members of his corps knew the strange story of Allie Lee. They guessed the romance and grieved over the tragedy. They did all they could do, and the troop doctor added his attention. But it was the nursing, the presence, and the spirit of Larry King that saved Neale. He got well and went back to work with the cowboy for his helper. In that camp of toil and disorder, none but the few with whom Neale was brought in close touch noted anything singular about him. The engineers, however, observed that he did not work so well, nor so energetically, nor so accurately. His enthusiasm was lacking. The cowboy, always with him, was the one who saw the sudden spells of somber abstraction and the poignant, hopeless, sleepless pain, the eternal regret. And as Neale slackened in his duty, Larry King grew more faithful. Neale began to drink and gamble. For long the cowboy fought, argued, appealed against this order of things, and then failing to change or persuade Neale, he went to gambling and drinking with him. But then it was noted that Neale never got under the influence of liquor or lost materially at cards. The cowboy spilled the contents of Neale's glass and played the game into his hands. Both of them shrank instinctively from the women of the camp. The sight of anything feminine hurt. North Platte stirred with the quickening stimulus of the approach of the rails and the trains, and the army of soldiers whose duty was to protect the hordes of toilers and the army of tradesmen and parasites who lived off them. The construction camp of the graders moved on westward, keeping ahead of the camps of the layers. The first train that reached North Platte brought directors of the U.P.R., among them Warburton and Rudd and Rogers, also Commissioners Lee and Dunn, and a host of followers on the tour of inspection. The 5 miles of Neale's section of road that the commissioners had judged at fault had been torn up, resurveyed, and relaid. Neale rode back over the line with Baxter and surveyed the renewed part. Then, returning to North Platte, he precipitated consternation among directors and commissioners and engineers as they sat in council by throwing on the table figures of the new survey identical with his old data. Gentlemen, the 5 miles of track tore up and rebuilt had precisely the same grade to an inch, he declared with ringing scorn. Baxter corroborated his statement. The commissioners roared and the directors demanded explanations. "I'll explain it," shouted Neale. $46,000 a mile. 5 miles, $230,000, spent twice, taken twice by the same construction company. Warburton, a tall, white-haired man in a frock coat, got up and pounded the table with his fist. "Who is this young engineer?" he thundered. "He has the nerve to back his work instead of sneaking to get a bribe. And he tells the truth. We're building twice, spending twice when once is enough." An uproar ensued. Neale had cast a bomb into the council. Every man there and all the thousands in camp knew that railroad ties cost several dollars each, that wages were abnormally high, often demanded in advance and often paid twice, that parallel with the great spirit of the work ran a greedy and cunning graft. It seemed to be inevitable, considering the nature and proportions of the enterprise. An absurd law sent out the commissioners. The politicians appointed them, and both had fat pickings. The directors likewise played both ends against the middle. They received the money from the stock sales and loans. They paid it out to the construction companies, and as they employed and owned these companies, the money returned to their own pockets. But more than one director was fired by the spirit of the project, the good to be done, the splendid achievement, the trade to come from across the Pacific. The building of the road meant more to some of them than a mere fortune. Warburton was the lion of this group, and he roared down the dissension. Then with a whirl he grasped Neale round the shoulders and shoved him face to face with the others. "Here's the kind of man we want on this job," he shouted, with red face and bulging jaw. "His name's Neale. I've heard of some of his surveys. You've all seen him face this council. That only, gentlemen, is the spirit which can build the U.P.R. Let's push him up. Let's send him to Washington with those figures. Let's break this damn idiotic law for appointing commissioners to undo the work of efficient men." Opportunity was again knocking at Neale's door. Allison Lee arose in the flurry, and his calm, cold presence, the steel of his hard gray eyes, and the motion of his hand entitled him to a voice. "Mr. Warburton and gentlemen," he said, "I remember this young engineer Neale.
When I got here today, I inquired about him, remembering that he had taken severe exception to the judgment of the commissioners about that 5 miles of road bed. I learned he is a strange, excitable young feller who leaves his work for long wild trips and who is a drunkard and a gambler. It seems to me somewhat absurd seriously to consider the false report with which he has excited this council.
It's not false, retorted Neale with flashing eyes. Then he appealed to Warburton, and he was white and eloquent. You directors know better. This man Lee is no engineer. He doesn't know a foot grade from a 45-degree slope. Not a man in that outfit had the right or the knowledge to pass judgment on our work. It's political. It's a damn outrage. It's graft. Another commissioner bounced up with furious gestures.
We'll have you fired, he shouted.
Neale looked at him and back at Allison Lee and then at Warburton.
I quit,
he declared with scorn. To hell with your rotten railroad. Another hubbub threatened the big tent. Someone yelled for quiet, and suddenly there was quiet, but it did not come from that individual's call. A cowboy had detached himself from the group of curious onlookers and had confronted the council with 2 big guns held low. "Red, hold on!" cried Neale. It was Larry. One look at him blanched Neale's face.
Everybody sit still and let me talk,
drawled Larry, with the cool, reckless manner that now seemed so deadly. No one moved, and the silence grew unnatural. The cowboy advanced a few strides. His eyes, with a singular, piercing intentness, were bent upon Allison Lee, yet seemed to hold all the others in sight. He held one gun in direct alignment with Lee, low down, and with the other he rapped on the table. The gasp that went up from round that table proved that someone saw the guns were both cocked.
Did I understand you to say Neale lied about them surveying figures?
He queried gently. Allison Lee turned as white as a corpse. The cowboy radiated some dominating force, but the chill in his voice was terrible. It meant that life was nothing to him, nor death. What was the U.P.R. to him, or its directors, or its commissioners, or the law? There was no law in that wild camp but the law in his hands, and he knew it.
Did you say my pard lied?
He repeated. Allison Lee struggled and choking over a halting. No. The cowboy backed away slowly, carefully, with soft steps, and he faced the others as he moved.
I reckon that's about all,
he said, and slipping into the crowd, he was gone. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After Neale and Larry left, Slingerland saw 4 seasons swing round in which no visitors disturbed the loneliness of his valley. All this while he did not leave Allie Lee alone, or at least out of hearing. When he went to tend his traps or to hunt, to chop wood or to watch the trail, Allie always accompanied him. She grew strong and supple. She could walk far and carry a rifle or pack. She was keen of eye and ear, and she loved the wilds. She not only was of help to him, but she made the time pass swiftly. When a year passed after the departure of Neale and Larry King, it seemed to Slingerland that they would never return. There was peril on the trails these days. He grew more and more convinced of some fatality, but he did not confide his fears to Allie. She was happy and full of trust. Every day, almost every hour, she looked for Neale. The long wait did not drag her down. She was as fresh and hopeful as ever, and the rich bloom mantled her cheek. Slingerland had not the heart to cast a doubt into her happiness. He let her live her dreams. There came a day that spring when it was imperative for him to visit a distant valley where he had left traps he now needed, and as the distance was long and time short he decided to go alone. Allie laughed at the idea of being unsafe at the cabin. "I can take care of myself," she said. "I'm not afraid." Slingerland scarcely doubted her. She had nerve, courage. She knew how to use a gun, and underneath her softness and tenderness was a spirit that would not flinch at anything. Still he did not feel satisfied with the idea of leaving her alone, and it was with a wrench that he did it now. Moreover, he was longer at the journey than he had anticipated. The moment he turned his face homeward, a desire to hurry, an anxiety, a dread fastened upon him. A presentiment of evil gathered. But encumbered as he was with heavy traps, he could not travel swiftly. It was late afternoon when he topped the last ridge between him and home. What Slingerland saw caused him to drop his traps and gaze aghast. A heavy column of smoke rose above the valley. His first thought was of Sioux, but he doubted if the Indians would betray his friendship. The cabin had caught fire by accident, or else a band of wandering desperados had happened along to ruin him. He ran down the slope, stole down round to the group of pines, and under cover, cautiously, approached the spot where his cabin had stood. It was a heap of smoking logs and probably had burned for hours. There was no sign of Allie or of anyone. Then he ran into the glade. Almost at once he saw boot tracks and hoof tracks, while pelts and hides and furs lay scattered around, as if they had been discarded for choicer ones. "Robbers," muttered Slingerland. "And they've got the lass." He shook under the roughest blow he had ever been dealt. His conscience flayed him. His distress over Allie's fate was so keen and unfamiliar that, used as he was to prompt decision and action, he remained stock still, staring at the ruins of his home. Presently he roused himself. He had no hopes. He knew the nature of men who had done this deed, but it was possible that he might overtake them. In the dust he found 4 sizes of boot tracks, and he took the trail down the valley. Then he became aware that a storm was imminent and that the air had become cold and raw. Rain began to fall and the darkness came quickly. Slingerland sought the shelter of a nearby ledge, and there, hungry, cold, wet, and unhappy, he waited for sleep that would not come. It rained hard all night, and by morning the brook had become a yellow flood and the trail was under water. Toward noon the rain turned to a drizzly snow and finally ceased. Slingerland passed on down the valley, searching for tracks. The ground everywhere had been washed clean and smooth. When he reached the old St. Vrain and Laramie Trail, it looked as though a horse had not passed there in months. He spent another wretched night, and next day awoke to the necessities of life. Except for his rifle and his horses and a few traps back up in the hills, he had nothing to show for years of hard and successful work. But that did not matter. He had begun with as little and he could begin again. He killed meat, satisfied his hunger, and cooked more than he might carry with him. Then he spent 2 more days in that locality until he had crossed every outlet from his valley. Not striking a track, he saw nothing but defeat. That moment was bitter. "If Neale had happened along here now he'd kill me and serve me right," muttered the trapper. But he believed that Neale, too, had gone the way of so many who had braved these wilds. Slingerland saw in the fate of Neale and Allie the result of civilization marching westward. If before he had disliked the idea of the railroad entering his wild domain, he hated it now. Before that survey the Indians had been peaceful, and no dangerous men rode the trails. What right had the government to steal land from the Indians, to break treaties, to run a steam track across the plains and mountains? Slingerland foresaw the bloodiest period ever known in the West before that work should be completed. It had struck him deep, this white man movement across the Wyoming hills, and it was not the loss of all he had worked for that he minded. For years his life had been lonely, and then suddenly it had been full. Never again would it be either. Slingerland turned his back to the trail made by the advancing march of the empire builders and sought the seclusion of the more inaccessible hills.
Some day I'll work out with a load of pelts, he said, and then maybe I'll hear what's become of Neale and her.
He found, as one of his kind knew how to find, the valleys where no white man had trod, where the game abounded and was tame, where if the red man came he was friendly, where the silent days and lonely nights slowly made more bearable his memory of Allie Lee. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This sleeper box recording is in the public domain. Allie Lee possessed a mind at once active and contemplative. While she dreamed of Neale and their future, she busied herself with many tasks, and a whole year flew by without a lagging or melancholy hour. Neale, she believed, had been detained or sent back to Omaha, or given more important work than formerly. She divined Slingerland's doubt, but she would not give it room in her consciousness. Her heart told her that all was well with Neale and that sooner or later he would return to her. In Allie, love had worked magic. It had freed her from a horrible black memory. She had been alone. She had wanted to die so as to forget those awful yells and screams, the murder, the blood, the terror and the anguish. She had nothing to want to live for. She had almost hated those two kind men who tried so hard to make her forget. Then suddenly, she never quite remembered when, she had seen Neale with different eyes. A few words, a touch, a gift, and a pledge. And life had been transformed for Allie Lee. Like a flower blooming overnight, her heart had opened to love. And all the distemper in her blood and all the blackness in her mind were dispelled. The relief from pain and dread was so great that love became a beautiful and all-absorbing passion. Freed then and strangely happy, she took to the life around her as naturally as if she had been born there, and she grew like a wild flower. Neale returned to her that autumn to make perfect the realization of her dreams. When he went away, she could still be happy. She owed it to him to be perfect in joy, faith, love, and duty. And her adversity had discovered to her an inward courage and an indomitable will. She lived for Neale. Summer, autumn, winter passed, short days full of solitude, beauty, thought, and anticipation, and always achievement, for she could not stay idle. When the first green brightened the cottonwoods and willows along the brook, she knew that before their leaves had attained their full growth, Neale would be on his way to her. A strange and inexplicable sense of the heart told her that he was coming. More than once that spring had she bent over the mossy rock to peer down at her face, mirrored in the crystal spring. Neale had made her aware of her beauty, and she was proud of it, since it seemed to be such a strange treasure to him. On the May morning that Slingerland left her alone, she was startled by the clip-clop of horses trotting up the trail a few hours after his departure. Her first thought was that Neale and Larry had returned. All her being suddenly radiated with rapture. She flew to the door. 4 horsemen rode into the clearing, but Neale was not among them. Allie's joy was short-lived, and the reaction to disappointment was a violent, agonizing wrench. She lost all control of her muscles for a moment and had to lean against the cabin to keep from falling. By this time the foremost rider had pulled in his horse near the door. He was a young giant with hulking shoulders, ruddy faced, bold eyed, ugly mouthed. He reminded Allie of someone she had seen in California. He stared hard at her.
Hello, ain't you Durade's girl? He asked in gruff astonishment.
Then Allie knew she had seen him out in the gold fields.
No, I'm not, she replied.
Uh-huh. You look uncommon like her. Anybody home around here?
Slingerland went over the hill, said Allie. He'll be back presently.
The fellow brushed her aside and went into the cabin. Then the other three riders arrived.
Morning, miss,
said one, a grizzled veteran, who might have been a miner, trapper, or bandit. The other two reined in behind him. One wore a wide-brimmed hat sombrero, from under which a dark, sinister face gleamed. The last man had sandy hair and light, roving eyes.
Where's Fresno? He asked. I'm inside,
replied the man called Fresno, and he appeared at the door. He stretched out a long arm and grasped Allie before she could avoid him. When she began to struggle, the huge hand closed on her wrist until she could have screamed with pain.
Hold on, girl. Won't do no good to jerk. If you holler, I'll choke you, he said. Fellas, get inside the cabin and rustle around lively.
With one pull, he hauled Allie toward his horse, and taking a lasso off his saddle, he roped her arms to her sides and tied her to the nearest tree.
Keep 'em on now. It'll be the worse for you,
he ordered. Then he went into the cabin. They were a bad lot, and Slingerland's reason for worry had at last been justified. Allie did not fully realize her predicament until she found herself bound to the tree. Then she was furious and strained with all her might to slip free of the rope. But the efforts were useless. She only succeeded in bruising her arms for nothing. When she desisted, she was ready to succumb to despair, until a flashing thought of Neale, of the agony that must be his if he lost her or if harm befell her, drew her up sharply, thrillingly. A girl's natural and instinctive fear was vanquished by her love. She heard the robbers knocking things about in the cabin. They threw bales of beaver pelts out of the door. Presently Fresno reappeared carrying a buckskin sack in which Slingerland kept his money and a few valuables, and the others followed, quarreling over a cane-covered demijohn in which there had once been liquor.
Nary a drop,
growled the one who got possession of it, and with rage he threw the thing back into the cabin where it crashed into the fire.
Sandy, you've scattered the fire,
protested the grizzled robber as he glanced into the cabin.
Them furs is catching. Let 'em burn,
called Fresno.
We got all we want. Come on. But what's the sense burning the feller's cabin down? Nothing. It'll burn, said the dark-faced man. And if it does, it'll look like Indians' work. Savvy, old Miles?
They shuffled out together. Evidently, Fresno was the leader, or at least the strongest force. He looked at the sack in his hand and then at Allie.
You fellers fight over that,
he said, and throwing the sack on the ground, he strode toward Allie. The three men all made a rush for the sack, and Sandy got it. The other two pressed round him, not threateningly, but aggressively, sure of their rights.
I'll divide,
said Sandy as he mounted his horse.
Wait till we get to camp. You fellers pack the beavers.
Fresno untied Allie from the tree, but he left the lasso round her. Holding to it and her arm, he rudely dragged her to his horse.
Get up and hurry,
he ordered. Allie mounted. The stirrups were too long.
You fellers clear out,
called Fresno,
and catch me one of them horses we seen along the brook.
While he readjusted the stirrups, Allie looked down upon him. He was an uncouth ruffian, and his touch gave her an insupportable disgust. He wore no weapons, but his saddle holster contained a revolver, and the sheath a Winchester. Allie could have shot him and made a run for it, and she had the nerve to attempt it. The others, however, did not get out of sight before Fresno had the stirrups adjusted. He strode after them, leading the horse. Allie glanced back to see a thin stream of smoke coming out of the cabin door. Then she faced about, desperately resolved to take any chance to get away. She decided that she would not be safe among these men for very long. Whatever she was to do, she must do it that day, and she only awaited her opportunity. At the ford, Sandy caught one of Slingerland's horses, a mustang and the favorite of Allie, and one she could ride. He was as swift as the wind. Once upon him, she could run away from any horse which these robbers rode. Fresno put the end of the lasso round the mustang's neck. "Can you ride bareback?" he asked Allie. Allie lied. Her first thought was to lead them astray as to her skill with a horse, and then it occurred to her that if she rode Fresno's saddle there might be an opportunity to use the gun. Fresno leaped astride the mustang and was promptly bucked off. The other men guffawed. Fresno swore and, picking himself up, tried again. This time the mustang behaved better, but it was plain he did not like the weight. Then Fresno started off, leading his own horse, and at a trot that showed he wanted to cover ground. Allie heard the others quarreling over something, probably the gold Slingerland had been so many years in accumulating. They rode on to where the valley opened into another, along which wound the old St. Vrain and Laramie Trail. They kept to this, traveling east for a few miles, and then entered an intersecting valley where some distance up they had a camp. They had not taken the precaution to hide either packs or mules, and so far as Allie could tell, they had no fear of Indians. Probably they had crossed from California, and being dishonest and avoiding caravans and camps, they had not become fully acquainted with the perils of that region. It was about noon when they arrived at this place. The sun was becoming blurred and a storm appeared brewing. Fresno dismounted, dropping the halter of the mustang. Then he let go his own bridle. The eyes he bent on Allie made her turn hers away as from something that could scorch and stain. He pulled her off the saddle rudely, with coarse and meaning violence. Allie pushed him back and faced him. In a way, Allie had been sheltered all her life. Yet she had lived among such men as this man, and she knew that resistance or pleadings were useless. They would only inflame him. She was not ready yet to court death. "Wait," she said. "Uh-huh," he grunted, breathing heavily. He was an animal, slow-witted and brutal. "Fresno, I'm Durade's girl," she went on. "I thought I knowed you, but you're grown to be a woman and a damn pretty one." Allie drew him aside farther from the others, who had renewed a loud altercation. "Fresno, it's gold you want," she affirmed rather than asked. "Sure, but no small stake like that'd be my choice agin you," he leered, jerking a thumb back at his companions. "You remember Horn?" went on Allie. "Horn, the miner who made that big strike out near Sacramento?" "Yeah, that's who I mean," replied Allie hurriedly. "We left California in his caravan. He brought all his gold with him." Fresno showed a growing interest. "We were attacked by Sioux. Horn buried all that gold on the spot. All the others were killed except me. And I know where." Allie shuddered with what the words brought up, but no memory could weaken her. Fresno opened his large mouth to bawl this unexpected news to his comrades. "Don't call them. Don't tell them," Allie whispered. "There's only one condition. I'll take you where that gold's hidden." "Girl, I can make you tell," he replied, menacingly. "No, you can't." "You ain't so smart you think I'd let you go just for some gold?" he queried. "Gold be cheap along this trail soon, and girls like you are scarce." "No, that's not what I meant. Get rid of the others, and I'll take you where Horn buried his gold." Fresno stared at her. He grinned.
The idea evidently surprised and flattered him. Yet it was perplexing.
But Frank, he's my pard. That one with the black hat," he protested. "I couldn't do no dirt to Frank. What's your game, girl? I'll beat you into telling me where that gold is."
"Beaten won't make me tell," replied Allie, with intensity. "Nothing will, if I don't want to. My game is for my life. You know I've no chance among 4 men like you."
"Oh, I don't know about that," he blustered. "I can take care of you. But say, if you stand for Frank, maybe I'll take you up. Girl, are you lying about that gold?"
"No."
"Why didn't the trapper dig it up? You must have told him."
"Because he was afraid to keep it in or near the cabin. We meant to leave it until we were ready to go out of the country." That appeared plausible to Fresno, and he grew more thoughtful. Meantime, the altercation among the other 3 ruffians presumed proportions that augured a fight.
"I divide this sack when I get good and ready," declared Sandy. "But, pard, that's no square deal," protested old Miles. "I'm getting mad. I seen you meant to keep it all."
The dark-faced ruffian shoved a menacing fist under Sandy's nose.
"When I get mine?"
he demanded. Fresno wheeled and called.
"Frank, you come here."
The other approached sullenly.
"Fresno, that Sandy's a whole hog or none," he exclaimed.
"Let 'em fight it out," replied Fresno. "We've got a bigger game. Besides, they'll shoot each other up. Then we'll have it all. Come, give 'em elbow room." He led Allie and his horse away a little distance.
"Fetch them packs, Frank," he called.
The mustang followed, and presently Frank came with one of the packs. Fresno slipped the saddle from his horse, and laying it under a tree, he pulled gun and rifle from their sheaths. The gun he stuck in his belt, the rifle he leaned against a branch.
"Sandy'll plug old Miles in just another minute," remarked Fresno. "What's this other game?" queried Frank, curiously. "It's gold, Frank, gold," replied Fresno, and in a few words he told his comrade about Horn's buried treasure. But he did not mention the condition under which the girl would reveal its hiding place. Evidently he had no doubt that he could force her to tell. "Let's rustle," cried Frank, his dark face gleaming. "We want to get out of this country quick." "You bet. And I wonder when we'll be fetching up with them railroad camps we heard about. Camps full of gold and whiskey and women."
"We've enough on our hands now," replied Frank.
"Let's rustle for that."
A gunshot interrupted him. Then a hoarse curse rang out, and then 2 more reports from a different gun.
"Them last was Sandy's," observed Fresno coolly. "And of course they landed. Go see if old Miles hit Sandy."
Frank strode off under the trees. Allie had steeled herself to anything, and those shots warned her that now she had 2 less enemies to contend with, and that she must be quick to seize the first opportunity to act. She could leap upon the mustang, and if she was lucky she could get away. She could jump for the Winchester and surely shoot one of these villains, perhaps both of them. But the spirit that gave her the nerve to attempt either plan bade her wait, not too long, but longer, in the hope of a more favorable moment. Frank returned to Fresno, and he carried the sack of gold that had caused dissension. Fresno laughed.
"Sandy's plugged hard. Low down," said Frank. "You can't live. And old Miles is croaked."
"Uh-huh. Frank, I'll go get the other packs, and you see what's in this sack," said Fresno. When he got out of sight, Allie slipped the lasso from her waist. "I don't need that hanging to me," she said.
"Sure you don't, sweetheart,"
replied the ruffian Frank.
"That man Fresno's rough with ladies. But I'm gentle. Come and let me spill this sack in your lap."
"I guess not," replied Allie.
"Well, you're sure a cat. Look at her eyes.
All right, don't get mad at me." He spilled the contents of the sack out on the sand and bent over it. What had made Allie's eyes flash was the recognition of her opportunity. She did not hesitate an instant. First she looked to see where the mustang stood. He was near, with the rope dragging, half coiled. Allie suddenly noticed the head and ears of the mustang. He heard something. She looked up the valley slope and saw a file of Indians riding down, silhouetted against the sky. They were coming fast. For an instant Allie's senses reeled. Then she rallied. Her situation was desperate, almost hopeless, but here was the issue of life or death, and she met it. In one bound she had the rifle. Long before she had ascertained that it was loaded. The man Frank heard the click of the rising hammer. "What are you doing?" he demanded fiercely. "Don't get up," warned Allie. She stepped backward nearer the mustang. "Look up the slope. Indians!" But he paid no heed. He jumped up and strode toward her. "Look, man!" cried Allie, piercingly. He came on. Then Fresno appeared, running, white of face. Allie, without leveling the rifle, fired at Frank, even as his clutching hand struck the weapon. He halted, with sudden gasp, sank to his knees, fell against the tree, and then staggered up again. Allie had to drop the rifle to hold the frightening mustang. She mounted him, urged him away, and hauled in the dragging lasso. Once clear of brush and stones, he began to run. Allie saw a clear field ahead, and there were steep, rocky slopes boxing the valley. She would be hemmed in. She got the mustang turned and ran among the trees, keeping far over to the left. She heard beating hoofs off to the right, crashings in brush, and then yells. An opening showed the slope alive with Indians riding hard. Some were heading down and others up the valley to cut off her escape. The majority were coming straight for the clumps of trees. Fresno burst out of cover, mounted on Sandy's bay horse. He began to shoot, and the Indians fired in reply. All along the slopes rose white puffs of smoke, and bullets clipped dust from the ground in front of Allie. Fresno drew ahead. The bay horse was swift. Allie pulled her mustang more to the left, hoping to get over the ridge, which on that side was not high. To her dismay, Indians appeared there too. She wheeled back to the first course and saw that she must attempt what Fresno was trying. Then the robber Frank appeared, riding out of the cedars. The Indian riders closed rapidly in on him, shooting all the time. His horse was hit and stumbling, and it almost threw the rider. Then the horse ran wildly, could not be controlled. One Indian was speeding from among the others. He had a bow bent double, and suddenly it straightened. Allie saw dust fly from Frank's back. He threw up his arms and slid off under the horse, the saddle slipping with him. The horse, wounded and terrorized, began to plunge, dragging man and saddle. Ahead, far to the right, Fresno was gaining on his pursuers. He was out of range now, but the Indians kept shooting. Then Allie's situation became so perilous that she saw only the Indians to the left, with their mustangs stretched out so as to intercept her before she got out into the wider valley. Her mustang did not need to be goaded. The yells behind and on all sides and the whistling bullets drove him to his utmost. Allie had all she could do to ride him. She was nearly blinded by the stinging wind, yet she saw those lithe, half-naked savages dropping gradually back, and she knew that she was gaining. Her hair became loose and streamed in the wind. She heard the yells then. No more rifles cracked. Her pursuers had discovered that she was a girl and were bent on her capture. Fleet and strong, the mustang ran, sure-footed, leaping the washes and outdistancing the pursuers on the left. Allie thought she could turn into the big valley and go down the main trail before the Indians chasing Fresno discovered her. But vain hope. Across the width of the valley where it opened up, a string of Indians appeared, riding back to meet her. A long dust line dotted with bobbing objects to the right. Behind, a close-packed bunch of hard riders. In front, an opening trap of yelling savages. She was lost. And suddenly she remembered the fate of her mother. Her spirit sank. Her strength fled. Everything blurred around her. She lost control of the mustang. She felt him turning, slowing. The yells burst hideously in her ears, like her mother's, her fate. A roar of speedy hoofbeats seemed to envelop her, and her nostrils were filled with dust. They were upon her. She prayed for a swift stroke, then for her soul. All darkened. Her senses were failing. Neale's face glimmered there in space and again was lost. She was slipping, slipping. A rude and powerful hold fastened upon her. Then all faded. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When Allie Lee came back from that black gap in her consciousness, she was lying in a circular tent of poles and hides. For a second she was dazed, but the Indian designs and trappings in the tent brought swift realization. She had been brought a captive to the Sioux encampment. She raised her head. She was lying on a buffalo robe. Her hands and feet were bound. The floor was littered with blankets and beaded buckskin garments. Through a narrow opening she saw that the day was far spent. Indians and horses passed to and fro. There was a bustle outside and a jabber of Indian jargon. The wind blew hard and drops of rain pattered on the tent. Allie could scarcely credit the evidence of her own senses. Here she was alive. She tried to see and feel if she had been hurt. Her arms and body appeared bruised and they ached, but she was not in any great pain. Her hopes arose. If the Sioux meant to kill her, they would have done it at once. They might intend to reserve her for torture, but more likely their object was to make her a captive in the tribe. In that case, Slingerland would surely find her and get her freedom. Rain began to fall more steadily. Allie smelled smoke and saw the reflection of fires on the wall of the tent. Presently a squaw entered. She was a huge woman, evidently old, very dark of face and wrinkled. She carried a bowl and platter which she set down, and grunting, she began to untie Allie's hands. Then she gave the girl a not ungentle shake. Allie sat up. Do you mean to harm and kill me?" asked Allie. The squaw shook her head to indicate that she did not understand, but her gestures towards the things she had brought were easy to interpret. Allie partook of the Indian food, which was coarse and unpalatable, but it satisfied her hunger. When she had finished, the squaw laboriously tied the thongs round Allie's wrists and, pushing her back on the robe, covered her up and left her. After that it grew dark rapidly and the rain increased to a torrent. Allie, hardly realizing how cold she had been, began to warm up under the woolly robe. The roar of the rain drowned all the sounds outside. She wondered if Slingerland had returned to his cabin, and if so, what he had done. She felt sorry for him. He would take the loss hard, but he would trail her. He would hear of a white girl captive in the Sioux camp, and she would soon be free. How fortunate she was! A star of Providence had watched over her. The prayer she had breathed had been answered. She thought of Neale. She would live for him. She would pray and fight off harm. She would find him if he could not find her. And lying there bound and helpless in an Indian camp, captive of the relentless Sioux, for all she knew in peril of death, with the roar of wind and rain around her and the darkness like pitch, she yet felt her pulses throb and thrill and her spirit soar at remembrance of the man she loved. In the end she would find Neale, and it was with his name trembling on her lips that she fell asleep. More than once during the night she awoke in the pitchy darkness to hear the wind blow and the rain roar. The dawn broke cold and gray, and the storm gradually diminished. Allie lay alone for hours, beginning to suffer by reason of her bonds and cramped limbs.
The longer she was left alone, the more hopeful her case seemed. In the afternoon she was visited by the squaw, released and fed as before. Allie made signs that she wanted to have her feet free so that she could get up and move about. The squaw complied with her wishes. Allie could scarcely stand. She felt dizzy. A burning, aching sensation filled her limbs. Presently the old woman led her out. Allie saw a great number of tents, many horses and squaws and children, but few braves. The encampment lay in a wide valley, similar to all the valleys of that country, except that it was larger. A stream in flood swept yellow and noisy along the edge of the encampment. The children ran at sight of Allie and the women stared. It was easy to see that they disapproved of her. The few braves looked at her with dark, steady, unfathomable eyes. The camp appeared rich in color, in horses and trappings. Evidently this tribe was not poor. Allie saw utensils, blankets, clothing, many things never made by Indians. She was led to a big lodge with a tent adjoining. Inside, an old Indian brave, grizzled and shrunken, smoked before a fire. And as Allie was pushed into the tent, a young Indian squaw appeared. She was small, with handsome, scornful face and dark, proud eyes, gorgeously clad in elaborate beaded and fringed buckskin, evidently an Indian princess or a chief's wife. She threw Allie a venomous glance as she went out. Allie heard the old squaw's grunting voice and the young one's quick and passionate answers. There was nothing for Allie to do but await developments. She rested, rubbing her sore wrists and ankles, thankful she had been left unbound. She saw that she was watched, particularly by the young woman, who often walked to the opening to glance in. The interior of this tent presented a contrast to the other in which she had been confined. It was dry and clean, with floor of rugs and blankets, and all around hung beaded and painted and feathered articles, some for wear and others for what purpose she could not guess. The afternoon passed without further incident until the old squaw entered, manifestly to feed Allie and tie her up as heretofore. The younger squaw came in to watch the latter process. Allie spoke to her and held out her bound hands appealingly. This elicited no further response than an intent look. Night came. Allie lay awake a good while and then she fell asleep. Next morning she was awakened by an uproar. Whistling and trampling mustangs, whoops of braves, the babble of many voices, barking of dogs, movement, bustle, sound, all attested to the return of the warriors. Allie's heart sank for a moment. This would be the time of trial for her. But the clamor subsided without any disturbance near her tent. By and by the old squaw returned to attend to her needs. This time on the way out she dropped a blanket curtain between the tent and the lodge. Soon Indians entered the lodge, quite a number, with squaws among them, judging by their voices. A harangue ensued, lasting an hour or more. It interested Allie, especially because at times she heard and recognized the quick, passionate utterance of the young squaw. Soon Allie's old attendant shuffled in and unbound her. Then, lifting the curtain, she motioned to Allie to come out. Allie went into the lodge. An early sun, shining into the wide door, lighted the place brightly. It was full of Indians. In the center stood a striking figure, probably a chief, tall and lean, with scars on his naked breast. His face was bronzed with deep lines, somber and bitter, and cruel, thin lips and eyes that glittered like black fire. His head had the poise of an eagle. His piercing glance scarcely rested an instant upon Allie. He motioned for her to be taken away. Allie, as she was led back, got a glimpse of the young squaw, sullen with bowed head and dark, rich blood thick in her face. With heaving breast and clenched hands, She presented a picture of outraged pride and jealousy. Probably the chief had decided to claim Allie as his captive, a decision which would be fiercely resented by the young Indian bride. The camp quieted down after that. Allie peeped through a slit between the hides of which her tent was constructed, and she saw no one but squaws and children. The mustangs appeared worn out. Evidently the braves and warriors were resting after a hard ride or fight or foray. Nothing happened. The hours dragged. Allie heard the breathing of heavy sleepers. About dark she was fed again and bound. That night she was awakened by a gentle shake. A hand moved from her shoulder to her lips. The pale moonlight filtered into the tent. Allie saw a figure kneeling beside her, and she heard a whispered "shh." Then her hands and feet were freed. She divined then that the young squaw had come to let her go in the dead of night. Her heart throbbed high as her liberator held up a side of the tent. Allie crawled out. A bright moon soared in the sky. The camp was silent. The young woman slipped after her, and with a warning gesture to be silent, she led Allie away toward the slope of the valley. It was a goodly distance. Not a sound disturbed the peace of the beautiful night. The air was cold and still. Allie shivered and trembled. This was the most exciting adventure of all. She felt a sudden tenderness and warmth for this Indian girl. Once the squaw halted, with ear intent, listening. Allie's heart stopped beating, but no bark of dog nor sound of pursuit justified alarm. At last they reached the base of the slope. The Indian pointed high toward the ridge top. She made undulating motions of her hand as if to picture the topography of the ridges and the valleys between them. Then kneeling, she made a motion with her finger on the ground that indicated a winding trail. Whereupon she stealthily glided away, all without a spoken word. Allie was left alone, free, with direction how to find the trail. But what use was it for her to find it in that wilderness? Still her star kept drawing her spirit. She began to climb. The slope was grassy and her light feet left little trace. She climbed and climbed until she thought her heart would burst. Once upon the summit, she fell in the grass and rested. Far below, in the moon-blanched valley, lay the white tents and the twinkling campfires. The bay of a dog floated up to her. It was a tranquil, beautiful scene. Rising, she turned her back upon it with a muttered prayer for the Indian girl whose jealousy and generosity had freed her, and again she faced the ridge top and the unknown wilderness. A wolf mourned, and the sound, clear and sharp, startled her. But remembering Slingerland's word that no beast would be likely to harm her in the warm season, she was reassured. Soon she had crossed the narrow back of the ridge, to see below another valley like the one she had left, but without the tents and fires. Descent was easy, and she covered ground swiftly. She feared lest she should come upon a stream in flood. Again she mounted a slope, zigzagging up, going slowly, reserving her strength, pausing often to rest and to listen, and keeping a straight line with the star she had marked. Climbing was hard work, however slowly she went, just as going down was a relief to her wearied legs. In this manner she climbed 4 ridges and crossed 3 valleys before rest became imperative. Now dawn was near, as was evidenced by the paling stars and the gray in the east. It would be well for her to remain on high ground while day broke. So she rested, but soon cooling off, she suffered with the cold. Huddling down in the grass against a stone and facing the east, she waited for dawn to break. The stars shut their eyes. The dark blue of sky turned gray. A pale light seemed to suffuse itself throughout the east. The valley lay asleep in shadow. The ridges awoke in soft gray mist. Far down over the vastness and openness of the plains appeared a ruddy glow. It warmed, it changed, it brightened. A sea of cloudy vapors, serene and motionless, changed to rose and pink, and a red curve slid up over the distant horizon. All that whirl of plain and cloud and valley and ridge quickened as with the soul of day, while it colored with the fire of sun. Red, radiant, glorious, the sun rose. It was the dispeller of gloom, the bringer of hope. Allie Lee, lost on the heights, held up her arms to the east and the sun, and she cried, "Oh, God! Oh, Neale! Neale!" When she turned to look down into the valley below, she saw the white, winding, ribbon-like trail, and with her eyes she followed it to where the valley opened wide upon the plains. She must go down the slope to the cover of the trees and brush, and there work along eastward, ever with eye alert. She must meet with travelers within a few days, or perish of starvation, or again fall into the hands of the Sioux. Thirst she did not fear, for the recent heavy rain had left water holes everywhere. With action her spirit lightened, and the numbness of hands and feet left her. Time passed swiftly. The sun stood straight overhead before she realized she had walked miles, and it declined westward as she skulked like an Indian from tree to tree, from bush to bush, along the first bench of the valley floor. Night overtook her at the gateway of the valley. The vast monotony of the plains opened before her like a gulf. She feared it. She found a mound of earth with a wind-worn shelf in its side and overgrown with sage, and into this she crawled, curled in the sand, and prayed and slept. Next day she took up a position a few hundred yards from the trail and followed its course, straining her eyes to see before and behind her, husbanding her strength with frequent rests and drinking from every pool. That day, like its predecessor, passed swiftly by and left her well out upon the huge, billowy bosom of the plains. Again she sought a hiding place, but none offered. There was no warmth in the sand, and the night wind rose cold and moaning. She could not sleep. The whole empty world seemed haunting. Rustlings of the sage, seepings of the sand, gusts of the wind, the night, the loneliness, the faithless stars and a treacherous moon that sank, the wailing of wolves, all these things worked upon her mind and spirit until she lost her courage. She feared to shut her eyes or cover her face, for then she could not see the stealthy form stalking her out of the gloom. She prayed no more to her star. "Oh, God, have you forsaken me?" she moaned. How relentless the grip of the endless hours! The black night held fast. And yet when she had grown nearly mad waiting for the dawn, it finally broke, ruddy and bright with the sun, as always, a promise of better things to come. Allie found no water that day. She suffered from the lack of it, but hunger appeared to have left her. Her strength diminished. Yet she walked and plodded miles on miles, always gazing both hopelessly and hopefully along the winding trail. At the close of the short and merciful day, despair seized upon Allie's mind. With night came gloom and the memory of her mother's fate. She still clung to a strange faith that all would soon be well. But reason, fact, reality, these present things pointed to certain doom, starvation, death by thirst, or Indians. 1,000 times she imagined she heard the fleet hoof beating of many mustangs, only the tiny pats of the broken sage leaves in the wind. It was a dark and cloudy night, warmer and threatening rain.
She kept continually turning round and round to see what it was that came creeping up behind her so stealthily. How horrible was the dark, the blackness that showed invisible things. A wolf sent up his hungry, lonely cry. She did not fear this reality so much as she feared the intangible. If she lived through this night, there would be another one like it to renew the horror. She would rather not live. Like a creature beset by foes all around, she watched. She faced every little sound. She peered into the darkness, instinctively unable to give up, to end the struggle, to lie down and die. Neale seemed to be with her. He was alive. He was thinking of her at that very moment. He would expect her to overcome self and accident and calamity. He spoke to her out of the distance, and his voice had the old power, stronger than fear, exhaustion, hopelessness, insanity. He would call her back from the grave. And so the night passed. In the morning, when the sun lit the level land, far down the trail westward gleamed a long white line of moving wagons. Allie uttered a wild and broken cry, in which all the torture shuddered out of her heart. Again she was saved. That black doubt was shame to her spirit. She prayed her thanksgiving and vowed in her prayers that no adversity, however cruel, could ever again shake her faith or conquer her spirit. She was going to meet Neale. Life was suddenly sweet again, unutterably full, blazing like the sunrise. He was there, somewhere to the eastward. She waited. The caravan was miles away, but it was no mirage, no trick of the wide plain. She watched. If the hours of night had been long, what were these hours of day with life and the chance of happiness ever advancing? At last she saw the scouts riding in front and alongside, and the plodding oxen. It was a large caravan, well equipped for defense. She left the little rise of ground and made for the trail. How uneven the walking! She staggered. Her legs were weak, but she gained the trail and stood there. She waved. They were not so far away. Surely she would be seen. She staggered on, waved again. There! The leading scout had halted. He pointed. Other riders crowded around him. The caravan came to a stop. Allie heard voices. She waved her arms and tried to run. A scout dismounted, advanced to meet her, rifle ready. The caravan feared a Sioux trick. Allie descried a lean, gray old man. Now he was rapidly striding toward her.
It's a white gal,
She heard him shout. Others ran forward as she staggered to meet them.
I'm alone. I'm lost,
she faltered.
a white gal in Indian dress.
Said another. And then kind hands were outstretched to her.
I'm running away. Indians,
Panted Allie.
where?
Asked the lean old scout.
Over the ridges, miles, 20 miles more. They had me. I got away 3 days ago.
The group around Allie opened to admit another man.
Who's this? Who's this?
Called a quick voice, soft and liquid, yet with a quality of steel in it. Allie had heard that voice. She saw a tall man in long black coat and wide black hat and flowered vest and flowing tie. Her heart contracted.
Allie,
Rang the voice. She looked up to see a dark, handsome face, a Spanish face with almond eyes, slue black and magnetic, a face that suddenly blazed. She recognized the man with whom her mother had run away, the man she had long believed her father, the adventurer Durade. Then she fainted. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Allie recovered to find herself lying in a canvas-covered wagon and being worked over by several sympathetic women. She did not see Durade, but she knew she had not been mistaken. The wagon was rolling along as fast as oxen could travel. Evidently the caravan had been alarmed by the proximity of Sioux and was making as much progress as possible. Allie did not answer many questions. She drank thirstily, but she was too exhausted to eat. "Whose caravan?" was the only query she made. "Durade's," replied one woman, and it was evident from the way she spoke that this was a man of consequence. As Allie lay there, slowly succumbing to weariness and drowsiness, she thought of the irony of fate that had let her escape the Sioux only to fall into the hands of Durade. Still there was hope. Durade was traveling toward the east. Out there somewhere she would meet Neale, and then blood would be spilled. She had always regarded Durade strangely, wondering that in spite of his kindness to her, she could not really care for him. She understood now and hated him passionately. And if there was anyone she feared, it was Durade. Allie lost herself in the past, seeing the stream of mixed humanity that passed through Durade's gambling halls. No doubt he was on his way, first to search for her mother, and secondly to profit by the building of the railroad. But he would never find her mother. Allie was glad. At length she fell asleep and slept long, then dozed at intervals. The caravan halted. Allie heard the familiar sing-song calls to the oxen. Soon all was bustle about her, and this fully awakened her. In a moment or more she must expect to be face to face with Durade. What should she tell him? How much should she let him know? Not one word about her mother. He would be less afraid of her if he found out that the mother was dead. Durade had always feared Allie's mother. The women with whom Allie had ridden helped her out of the wagon, and finding her too weak to stand, they made a bed for her on the ground. The campsite appeared to be just the same as any other part of that monotonous plain land, but evidently there was a stream or water hole nearby. Allie saw her companions were the only women in the caravan. They were plain persons, blunt yet kind, used to hard, honest work, and probably wives of defenders of the wagon train. They could not conceal their curiosity in regard to Allie, nor their wonder. She had heard them whispering together whenever they came near. Presently Allie saw Durade. He was approaching. How well she remembered him. Yet the lapse of time and the change between her childhood and the present seemed incalculable. He spoke to the women, motioning in her direction. His bearing and action were that of a man of education and a gentleman. Yet he looked what her mother had called him, a broken man of class, an adventurer, a victim of base passions. He came and knelt by Allie. "How are you now?" he asked. His voice was gentle and courteous, different from that of the other men. I can stand up," replied Allie. "Are you hurt?" "No, only worn out." "You escaped from Indians?" "Yes, a tribe of Sioux. They intended to keep me captive, but a young squaw freed me, led me off." He paused as if it was an effort to speak, and a long, thin, shapely hand went to his throat. "Your mother?" he asked hoarsely. Suddenly his face had turned white. Allie gazed straight into his eyes with wonder, pain, suspicion. "My mother? I've not seen her for nearly 2 years." "My God! What happened? You lost her? You became separated? Indians? Bandits? Tell me." "I have no more to tell," said Allie. His pain revived her own. She pitied Durade. He had changed, aged. There were lines in his face that were new to her. "I spent a year in and around Ogden searching," went on Durade. "Tell me more." "No!" cried Allie. "Do you know then?" he asked very low. "I'm not your daughter, and mother ran off from you. Yes, I know that." replied Allie, bitterly. "But I brought you up, took care of you, helped educate you," protested Durade with agitation. "You were my own child, I thought. I was always kind to you. I loved the mother in the daughter." "Yes, I know. But you were wicked." "If you won't tell me, it must mean she's still alive," he replied swiftly. "She's not dead. I'll find her. I'll make her come back to me or kill her. After all these years to leave me." He seemed wrestling with mingled emotions. The man was proud and strong, but defeat in life, in the crowning passion of life, showed in his white face. The evil in him was not manifest then. "Where have you lived all this time?" he asked presently. "Back in the hills with the trapper." "You've grown. When I saw you I thought it was the ghost of your mother. You're just as she was when we met." He seemed lost in sad retrospection. Allie saw streaks of gray in his once jet black hair. "What will you do?" asked Allie. He was startled. The softness left him. A blaze seemed to leap under skin and eyes, and suddenly he was different. He was Durade the gambler, instinct with the lust of gold and life. "Your mother left me for you," he said with terrible bitterness. "And the game has played you into my hands. I'll keep you. I'll hold you to get even with her." Allie felt stir in her the fear she had had of him in her childhood when she disobeyed. "But you can't keep me against my will, not among people we'll meet eastward." "I can and I will," he declared softly but implacably. "We're not going east. We'll be in rougher places than the gold camps of California. There's no law but gold and guns out here. But if you speak of me to anyone, may your God have mercy on you." The blaze of him betrayed the Spaniard. He meant more than dishonor, torture, and death. The evil in him was rampant. The love that had been the only good in an abnormal and disordered mind had turned to hate. Allie knew him. He was the first person who had ever dominated her through sheer force of will. Unless she abided by his command, her fate would be worse than if she had stayed captive among the Sioux. This man was not an American. His years among men of later mold had not changed the old world cruelty of his nature. She recognized the fact in utter despair. She had not strength left to keep her eyes open. After a while Allie grew conscious that Durade had left her. She felt like a creature that had been fascinated by a deadly snake and then left to itself. In the meantime she could do nothing but wait. Shudderingly, mournfully, she resigned herself to the feeling that she must stay under Durade's control until a dominance stronger than his should release her. Neale seemed suddenly to have retreated far into the past, to have gone out of the realm of her consciousness. And yet the sound of his voice, the sight of his face, would make instantly that spirit of hers, his spirit, to leap like a tigress in her defense. But where was Neale? The habits of life were all powerful, and all her habits had been formed under Durade's magnetic eye. Neale retreated, and so did spirit, courage, and hope. Love remained, despairing, yet unquenchable. Allie's resignation established a return to normal feelings. She ate and grew stronger. She slept and was refreshed. The caravan moved on about 25 miles a day. At the next camp Allie tried walking again, to find her feet were bruised, her legs cramped, and the action awkward and painful. But she persevered, and the tingling of revived circulation was like needles pricking her flesh. She limped from one campfire to another, and all the rough men had a kind word or question or glance for her. Allie did not believe they were all honest men. Durade had employed a large force, and apparently he had taken on everyone who applied. Miners, hunters, scouts, and men of no hallmark except that of wildness composed the mixed caravan. It spoke much of Durade that they were under control. Allie well remembered hearing her mother say that he had a genius for drawing men to him and managing them. Once during her walk, when everyone appeared busy, a big fellow with hulking shoulders and bandaged head stepped beside her.
Girl, if you want a knife, slip into Durade. Tell me about him.
She recognized the whisper before she did the heated red face with its crooked nose and bold eyes and ugly mouth. Fresno! He must have escaped from the Sioux and fallen in with Durade. Allie shrunk from him. Durade, compared with this kind of ruffian, was a haven of refuge. She passed on without a sign. But Fresno was safe from her. This meeting made her aware of an impulse to run back to Durade, instinctively, just as she had when a child. He had ruined her mother. He had meant to make a lure of her, the daughter. He had showed what his vengeance would be upon that mother, just as he had showed Allie her doom should she betray him. But notwithstanding all this, Durade was not Fresno, nor like any of those men whose eyes seemed to burn her. She returned to the wagon and to the several women and men attached to it, with the assurance that there were at least some good persons in that motley caravan crew. The women, naturally curious and sympathetic, questioned her in one way or another. Who was she? What had happened to her? Where were her people or friends? How had she ever escaped robbers and Indians in that awful country? Was she really Durade's daughter? Allie did not tell much about herself, and finally she was left in peace. The lean old scout who had first seen Allie as she staggered into the trail told her it was over 100 miles to the first camp of the railroad builders.
Downhill all the way, he concluded, and we'll make it in a jiffy.
Nevertheless, it took nearly all of 4 days to sight the camp of the graders, the advance guard of the great construction work. In those 4 days Allie had recovered her bloom, her health, her strength, everything except the wonderful assurance which had been hers. Durade had spoken daily with her and had been kind, watchful, like a guardian. It was with a curious thrill that Allie gazed around as she rode into the construction camp. Horses and men and implements all following the line of Neale's work. Could Neale be there? If so, how dead was her heart to his nearness? The tents of the workers, some new and white, others soiled and ragged, stretched everywhere. Large tents belched smoke and resounded with the ring of hammers on anvil. Soldiers stood on guard. Men, red-shirted and blue-shirted, swarmed as thick as ants. In a wide hollow a long line of horses in double row, heads together, pulled hay from a rack as long as the line. And they pulled and snorted and bit at one another. A strong smell of hay and burning wood mingled with the odor of hot coffee and steaming beans. Fires blazed on all sides. Under another huge tent, or many tents without walls, stretched wooden tables and benches. On a scant sage and rocks and brush, and everywhere upon the tents, lay in a myriad of colors and varieties the lately washed clothes of the toilers. And through the wide street of the camp clattered teams and swearing teamsters, dragging plows with clanging chains and huge scoops turned upside down. Bordering the camp, running east as far as the eye could see, stretched a high, flat, yellow lane, with the earth hollowed away from it so that it stood higher than the level plain. And this was the work of the graders, the roadbed of the Union Pacific Railroad, the U.P. Trail. This camp appeared to be Durade's destination. His caravan rode through and halted on the outskirts of the far side. Preparations began for what Allie concluded would be a permanent halt. At once began a significant disintegration of Durade's party. One by one the scouts received payment from their employer, and with horse and pack disappeared toward the camp. The lean old fellow who had taken kindly interest in Allie looked in at the opening of the canvas over her wagon, and wishing her luck, bade her good bye. The women likewise said good bye, informing her that they were going on home. Not one man among those left would Allie have trusted. During the hurried setting of camp, Durade came to Allie. "Allie," he said, "you don't have to keep cooped up in there unless I tell you. But don't talk to anyone. And don't go that way." He pointed toward the humming camp. "That place beats any gold diggings I ever saw. he concluded. The tall, scant sage afforded Allie some little seclusion, and she walked there until Durade called her to supper. She ate alone on a wagon seat, and when twilight fell she climbed into her wagon, grateful that it was high off the ground and so enclosed her from all except sound. Darkness came. The fire died down. The low voices of Durade and his men and of callers who visited them flowed continuously. Then presently there arose a strange murmur, unlike any sound Allie had ever heard. It swelled into a low, distant roar. She was curious about it. Peeping out of her wagon cover, she saw where the darkness flared to yellow with a line of lights, torches or lanterns or fires. Crossing and recrossing these lights were black objects in twos and threes and dozens, and from this direction floated the strange low roar. Suddenly she realized it was the life of the camp. Hundreds and thousands of men were there together, and as the night advanced the low roar rose and fell and lulled away to come again, strange, sad, hideous, mirthful. For a long time Allie could not sleep. Next morning Durade called her. When she unlaced the canvas flaps, it was to see the sun high and to hear the bustle of work all about her. Durade brought her breakfast and gave her instructions. While he was about in the daytime, she might come out and do what she could to amuse herself. But when he was absent, or at night, she must be in her wagon tent, laced in, and she was not to answer any call. She would be guarded by Stitt, one of his men, a deaf mute, faithful to his interests, and who had orders to handle her roughly should she disobey. Allie would not have been inclined to mutiny, even without the fear and abhorrence she felt of this ugly and deformed mute. That day Durade caused to be erected tents, canopies, tables, benches, and last a larger tent into which the tables and benches were carried. Fresno worked hard, as did all the men except Stitt, who had nothing to do but watch Allie's wagon. Wearily the time passed for her. How many days must she spend thus, watching idly, because there was nothing else to do? Still, back in her consciousness, there was a vague and growing thought. Sooner or later Neale would appear in the flesh, as he now came to her in her dreams. That night Allie, peeping out, saw by the fire and torchlight a multitude of men drawn to Durade's large tent. Mexicans, Negroes, Irishmen, all kinds of men passed, loud and profane, careless and reckless, quarrelsome and loquacious. Soon there arose in her ears the long forgotten but now familiar sounds of a gambling hell in full blast. The rolling rattle of the wheel, sharp, strident, and keen, intermingled with the strange, rich, false clink of gold. It needed only a few days and nights for Allie Lee to divine Durade's retrogression. Before this he had been a gambler for the sake of gambling, even a sportsman in his evil way. Now he seemed possessed of an unscrupulous intent, a strange, cold, devouring passion to get gold and more gold, always more gold. Allie divined evidence of this, saw it, heard it. The man had struck the descent, and he was all the more dangerous for his lapse from the former standards, poor as they had been. Not a week had elapsed before the gambling hell roared all night. Allie got most of her sleep during the day. She tried to shut out what sound she could and tried to be deaf to the rest. But she had to hear the angry brawls, pistol shots and shrill cries. Yes, and the trample of heavy boots as men dragged a dead gamester out to the ditch. Day was a relief, a blessing. Allie was frequently cooped up in her narrow, canvas-covered wagon, but she saw from there the life of the grading camp. There were various bosses, the boarding boss who fed the laborers, the stable boss who had charge of the teams, the grading boss who ruled the diggers and scrapers, and the timekeeper boss who kept track of the work of all. In the early morning a horde of hungry men stampeded the boarding tents where the cooks and waiters made mad haste to satisfy loud and merry demands. At sunset the same horde dropped in, dirty and hot and lame, and fought for seats while others waited for their turn. Out on the level plain stretched the hundreds of teams, moving on and returning, the drivers shouting, the horses bending. The hot sun glared. The wind whipped up the dust. The laborers speeded up to the shout of the boss, and ever westward crept the low, level, yellow bank of sand and gravel, the roadbed of the first transcontinental railroad. Thus the daytime had its turmoil too, but this last was splendid, like the toil of heroes united to gain some common end. And the army of soldiers waited, ever keen-eyed, for the skulking Sioux. Mull, the boss of the camp, became a friend of Durade's. The wily Spaniard could draw to him any class of men. This Mull had been a driver of truck horses in New York, and now he was a driver of men. He was huge like a bull, heavy-lipped and red-cheeked, hairy and coarse, with big sunken eyes. A brute. A caveman. He drank, he gambled. He was at once a bully and a pirate. Responsible to no one but his contractor, he hated the contractor and he hated his job. He was great in his place, brutal with fist and foot, a gleaner of results from hard men at a hard time. He won gold from Durade, or as Fresno guffawed to a comrade, he had been allowed to win. Durade picked his man. He had big schemes and he needed Mull. Benton was Durade's objective point. Benton, the great and growing camp city where gold and blood were spilled in the dusty streets and life roared like a blast from hell. All that Allie heard of Benton increased her dread, and at last she determined that she would run any risk rather than be taken there. And so one night, as soon as it grew dark, she slipped out of the wagon and under cover of darkness made her escape. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The building of the UPR, as it advanced westward, caused many camps and towns to spring up and flourish like mushrooms in a single night, and trains were run as far as the rails were laid. Therefore, strange towns and communities were born, like to nothing that the world had ever seen before. Warren Neale could not get away from the fascination of the work and life, even though he had lost all his ambition and was now nothing more than an ordinary engineer, insignificant and idle. He began to drink and gamble in North Platte, more in a bitter defiance to fate than from any real desire. Then with Larry King he drifted out to Kearney. At Kearney, Larry got into trouble, characteristic trouble. In a quarrel with a construction boss named Smith, Larry accused Smith of being the crooked tool of the crooked commissioners who had forced Neale to quit his job. Smith grew hot and profane. The cowboy promptly slapped his face. Then Smith, like the fool he was, went after his gun. He never got it out. It distressed Neale greatly that Larry had shot up a man, and a railroad man at that. No matter what Larry said, Neale knew that the shooting was on his account. This deed made the cowboy a marked man. It changed him also toward Neale, inasmuch as that he saw his wildness was making small Neale's chances of returning to work. Larry never ceased importuning Neale to go back to his job. After shooting Smith, the cowboy made one more eloquent appeal to Neale and then left for Cheyenne. Neale followed him. Cheyenne was just sobering up after its brief and tempestuous reign as headquarters town, and though depleted and thin, it was now making a bid for permanency. But the sting and wildness of life had departed with the construction operations, and now Benton, had become the hub of the railway universe. Neale boarded a train for Benton and watched with bitterness the familiar landmarks he had learned to know so well while surveying the line. He was no longer connected with the great project, no more a necessary part of the great movement. Beyond Medicine Bow the grass and the green failed, and the immense train of freight cars and passenger coaches, loaded to capacity, clattered on into arid country. Gray and red, the drab and fiery colors of the desert, lent the ridges character, forbidding and barren. From a car window Neale got his first glimpse of the wonderful terminus city, and for once his old thrills returned. He recalled the distance, 698 miles from Omaha. So far westward was Benton. It lay in the heart of barrenness, alkali and desolation, on the face of the windy desert, alive with dust devils sweeping along, yellow and funnel-shaped, a huge blocked-out town, and set where no town could ever live. Benton was prey for sun, wind, dust, drought, and the wind was terribly and insupportably cold. No sage, no cedars, no grass, not even a cactus bush, nothing green or living to relieve the eye, which swept across the gray and the white, through the dust to the distant bare and desolate hills of drab. The hell that was reported to abide at Benton was in harmony with its setting. The immense train clattered and jolted to a stop. A roar of wind, a cloud of powdery dust, a discordant and unceasing din of voices came through the open windows of the car. The heterogeneous mass of humanity with which Neale had traveled jostled out, struggling with packs and bags. Neale, carrying his bag, stepped off into half a foot of dust. He saw a disintegrated crowd of travelers that had just arrived, and of travelers ready to depart. Soldiers, Indians, Mexicans, Negroes, loafers, merchants, tradesmen, laborers, an ever-changing and ever-remarkable spectacle of humanity. He saw stagecoaches with hawkers bawling for passengers bound to Salt Lake, Ogden, Montana, Idaho. He saw a wide white street, white with dust where it was not thronged with moving men and women and lined by tents and canvas houses and clapboard structures, together with the strangest conglomeration of painted and printed signs that ever advertised anything in the world. A woman, well clad, young, not uncomely, but with hungry eyes like those of a hawk, accosted Neale. He drew away. In the din he had not heard what she said. A boy likewise spoke to him. A greaser tried to take his luggage. A man jostling him felt of his pocket. And as Neale walked on, he was leered at, importuned, jolted, accosted, and all but mobbed. So this was Benton. A pistol shot pierced the din. Someone shouted. A wave of the crowd indicated commotion somewhere. And then the action and noise went on precisely as before. Neale crossed 5 intersecting streets. Evidently the wide street he was on must be the main one. In that walk of 5 blocks he saw thousands of persons, but they were not the soldiers who protected the line, nor the laborers who made the road. These were the travelers, the business people, the stragglers, the nondescripts, the parasites, the criminals, the desperados, and the idlers, all who must by hook or crook live off the builders. Neale was conscious of a sudden exhilaration. The spirit was still in him. After all, his defeated ambition counted for nothing in the great sum of his work. How many had failed? He thought of the nameless graves already dotting the slopes along the line and already forgotten. It would be something to live through the heyday of Benton. Under a sign, "Hotel," he entered a door in a clapboard house. The place was as crude as an unfinished barn. Paying in advance for lodgings, he went to the room shown him. A stall with a door and a bar, a cot and a bench, a bowl and a pitcher. Through cracks he could see out over an uneven stretch of tents and houses. Toward the edge of town stood a long string of small tents and several huge ones which might have been the soldiers' quarters. Neale went out in search of a meal and entered the first restaurant. It was merely a canvas house stretched over poles, with compartments at the back. High wooden benches served as tables, low benches as seats. The floor was sand. At one table sat a Mexican, an Irishman, and a Negro. The Irishman was drunk. The Negro came to wait on Neale, and receiving an order, went to the kitchen. The Irishman sidled over to Neale.
Say, did you hear about Casey?
He inquired in very friendly fashion. "No, I didn't," replied Neale. He remembered Casey, the flagman, but probably there were many Caseys in that camp.
There was a fight out on the line yesterday,"
went on the fellow.
"and the dumb redskins chased the gang to the troop train. What do you think? A bullet knocked Casey's pipe out of his mouth as he was running. And by golly, Casey stopped for it and was all shot up."
"Is he dead?" inquired Neale.
"Not yet. No bullets can't kill Casey."
Was his pipe a short black one?
"It was shot.
And did Casey have it everlastingly in his mouth?"
He slept in it."
Neale knew the particular Casey, and he examined this loquacious Irishman more closely. He recognized him as Pat Shane, one of the trio he had known during the survey in the hills 2 years ago. The recognition was like a stab to Neale. Memory of the Wyoming hills, of the lost Allie Lee, cut him to the quick. Shane had aged greatly. There were scars on his face that Neale had not seen before.
"Mister, don't I know yez?"
leered Shane, studying Neale with bleary eyes. Neale did not care to be remembered. The waiter brought his dinner, which turned out to be a poor one at a high price. After eating, Neale went out and began to saunter along the walk. The sun had set and the wind had gone down. There was no flying dust. The street was again crowded with men, but nothing like it had been after the arrival of the train. No one paid much attention to Neale. On that walk he counted 19 saloons, and probably some of the larger places were of like nature, but not so wide open to the casual glance. Neale strolled through the town from end to end and across the railroad outside the limits to a high bank, where he sat down. The desert was beautiful away to the west, with its dull, mottled hues backed by gold and purple, with its sweep and heave and notched horizon. Near at hand it seemed drab and bare. He watched a long train of flat and box cars come in, and saw that every car swarmed with soldiers and laborers. The train discharged its load of thousands and steamed back for more. Twilight fell. All hours were difficult for Neale, but twilight was the most unendurable, for it had been the hour Allie Lee loved best, and during which she and Neale had walked hand in hand along the brook, back in the lovely and beautiful valley in the hills. Neale could not sit still long. He could not rest, nor sleep well, nor work, nor indeed be of any use to himself or to anyone. And all because he was haunted and driven by the memory of Allie Lee. And at such quiet hours as this, in the midst of the turmoil he had sought for weeks, a sadness filled his soul and an eternal remorse. The love that had changed him and the life that had failed him seemed utterly misrelated. To and fro he paced on the bare ridge while twilight shadowed. A star twinkled in the west. A night wind began to seep the sand. The desert, vast, hidden, mysterious, yet so free and untrammeled, darkened. Lights began to flash up along the streets of Benton, and presently Neale became aware of a low and mounting hum, like a first stir of angry bees. The loud and challenging strains of a band drew Neale toward the center of the main street, where men were pouring into a big tent. He halted outside and watched. This strident, businesslike, quick-step music and the sight of the men and women attracted thereby made Neale realize that Benton had arisen in a day and would die out in a night. Its life would be swift, vile, and deadly. When the band ceased, a sudden roar came from inside the tent. a commingling of the rough voices of men and the humming of wheels, the clinking of glasses and gold, the rattling of dice, the hoarse call of a dealer, the shuffling of feet, a roar pierced now and then by the shrill, vacant, soundless laugh of a woman. It was that last sound that almost turned Neale away from the door. He shunned women. But this place fascinated him. He went in under the flaming lamps. The place was crowded. A huge tent stretched over a framework of wood, and it was full of people, din, smoke, movement. The floor was good planking covered with sand. Walking was possible only round the narrow aisles between groups of tables. Neale's sauntering brought him to the bar. It had to him a familiar look, and afterward he learned that it had been brought complete from St. Louis, where he had seen it in a saloon. It seemed a huge, glittering, magnificent monstrosity in that coarse, bare setting. Wide mirrors, glistening bottles, paintings of nude women, row after row of polished glass, a brawny, villainous barkeeper with 3 attendants, all working fast, a line of rough, hoarse men, 5 deep before the counter. All these things constituted a scene which had the aspects of a city, and yet was redolent with an atmosphere no city ever knew. The drinkers were not all rough men. There were elegant, black-hatted, frock-coated men of leisure in that line, not directors and commissioners and traveling guests of the U.P.R., but gentlemen of chance, gamblers. The band now began a different strain of dance music. Neale slowly worked his way around. At the end of the big tent a wide door opened into another big room, a dance hall full of dancers. Neale had seen nothing like this in the other construction camps. A ball was in progress. Just now it was merry, excited, lively. Neale got inside, and behind the row of crowded benches he stood up against a post to watch. Probably 200 people were in the hall, most of them sitting. How singular, it struck Neale, to see good-looking, bare-armed and bare-necked young women dancing there, and dancing well. There were other women, painted, hollow-eyed, sad wrecks of womanhood. The male dancers were young men, as years counted, mostly unfamiliar with the rhythmic motion of feet to a tune, and they bore the rough stamp of soldiers and laborers. But there were others, as there had been before the bar, who wore their clothes differently, who had a different pose and swing. Young men like Neale, whose earlier years had known some of the graces of society. They did not belong there. The young women did not belong there. The place seemed unreal. This was a merry scene, apparently with little sign, at that moment, of what it actually meant. Neale sensed its undercurrent. He left the dance hall. Of the gambling games he liked best both to watch and to play poker. It had interest for him. The winning or losing of money was not of great moment. Poker was not all chance or luck, such as the roll of a ball, the turn of a card, or the facing up of dice. Presently he became one of an interested group round a table watching 4 men play poker. One, a gambler in black, immaculate in contrast to his companions, had a white, hard, expressionless face with eyes of steel and thin lips. His hands were wonderful. Probably they never saw the sunlight, certainly no labor. They were as swift as light, too swift for the glance of an eye. But when he dealt the cards he was slow, careful, deliberate. The stakes were gold, and the largest heap lay in front of him. One of his opponents was a giant of a fellow, young, with hulking shoulders, heated face, and broken nose. A desperado if Neale ever saw one. The other 2 players called this strapping brute Fresno. The little man, with a sallow face like a wolf, was evidently too intent on the game to look up. He appeared to be losing. Beside his small pile of gold stood an empty tumbler. The other and last player was a huge, bull-necked man whom Neale had seen before. It was difficult to place him, but after studying the red cheeks and heavy, drooping mustache, and hearing the loud voice, he recognized him as a boss of graders, a head boss. Presently the sallow-faced player called him Mull, and then Neale remembered him well. Several of the watchers round this table lounged away, leaving a better vantage point for Neale. "May I sit in the game?" he inquired during a deal.
"Certainly,"
replied the gambler.
"No, we've got enough,"
said the sallow man, and he glanced from Neale to the gambler as if he suspected them. Gamblers often worked in pairs. "I just came to Benton," added Neale, reading the man's thought. "I never saw the gentleman in black before." "What the hell!" grumbled Mull, grabbing up his cards. Fresno leered. The gambler leaned back and his swift white hands flashed. Neale believed he had a derringer up each sleeve. A wrong word now would precipitate a fight. "Excuse me," said Neale hastily. "I don't want to make trouble. I just said I never saw this gentleman before." "Nor I him," returned the gambler, courteously. "My name's Place Huff, and my word is not doubted." Neale had heard of this famous Mississippi River gambler. So, evidently, had the other three players. The game proceeded, and when it came to Huff's deal, Mull bet hard and lost all. His big, hairy hand shook. He looked at Fresno and the other fellow, but not at Huff. "I'm broke," he said, gruffly, and got up from the bench. He strode past Huff and behind him. Then, as if suddenly, instinctively answering to fury, he whipped out a gun. Neale, just as instinctively, grasped the rising hand. "Hold on there!" he called. "Would you shoot a man in the back?" And Neale, whose grip was powerful, caused the other to drop the gun. Neale kicked it aside. Fresno got up. "Where's your head, Mull?" he growled. "Get out of this!" Attention had been attracted to Mull. Someone picked up the gun. The sallow-faced man rose, holding out his hand for it. Huff did not even turn around. "I was going to hold him up," said Mull. He glared fiercely at Neale, wrenched his hand free, and with his comrades disappeared in the crowd. The gambler rose and shook down his sleeves. The action convinced Neale that he had held a little gun in each hand. "I saw him draw," he said. "You saved his life. Nevertheless, I appreciate your action. My name's Place Huff. Will you drink with me?" "Sure. My name's Neale." They approached the bar and drank together. "A railroad man, I take it?" asked Huff. "I was. I'm footloose now." A fleeting smile crossed the gambler's face. "Benton's bad enough without you being footloose." "All these camps are tough," replied Neale. "I was in North Platte, Kearney, Cheyenne, and Medicine Bow during their rise," said Huff. "They were tough, but they were not Benton. And the next camp west, which will be the last, it'll be roaring hell. What will be its name?" "Why is Benton worse?" inquired Neale. "The big work's well under way now, with a tremendous push from behind. There are 3 men for every man's work. That lays off 2 men each day. Drunk or dead. The place is wild. Far off. There's gold. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in gold dumped off the trains. Benton has had one payday. That day was the sight of my life. Then there are women. I saw a few in the dance hall," replied Neale. "Then you haven't looked in at Stanton's?" "Who's he?" "Stanton's not a man," replied Huff. Neale glanced inquiringly over his glass. "Beauty Stanton, they call her," went on Huff. "I saw her in New Orleans years ago when she was a very young woman. Notorious then. She had the beauty and she led the life, did Beauty Stanton." Neale made no comment, and Huff, turning to pay for the drinks, was accosted by several men. They wanted to play poker. "Gentlemen, I hate to take your money," he said, "but I never refuse to sit in a game. Neale, will you join us?" They found a table just vacated. Neale took 2 of the 3 strangers to be prosperous merchants or ranchers from the Missouri country. The third was a gambler by profession. Neale found himself in unusually sharp company. He did not have a great deal of money. So in order to keep clear-headed he did not drink. And he began to win. not by reason of excellent judgment, but because he was lucky. He had good cards all the time, and part of the time very strong ones. It struck him presently that these remarkable hands came during Hough's deal, and he wondered if the gambler was deliberately manipulating the cards to his advantage. At any rate, he won hundreds of dollars.
Mr. Neal, do you always hold such cards?
Asked one of the men.
Why, sure,
Replied Neale. He could not help being excited and elated.
Well, it can't be beat.
Said the other.
Lucky at cards, unlucky in love,
Replied the third of the trio.
I pass.
Hough was looking straight at Neale when this last remark was made, and Neale suddenly lost his smile, his flush. The gambler dropped his glass.
Play the game and don't get personal in your remarks, he said. This is poker.
Neale continued to win, but his excitement did not return, nor his elation. A random word from a strange man had power to sting him. Unlucky in love. Alas! What was luck, gold, anything to him anymore? By the time the game was ended, Neale felt a friendly interest in Hough that was difficult to define or explain, and the conviction gained upon him that the gambler had deliberately dealt him those remarkable cards.
Let's see,
Said Hough, consulting his watch.
12 o'clock. Stanton's will be humming. We'll go in.
Neale did not want to show his reluctance, yet he did not know what to say. After all, he was drifting. So he went. It seemed that all the visitors who had been in the gambling hall were gravitated to this other dance hall. The entrance appeared to be through a hotel. At least Neale saw the hotel sign. The building was not made of canvas, but painted wood in sections, like the scenes of a stage. Men were coming and going. The hum of music and gaiety came from the rear. There were rugs, pictures, chairs. This place, whatever its nature, made pretensions. Neale did not see any bar. They entered a big room full of people, apparently doing nothing. From the opposite side, where the dance hall opened, came a hum that seemed at once music and discordance, gaiety and wildness, with a strange, carrying undertone, raw and violent. Hough led Neale across the room to where he could look into the dance hall. Neale saw a mad, colorful flash and whirl of dancers. Hough whispered in Neale's ear, "Stanton throws the drunks out of here." No, it appeared the dancers were not drunk with liquor, but there was evidence of other drunkenness than that of a bottle. The floor was crowded. Looking at the mass, Neale could see whirling, heated faces, white, clinging arms, forms swaying round and round, a wild rhythm without grace, a dance in which music played no real part, where men and women were lost. Neale had never seen a sight like that. He was stunned. There were no souls here, only beasts of men and women for whom there was no name. If death stalked in that camp, as Hough had intimated, and hell was there, then the two could not meet too soon. If the mass and the spirit and the sense of the scene dismayed Neale, the living beings, the creatures, the women, for the men were beyond him, confounded him with pity, consternation, and stinging regret. He had loved two women, his mother and Allie, so well that he ought to love all women because they were of the same sex. Yet how impossible! Had these creatures any sex? Yet they were, at least many were, young, gay, pretty, wild, full of life. They had swift suppleness, smiles, flashing eyes, a look at once intent and yet vacant. But few onlookers would have noticed that. The eyes for which the dance was meant saw the mad whirl, the bare flesh, the brazen glances, the close embrace. The music ended. The dancers stopped. The shuffling ceased. There were no seats unoccupied, so the dancers walked around and formed in groups.
"Well, I see Ruby has spotted you,"
observed Hough. Neale did not gather exactly what the gambler meant, yet he associated the remark with a girl dressed in red who had paused at the door with others and looked directly at Neale. At that moment someone engaged Hough's attention. The girl would have been striking in any company. Neale thought her neither beautiful nor pretty, but he kept on looking. Her arms were bare, her dress cut very low. Her face offered vivid contrast to the carmine on her lips. It was a round, soft face with narrow eyes, dark, seductive, bold. She tilted her head to one side and suddenly smiled at Neale. It startled him. It was a smile with the shock of a bullet. It held Neale so that when she crossed to him he could not move. He felt rather than saw Hough return to his side. The girl took hold of the lapels of Neale's coat. She looked up. Her eyes were dark, with what seemed red shadows deep in them. She had white teeth. The carmined lips curled in a smile impossible to believe, of youth and sweetness, that disclosed a dimple in her cheek. She was pretty. She was holding him, pulling him a little toward her. "I like you," she exclaimed. The suddenness of the incident, the impossibility of what was happening, made Neale dumb. He felt her, saw her as he were in a dream. Her face possessed a peculiar fascination. The sleepy, seductive eyes, the provoking half smile, teasing, alluring. The red lips, full and young through the carmine paint. All of her seemed to breathe a different kind of power than he had ever before experienced. Unspiritual, elemental, strong as some heady wine. She represented youth, health, beauty, terribly linked with evil wisdom, and a corrupt and irresistible power, possessing a base and mysterious affinity for man. The breath and the charm and the pestilence of her passed over Neale like fire. "Sweetheart, will you dance with me?" she asked, with her head tilted to one side and her half-open, veiled eyes on his. "No," replied Neale. He put her from him, gently but coldly. She showed slow surprise. "Why not? Can't you dance? You don't look like a gawk." "Yes, I can dance," replied Neale. "Then will you dance with me?" she retorted, and red spots showed through the white on her cheeks. "I told you no," replied Neale. His reply transported her into a sudden fury. She swung her hand viciously. Hough caught it, saving Neale from a sounding slap in the face. "Ruby, don't lose your temper," remonstrated the gambler. "He insulted me," she cried, passionately. "He did not. Ruby, you're spoiled." "Spoiled hell! Didn't he look at me, flirt with me? That's why I asked him to dance. Then he insulted me. I'll make Cordy shoot him up for it." "No, you won't," replied Hough, and he pulled her toward his companion, a tall woman with golden hair. "Stanton, shut her up." The woman addressed spoke a few words in Ruby's ear. Then the girl flounced away. But she spoke with withering scorn to Neale. "What in hell did you come in here for, you big handsome stiff?" With that she was lost amid her mirthful companions. Hough turned to Neale. "The girl's a favorite. You ruffled her vanity. See, that's Benton. If you had happened to be alone you would have had gunplay. Be careful after this." "But I didn't flirt with her," protested Neale. "I only looked at her, curiously, of course, and I said I wouldn't dance." Hough laughed. "You're young and Benton. Neale, let me introduce you to the lady who saved you from some inconvenience. Miss Stanton, Mr. Neale." And that was how Neale met Beauty Stanton. It seemed she had done him a service. He thanked her. Neale's manner with women was courteous and deferential. It showed strangely here by contrast. The Stanton woman was superb, not more than 30 years old, with a face that must have been lovely once, and held the haunting ghost of beauty still. Her hair was dead gold. Her eyes were large and blue, with dark circles under them, and her features had a clear-cut classic regularity. "Where's Ancliffe?" asked Hough, addressing Stanton. She pointed, and Hough left them. "Neale, you're new here," affirmed the woman, rather curiously. "Didn't I look like it?" I can't forget what that girl said," replied Neale. "Tell me."
She asked me what in the hell I came here for, and she called me.
"Oh, I heard what Ruby called you. It's a wonder it wasn't worse. She can swear like a trooper. The men are mad over Ruby. It'd be just like her to fall in love with you for snubbing her." "I hope she doesn't," replied Neale, constrainedly. "May I ask, what did you come here for?" "You mean here to the dance hall? Why, Hough brought me. I met him. We played cards and "No, I mean what brought you to Benton?" "I just drifted here. I'm looking for a lost friend," said Neale. "No work? But you're no spiker or capper or boss. I know that sort. And I can spot a gambler a mile. The whole world meets out here in Benton, but not many young men like you wander into my place." "Like me? How so?" "The men here are wolves on the scent for flesh, like bandits on the trail of gold. But you're like my friend Ancliffe." "Who's he?" asked Neale, politely. "Who is he? God only knows. But he's an Englishman and a gentleman. It's a pity men like Ancliffe and you drift out here." She spoke seriously. She had the accent and manner of breeding. "Why, Miss Stanton?" inquired Neale. He was finding another woman here, and it was interesting to him. "Because it means wasted life. You don't work. You're not crooked. You can't do any good. And only a knife in the back or a bullet from some drunken bully's gun awaits you." "That isn't a very hopeful outlook, I'll admit," replied Neale, thoughtfully. At this point Hough returned with a pale, slender man whose clothes and gait were not American. He introduced him as Ancliffe. Neale felt another accession of interest. Benton might be hell, but he was meeting new types of men and women. Ancliffe was fair. He had a handsome face that held a story, and tired blue eyes that looked out upon the world wearily and mildly, without curiosity and without hope. An Englishman of broken fortunes. "Just arrived, eh?" he said to Neale. "Rather jolly here, don't you think?" "A fellow's not going to stagnate in Benton," replied Neale. "Not while he's alive," interposed Stanton. "Miss Stanton, that idea seems to persist with you the brevity of life," said Neale, smiling. "What are the average days for a mortal in this bloody Benton?" "Days? You mean hours. I call the night blessed that someone's not dragged out of my place. And I don't sell drinks. I've saved Ancliffe's life 9 times I know of. Either he hasn't any sense or he wants to get killed." "I assure you it's the former," said the Englishman. "But, my friends, I'm serious," she returned, earnestly. "This awful place is getting on my nerves. Mr. Neale here, he would have had to face a gun already but for me." "Miss Stanton, I appreciate your kindness," replied Neale. "But it doesn't follow that if I had to face a gun I'd be sure to go down." "You can throw a gun?" questioned Hough. "I had a cowboy gun thrower for a partner for years, out on the surveying of the road. He's the friend I mentioned." "Boy, you're courting death," exclaimed Stanton. Then the music started up again. Conversation was scarcely worthwhile during the dancing. Neale watched as before. Twice as he gazed at the whirling couples, he caught the eyes of the girl Ruby bent upon him. They were expressive of pique, resentment, curiosity. Neale did not look that way any more. Besides, his attention was drawn elsewhere. Hough yelled in his ear to watch the fun. A fight had started. A strapping fellow wearing a belt containing gun and bowie knife had jumped upon a table just as the music stopped. He was drunk. He looked like a young workman ambitious to be a desperado.
Ladies and gentlemen, he brawled, I've been requested to sing.
Yells and hoots answered him. He glared ferociously around, trying to pick out one of his insulters. Trouble was brewing. Something was thrown at him from behind and it struck him. He wheeled, unsteady upon his feet. Then several men, bareheaded and evidently attendants of the hall, made a rush for him. The table was upset. The would-be singer went down in a heap and he was pounced upon, handled like a sack and thrown out. The crowd roared its glee. "The worst of that is those fellows always come back drunk and ugly," said Stanton. "Then we all begin to run or dodge. "Your men didn't lose time with that rowdy," remarked Neale. "I've hired all kinds of men to keep order," she replied. "Laborers, ex-sheriffs, gunmen, bad men. The Irish are the best on the job. But they won't stick. I've got 8 men here now, and they're a tough lot. I'm scared to death of them. I believe they robbed my guests. But what can I do? Without some aid I couldn't run the place. It'd be the death of me." Neale did not doubt that. A shadow surely hovered over this strange woman. But he was surprised at the seriousness with which she spoke. Evidently she tried to preserve order, to avert fights and bloodshed, so that licentiousness could go on unrestrained. Neale believed they must go hand in hand. He did not see how it would be possible for a place like this to last long. It could not. The life of the place brought out the worst in men. It created opportunities. Neale watched them pass, seeing the truth in the red eyes, the heavy lids, the open mouths, the look and gait and gesture. A wild frenzy had fastened upon their minds. He found an added curiosity in studying the faces of Ancliffe and Hough. The Englishman had run his race. Any place would suit him for the end. Neale saw this and marveled at the man's ease and grace and amiability. He reminded Neale of Larry Red King, the same cool, easy, careless air. Ancliffe would die game. Hough was not affected by this sort of debauched life any more than he would have been by any other kind. He preyed on men. He looked on with cold, gray, expressionless face. Possibly he, too, would find an end in Benton sooner or later. These reflections, passing swiftly, made Neale think of himself. What was true for others must be true of him. The presence of any of these persons, of Hough and Ancliffe, of himself, in Beauty Stanton's gaudy resort, was sad proof of a disordered life. Someone touched him, interrupted his thought. "You've had trouble?" asked Stanton, who had turned from the others. "Yes," he said. "Well, we've all had that. You seem young to me." Hough turned to speak to Stanton. "Ruby is going to make trouble." "No!" exclaimed the woman, with eyes lighting. Neale then saw that the girl Ruby, with a short, bold-looking fellow who packed a gun, and several companions of both sexes, had come in from the dance hall and had taken up a position near him. Stanton went over to them. She drew Ruby aside and talked to her. The girl showed none of the passion that had marked her manner a little while before. Presently Stanton returned. "Ruby's got over her temper," she said, with evident relief to Neale. "She asked me to say that she apologized. It's just what I told you. She'll fall madly in love with you for what you did. She's of good family, Neale. She has a sister she talks much of, and a home she could go back to if she wasn't ashamed." "That's so," replied Neale, thoughtfully. "Let me talk to her." At a slight sign from Stanton, Ruby joined the group. "Ruby, you've already introduced yourself to this gentleman, but not so nicely as you might have done," said Beauty. "I'm sorry," replied Ruby. A certain wistfulness showed in her low tones. "Maybe I was rude," said Neale. "I didn't intend to be. I couldn't dance with anyone here or anywhere." Then he spoke to her in a lower tone. "But I'll tell you what I will do. I won $1,000 tonight. I'll give you half of it if you'll go home." The girl shrank as if she had received a stab. Then she stiffened. "Why don't you go home?" she retorted. "We're all going to hell out here, and the gamiest will get there soonest." She glared at Neale an instant, white-faced and hard, and then, rejoining her companions, she led them away. Beauty Stanton seemed to have received something of the check that had changed the girl Ruby. "Gentlemen, you're my only friends in Benton, but these are business hours." Presently she leaned toward Neale and whispered to him, "Boy, you are courting death. Something has hurt you. But you're young. Go home." Then she bade him good night and left the group. He looked on in silence after that, and presently, when Ancliffe departed, he was glad to follow Hough into the street. There the same confusion held. A loud throng hurried by, as if bent on cramming into a few hours the life that would not last long. Neale was interested to inquire more about Ancliffe, and the gambler replied that the Englishman had come from no one knew where, that he did not go to extremes in drinking or betting, that evidently he had become attached to Beauty Stanton, that surely he must be a ruined man of class who had left all behind him and had become like so many out there, a leaf in the storm. "Stanton took to you," went on Hough. "I saw that. And poor Ruby. I'll tell you, Neale, I'm sorry for some of these women." "Who wouldn't be? Women of this class are strange to you, Neale, but I've mixed with them for years. Of course, Benton sets a pace no man ever saw before. Still, even the hardest and the vilest of these scullions sometimes shows an amazing streak of good. And women like Ruby and Beauty Stanton, whose early surroundings must have been refined, they're beyond understanding. They will cut your heart out for a slight, and sacrifice their lives for sake of a courteous word. It was your manner that cut Ruby and won Beauty Stanton. They meet with neither coldness nor courtesy out here. It must be bitter as gall for a woman like Stanton to be treated as you treated her, with respect. Yet, see how it got her." "I didn't see anything in particular," replied Neale. "You were too excited and disgusted with the whole scene," said Hough as they reached the roaring lights of the gambling hall. "Will you go in and play again? There are always open games." "No, I guess not, unless you think." "Boy, I think nothing, except that I liked your company and that I owed you a service. Good night." Neale walked to his lodgings tired and thoughtful and moody. Behind him the roar lulled and swelled. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. He wondered when these night hawks slept. He wondered where Larry was. As for himself, he found slumber not easily gained. Dawn was lighting in the east when he at last fell asleep. The end of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Neale slept until late the next day and awoke with the pang that a new day always gave him now. He arose slowly, gloomily, and with the hateful consciousness that he had nothing to do. He had wanted to be alone, and now loneliness was bad for him. "If I were half a man I'd get out of here quick," he muttered in scorn. And he thought of the broken Englishman, serene and at ease, settled with himself. And he thought of the girl Ruby who had flung the taunt at him. Not for a long time would he forget that. Certainly this abandoned girl was not a coward. She was lost, but she was magnificent. "I guess I'll leave Benton," he soliloquized. But the place, the wildness, fascinated him. "No, I guess I'll stay." It angered him that he was ashamed of himself. He was a victim of many moods, and underneath every one of them was the steady ache, the dull pain, the pang in his breast, deep in the bone. As he left his lodgings he heard the whistle of a train. The scene down the street was similar to the one which had greeted him the day before, only the dust was not blowing so thickly. He went into a hotel for his meal and fared better, watching the hurry and scurry of men. After he had finished he strolled toward the station. Benton had 2 trains each day now. This one just in was long and loaded to its utmost capacity. Neale noticed an Indian arrow sticking fast over a window of one of the coaches. There were flat cars loaded with sections of houses and box cars full of furniture. Benton was growing every day. At least 1,000 persons got off the train, adding to the dusty, jostling melee. Suddenly Neale came face to face with Larry King. "Red!" he yelled, and made at the cowboy. "I'm sure glad to see you," drawled Larry.
What in hell bursted loose round here?"
Neale drew Larry out of the crowd. He carried a small pack done up in a canvas covering. "Red, your face looks like home to a man in a strange land," declared Neale. "Where are your horses?" Larry looked less at his ease.
"Well, I sold them."
"Sold them? Those great horses? Oh, Red, you didn't."
Hell, it costs money to ride on this here UPR that we built, and I had no money.
But what'd you sell them for? I cared for those horses."
Will you keep quiet about my horses?
Neale had never before seen the tinge of gray in that red bronze face. "But I told you to straighten up."
Well, who hasn't? Retorted Larry.
You haven't. Don't lie.
If you put it that way, all right. Now, what are you all going to do about it?
"I'll lick you good," declared Neale, hotly. He was angry with Larry, but angrier with himself that he had been the cause of the cowboy's loss of work and of his splendid horses.
Lick me?
Ejaculated Larry.
You mean beat me up?
"Yes, you deserve it." Larry took him in earnest and seemed very much concerned. Neale could almost have laughed at the cowboy's serious predicament.
Well, I reckon I ain't much of a fighter with my fists," said Larry, soberly. "So come and get it over."
"Oh, damn you, Red. I wouldn't lay a hand on you. And I'm sick. I'm so glad to see you." "I thought you got here ahead of me." Neale's voice grew full and trembling. Larry became confused. His red face grew redder, and the keen blue flash of his eyes softened.
Well, I heerd what a tough place this here Benton was, so I just come."
Larry ended this speech lamely, but the way he hitched at his belt was conclusive.
Well, by God, look who's here!"
he suddenly exclaimed. Neale wheeled with a start. He saw a scout in buckskin, a tall form with the stride of a mountaineer strangely familiar. "Slingerland!" he cried. The trapper bounded at them, his tanned face glowing, his gray eyes glad.
"Boys, it's come at last. I knowed I'd run to you some day," he said,
and he gripped them with horny hands. Neale tried to speak, but a terrible cramp in his throat choked him. He appealed with his hands to Slingerland. The trapper lost his smile, and the iron set returned to his features. Larry choked over his utterance.
"Allie, what about her?" "Boys, it's broke me down," replied Slingerland, hoarsely. "I swear to you I never left Allie alone for a year. And then the first time, when she made me go, I come back and finds the cabin burnt. She's gone. Gone. No redskin job. That damned riff-raff of California. I tracked 'em. Then a hell of a storm comes up. No tracks left. All's gone. And I goes back to my traps in the mountains."
"What became of her?" whispered Neale. Slingerland looked away from him.
"Son, you remember Allie. She'd die quick. Wouldn't you, Larry?" "Shore that girl couldn't have lived a day," replied Larry, thickly.
Neale plunged blindly away from his friends. Then the torture in his breast seemed to burst. The sobs came, heavy, racking. He sank upon a box and bowed his head. There Larry and Slingerland found him. The cowboy looked down with helpless pain.
"Oh, Pa, don't take it so hard," he implored.
But he knew, and Slingerland knew, that sympathy could do no good here. There was no hope, no help. Neale was stricken. They stood there, the elder man looking all the sadness and inevitableness of that wild life, and the younger, the cowboy, slowly changing to iron.
"Slingerland, you all said some California outfit got Allie?" he queried.
"I'm sure and certain," replied the trapper. "Them days there wasn't any traveling west so early after winter.
You recollect them 4 bandits that rode in on us one day? They was from California."
"Well, I'll be looking for men with that California brand," drawled King, and in his slow, easy, cool speech there was a note deadly and terrible. Neale slowly ceased his sobbing. "My nerve's gone," he said shakily.
No, it just broke you up to see Slingerland. And it sure did me, too," replied Larry. "It's hard, but."
Slingerland could not finish his thought. "Slingerland, I'm glad to see you, even if it did cut me," said Neale, more rationally. "I'm surprised, too. Are you here with a load of pelts?"
No, boys, I had to give up trapping. I couldn't stand the loneliness after. And now I'm killing buffalo meat for the soldiers and the construction gangs. Just got in on that train with a carload of fresh meat."
"Buffalo meat," echoed Neale. His mind wandered.
Son, how's your work going?
Neale shook his head. The cowboy, answering for him, said,
We kind of chucked the work, Slingerland. What? Are you here in Benton doing nothing? Sure, that's the size of it.
The trapper made a vehement gesture of disapproval, and he bent a scrutinizing gaze upon Neale.
Son, you're not gone and
"Yes," replied Neale, throwing out his hands. "I quit. I couldn't work. I can't work. I can't rest or stand still." A spasm of immense regret contracted the trapper's face, and Larry King, looking away over the sordid, dusty, passing throng, cursed under his breath. Neale was the first to recover his composure. "Let's say no more. What's done is done," he said. "Suppose you take us on one of your buffalo hunts." Slingerland grasped at straws.
well, now, that ain't a bad idea. I can use you, he replied eagerly. But it's hard and dangerous work. We get chased by redskins often, and you'd have to ride. I reckon, Neale, you're good enough on a horse. But our cowboy friend here, he can't ride, as I recollect your old arguments. My job was horses, drawled Larry. And besides, you've got to shoot straight, which Reddy hasn't had experience of, went on Slingerland with a broader smile. I seen you was packing a Winchester, all shiny and new, replied Larry. Sure, I'm in for anything with riding and shooting. Neale and Larry accepted the proposition then and there. You'll need to buy rifles and shells, that's all, said Slingerland. I've horses and outfit over at the work camp, and I've been hunting east of there. Come on, we'll go to a store. That train's going back soon. Well, I come in on that train and I'm leaving on it, drawled Larry. Sure is funny, without even looking over this here Benton. On the ride eastward, Slingerland inquired if Neale and Larry had ever gone back to the scene of the massacre of the caravan where Horn had buried his gold. Neale had absolutely forgotten the buried gold. Probably when he and Larry had scoured the wild hills for Trace Valley, they had passed down the valley where the treasure had been hidden. Slingerland gave the same reason for his oversight. They talked about the gold and planned, when the railroad reached its foothills, to go after it. Both Indians and buffalo were sighted from the train before the trio got to the next camp. I reckon I don't like that, declared Slingerland. I was friendly with the Sioux, but now that I've come down here to kill off their buffalo for the whites, they're agin me. I know that. And I always regarded them buffalo as Injun property. If it wasn't that I seen this railroad means the end of the buffalo and the Indians too, I'd never have done it. That I'll swear. It was night when they reached their destination. How quiet and dark after Benton. Neale was glad to get there. He wondered if he could conquer his unrest. Would he go on wandering again? He doubted himself and dismissed the thought. Perhaps the companionship of his old friends and the anticipation of action would effect a change in him. Neale and Larry spent the night in Slingerland's tent. Next morning the trapper was ready with horses at an early hour. But owing to the presence of Sioux in the vicinity, it was thought best to wait for the work train and ride out on the plains under its escort. By and by the train, with its few cars and 100 workmen, was ready, and the trapper and his comrades rode out alongside.
Some few miles from camp the train halted at a place where stonework and filling awaited the laborers. Neale was again interested in spite of himself. Yet his love for that railroad was quite as hopeless as other things in his life. These laborers were picked men, all soldiers and many Irish. They stacked their guns before taking up shovels and bars.
"Darn me if it ain't me old friend Neale!"
exclaimed a familiar voice. And there stood Casey with the same old grin, the same old black pipe. Neale's first feeling of pleasure at seeing the old flagman was counteracted by one of dismay at the possibility of coming in contact with old acquaintances. It would hurt him to meet General Lodge or any of the engineers who had predicted a future for him. Shane and McDermott were also in this gang, and they slouched forward.
"It's that gun-toting cowboy at once was going to kill Casey,"
exclaimed McDermott at sight of Larry. Neale, during the few moments of reunion with his old comrades of the survey, received a melancholy insight into himself and a clearer view of them. The great railroad had gone on, growing, making men change. He had been passed by. He was no longer a factor. Along with many, many other men, he had retrograded. The splendid spirit of the work had not gone from him, but it had ceased to govern his actions. He had ceased to grow. But these uncouth Irishmen, they had changed. In many ways they were the same slow, loquacious, quarreling trio as before, but they showed the effect of toil, of fight, of growth under the great movement and its spirit, the thing which great minds had embodied, and these laborers were no longer ordinary men. Something shone out of them. Neale saw it. He felt an inexplicable littleness in their presence. They had gone on. He had been left. They would toil and fight until they filled nameless graves. He, too, would find a nameless grave, he thought, but he would not lie in it as one of these. The moment was poignant for Neale, exceedingly bitter and revealing. Slingerland was not long in sighting buffalo. After making a careful survey of the rolling country for lurking Indians, he rode out with Neale, Larry, and two other men, Brush, and an Irishman named Pat, who were to skin the buffalo the hunters killed, and help load the meat into wagons which would follow.
"It ain't no trick to kill buffalo,"
Slingerland was saying to his friends.
"but I don't want old bulls and old cows killed. And when you're riding fast and the herd's bunched, it's hard to tell the difference. You boys stick close to me and watch me first, and keep one eye peeled for Injuns."
Slingerland approached the herd without alarming it, until some little red calves on the outskirts of the herd became frightened. Then the herd lumbered off, raising a cloud of dust. The roar of hoofs was thunderous.
"Ride!"
yelled Slingerland. Not the least interesting sight to Neale was Larry riding away from them. He was whacking the buffalo on the rumps with his bare hand before Slingerland and Neale got near enough to shoot. At the trapper's first shot the herd stampeded. Thereafter it took fine riding to keep up, to choose the level ground and to follow Slingerland's orders. Neale got up in the thick of the rolling din and dust. Pursuit liberated something fierce within him which gave him a measure of freedom from his constant pain. All before spread the great bobbing herd. The wind whistled, the dust choked him, the gravel stung his face. The strong, even action of his horse was exhilarating. He lost track of Larry, but he stayed close to Slingerland. The trapper kept shooting at intervals. Neale saw the puffs of smoke, but in the thundering din he could not hear a report. It seemed impossible for him to select the kind of buffalo Slingerland wanted shot. Neale could not tell one from the other. He rode right upon their flying heels. Unable, finally, to restrain himself from shooting, he let drive and saw a beast drop and roll over. Neale rode on. Presently, out of a lane in the dust, he thought he saw Slingerland pass. He reined toward the side. Larry was riding furiously at him, and Slingerland's horse was stretched out, heading straight away. The trapper madly waved his arms. Neale spurred toward them. Something was amiss. Larry's face flashed in the sun. He whirled his horse to take Neale's course, and then he pointed. Neale thrilled as he looked. A few hundred rods in the rear rode a band of Sioux, coming swiftly. A cloud of dust rose behind them. They had, no doubt, been hiding in the vicinity of the grazing buffalo, lying in wait. As Neale closed in on Larry, he saw the cowboy's keen glance measuring distance and speed. "We sure got to ride," was what Larry apparently yelled, though the sound of words drifted as a faint whisper to Neale. But the roar of buffalo hoofs was rapidly diminishing. Then Neale realized what it meant to keep close to the cowboy. Every moment Larry turned round both to watch the Indians and to have a glance at his comrade. They began to gain on Slingerland. Brush was riding for dear life off to the right, and the Irishman, Pat, still farther in that direction, but in the most perilous situation of all. Already the white skipping streaks of dust from bullets whipped up in front of him. The next time Neale looked back, the Sioux had split up. Some were riding hard after Brush and Pat. The majority were pursuing the other three hunters, cutting the while a little to the right, for Slingerland was working round toward the work train. Neale saw the smoke of the engine and then the train. It seemed far away. He was sure the Indians were gaining. What incomparable riders! They looked half naked, dark, gleaming, low over their mustangs, feathers and trappings flying in the wind, a wild and panic-provoking sight. "Don't ride so close!" yelled Larry. "They're spreading." Neale gathered that the Indians were riding farther apart because they soon expected to be in range of bullets, and Larry wanted Neale to ride farther from him for the identical reason. Neale saw the first white puff of smoke from a rifle of the leader. The bullet hit far behind. More shots kept raising the dust, the last time still a few yards short.
"Gawd, look!"
yelled Larry.
"The devil's hit Pat's hoss."
Neale saw the Irishman go down with his horse, plunge in the dust, and then roll over and lie still.
"They got him!"
He yelled at Larry.
"Ride that horse!"
Came back grimly and appealingly from the cowboy. Neale rode as he had never before ridden. Fortunately his horse was fresh and fast, and that balanced the driving the cowboy was giving his mount. For a long distance they held their own with the Sioux. They had now gained a straightaway course for the work train, so that with the Sioux behind they had only to hold out for a few miles. Brush appeared as well off as they were. Slingerland led by perhaps 100 feet, far over to the left, and he was wholly out of range. It took a very short time at that pace to cover a couple of miles, and then the Indians began to creep up closer and closer. Again they were shooting. Neale heard the reports, and each one made him flinch in expectation of feeling the burn of a bullet. Brush was now turning to fire his rifle. Neale bethought himself of his own Winchester, which he was carrying in his hand. Dropping the rein over the horn of his saddle, he turned half round. How close, how red, how fierce these Sioux were! He felt his hair rise stiff under his hat, and at the same instant a hot wrath rushed over him. Madness to fight, to give back blow for blow. Just then several of the Indians fired. He heard the sharp cracks, then the spats of bullets striking the ground. He saw the little streaks of dust in front of him, then the whistle of lead. That made him shoot in return. His horse lunged forward, almost throwing him, and ran the faster for his fright. Neale heard Larry begin to shoot. It became a running duel now, with the Indians scattering wide, riding low, yelling like demons, and keeping up a continuous volley. They were well armed with white men's guns. Neale worked the lever of his rifle while he looked ahead for an instant to see where his horse was running. Then he wheeled quickly and took a snap shot at the nearest Indian, no more than 300 yards distant now. He saw where his bullet, going wide, struck up the dust. It was desperately hard to shoot from the back of a scared horse. Neale did not notice that Larry's shots were any more effective than his own. He grew certain that the Sioux were gaining faster now, but the work train was not far away. He saw the workmen on top of the cars waving their arms. Rougher ground, though, on his last stretch. Larry was drawing ahead. He had used all the shells in his rifle, and now with hand and spur was goading his horse. Suddenly Neale heard the soft thud of lead striking flesh. His horse leaped with a piercing snort of terror, and Neale thought he was going down. But he recovered and went plunging on, still swift and game, though with uneven gait. Larry yelled. His red face flashed back over his shoulder. He saw something was wrong with Neale's horse, and he pulled his own. "Save your own life!" yelled Neale, fiercely. It enraged him to see the cowboy holding back to let him come up, but he could not prevent it.
He's hit!"
shouted Larry. "Yes, but not badly," shouted Neale in reply. "Spread out!" The cowboy never swerved a foot. He watched Neale's horse with keen, sure eyes.
"He's breaking. Maybe he can't last."
Bullets whistled all around Neale now. He heard them strike the stones on the ground and sing away. He saw them streak through the scant grass. He felt the tug at his shoulder where one cut through his coat, stinging the skin. That touch, light as it was, drove the panic out of him. The strange darkness before his eyes, hard to see through, passed away. He wheeled to shoot again, and with deliberation he aimed as best he could. Yet he might as well have tried to hit flying birds. He emptied the Winchester. Then, haunching low in the saddle, Neale hung on. Slingerland was close to the train. Brush on his side appeared to be about out of danger. The anger and the grimness faded from Neale. He did not want to go plunging down in front of these lean, wild mustangs to be ridden over and trampled and mutilated. The thought sickened him. The roar of pursuing hoofs grew distinct, but Neale did not look back. Another roar broke on his ear, the clamor of the Irish soldier laborers as they yelled and fired. "Pull him! Pull him!" came the piercing cry from Larry. Neale was about to ride his frantic horse straight into the work train. Desperately he hauled the horse up and leaped off. Larry was down, waiting, and his mount went plunging away. Bullets were pattering against the sides of the cars, from which puffed streaks of flame and smoke.
"Up with yez, lads!"
sang out a cheery voice. Casey's grin and black pipe appeared over the rim of the car, and his big hands reached down. One quick and straining effort, and Neale was up, over the side, to fall on the floor in a pile of sand and gravel. All whirled dim round him for a second. His heart labored. He was wet and hot and shaking.
"Sure you ain't hit now?"
exclaimed Casey. Larry's nervous hands began to slide and press over Neale's quivering body. "No, I'm all safe," panted Neale. The engine whistled shrilly, as if in defiance of the Indians, and with a jerk and rattle the train started. Neale recovered to find himself in a novel and thrilling situation. The car was of a gondola type, being merely a flat car, with sides about 4 feet high, made of such thick oak planking that bullets did not penetrate it. Besides himself and Larry, there were half a dozen soldiers, all kneeling at little portholes. Neale peeped over the rim. In a long, thinned-out line the Sioux were circling round the train, hiding on the offsides of their mustangs and shooting from these difficult positions. They were going at full speed, working in closer. A bullet striking the rim of the car and showering splinters in Neale's face attested to the fact that the Sioux were still to be feared, even from a moving fort. Neale dropped back and, reloading his rifle, found a hole from which to shoot. He emptied his magazine before he realized it. But what with his trembling hands, the jerking of the train, and the swift motion of the Indians, he did not do any harm to the foe. Suddenly, with a jolt, the train halted.
"Blocked again, Migally," said Casey calmly. "Me pipe's out. Sandy, give me a match."
The engine whistled 2 shrill blasts. "What's that for?" asked Neale quickly.
"Them's for the men in the first car to pile over the engine and remove obstructions from the track," replied Casey.
Neale dared to risk a peep over the top of the car. The Sioux were circling closer to the front of the train. All along the half dozen cars ahead of Neale, puffs of smoke and jets of flame shot out. Heavy volleys were being fired. The attack of the savages seemed to be concentrating forward, evidently to derail the engine or kill the engineer. Casey pulled Neale down.
Risky for yez, he said. Use a porthole and fight.
"My shells are gone," replied Neale. He lay well down in the car then and listened to the uproar and watched the Irish trio. When the volleys and the fiendish yells mingled he could not hear anything else. There were intervals, however, when the uproar lulled for a moment. Casey got his black pipe well lit, puffed a cloud of smoke, and picked up his rifle.
Drill, you terriers, drill,
He sang and shoved his weapon through a porthole. He squinted over the breech.
Mac, it's the same bunch as attacked us the day before yesterday, he observed. It sure ain't,
replied McDermott.
there's a million of them today.
He aimed his rifle as if following a moving object and fired.
Mac, you get excited in a fight. Now, I never do. And I've seen that pinto horse and that dumb redskin a lot of times. I'll kill him yet.
Casey kept squinting and aiming, and then just as he pressed the trigger, the train started with a sudden lurch.
Spoil me aim. That engineer's saving of the Sioux tribe. Drill, you terriers, drill. Drill, you terriers, drill. Shane, I don't hear you shooting. How in hell can I shoot with my eyes full of blood?
Demanded Shane. Neale saw blood on Shane's face. He crawled quietly to the Irishman. "Man, are you shot? Let me see."
Just a bullet hit me like,
replied Shane. Neale found that a bullet, perhaps glancing from the wood, had cut a gash over Shane's eye, from which the blood poured. Shane's hands and face and shirt were crimson. Neale bound a scarf tightly over the wound. "Let me take the rifle now," he said.
Thanks, lad. I ain't hurt. And have Casey make me life miserable forever? Not much. He's a hard man, that Casey.
Shane crouched back to his porthole with his bloody bandaged face and his bloody hands. And just then the train stopped with a rattling crash.
When we get beyond them ties as was scattered along here, maybe we'll go on in,
replied McDermott.
Mac, your look's on the gloomy side,
replied Casey. Then quickly he aimed the shot.
I like it better when we ain't moving,
he soliloquized with satisfaction.
That redskin will never scalp a soldier of the UPR. Drill, you terriers, drill, you terriers, drill.
The engine whistle shrieked out, and once more the din of conflict headed to the front. Neale lay there, seeing the reality of what he had so often dreamed. These old soldiers, these toilers with rail and sledge and shovel, these Irishmen with the rifles, they were the builders of the great UPR. Glory might never be theirs, but they were the battle-scarred heroes. They were as used to fighting as to working. They dropped their sledges and shovels to run for their guns. Again the train started up and had scarcely gotten under way when with jerk and bump it stopped once more. The conflict grew fiercer as the Indians became more desperate. But evidently they were kept from closing in, for during the thick of the heaviest volleying the engine again began to puff and the wheels to grind. Slowly the train moved on. Like hail, the bullets pattered against the car. Smoke drifted away on the wind. Neale lay there watching these cool men who fought off the savages. No doubt Casey and Shane and McDermott were merely three of many thousands engaged in building and defending the UPR. This trio liked the fighting, perhaps better than the toiling. Casey puffed his old black pipe, grinned and aimed, shot and reloaded, sang his quaint song and joked with his comrades, all in the same cool, quiet way. If he knew that the shadow of death hung over the train, he did not show it. He was not a thinker. Casey was a man of action. Only once he yelled, and that was when he killed the Indian on the Pinto Mustang. Shane grew less loquacious, and he dropped and fumbled over his rifle, but he kept on shooting. Neale saw him feel the hot muzzle of his gun and shake his bandaged head. The blood trickled down his cheek. McDermott plied his weapon, and ever and anon he would utter some pessimistic word or presage dire disaster or remind Casey that his scalp was destined to dry in a Sioux's lodge, or call on Shane to hit something to save his life or declare the engine was off the track. He rambled on, but it was all talk. The man had gray hairs and he was a born fighter. This time the train gained more headway, and evidently had passed the point where the Indians could find obstructions to place on the track. Neale saw through a porthole that the Sioux were dropping back from the front of the train and were no longer circling. Their firing had become desultory. Medicine Bow was in sight. The engine gathered headway.
"We'll get the rest of the day off," remarked Casey, complacently. "Shane, yours a dom quiet Vietnamese. And Mac, I sure showed yous up today." "You did not," retorted McDermott. "I killed just 29 Sioux. Just 30 was mine. And Mac, as there was only about 50 of them, yous must be a liar."
The train drew on toward Medicine Bow. Firing ceased. Neale stood up to see the Sioux riding away. Their ranks did not seem noticeably depleted.
"Drill, you terriers, drill,"
sang Casey as he wiped his sweaty and begrimed rifle.
"Mac, how many Sioux did Shane kill?" "Begolly, you ain't said yet," replied McDermott. "Say, Shane." "Casey."
Neale whirled at the sharp change of tone. Shane lay face down on the floor of the car, his bloody hands gripping his rifle. His position was inert, singularly expressive. Neale strode toward him, but Casey reached him first. He laid a hesitating hand on Shane's shoulder.
"Shane, old man,"
he said, but the cheer was not in his voice. Casey dropped his pipe. Then he turned his comrade over. Shane had done his best and his last for the UPR. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the UP Trail by Zane GREY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Neale and Larry and Slingerland planned to go into the hills late in the fall, visit Slingerland's old camp, and then try to locate the gold buried by Horn. For the present Larry meant to return to Benton, and Neale, though vacillating as to his own movements, decided to keep an eye on the cowboy. The trapper's last words to Neale were interesting.
"Son,"
he said,
"there's a feller here in Medicine Bow who says as how he thought your pard Larry was a bad cowpuncher from the panhandle of Texas."
"Bad?" queried Neale.
"Well, he meant a gun throwing bad man, I take it."
"Don't let Reddy overhear you say it," replied Neale, "and advise your informant to be careful. I've always had a hunch that Reddy was really somebody."
"Benton'll work on the cowboy," continued Slingerland, earnestly. "And, son, I ain't so all fired sure of you."
"I'll take what comes," returned Neale, shortly. "Good bye, old friend. And if you can use us for buffalo hunting without the dumb Sioux, as Casey says, why, we'll come." After Slingerland departed, Neale carried with him a memory of the trapper's reluctant and wistful good bye. It made Neale think. Where were he and Larry going? Friendships in this wild West were stronger ties than he had known elsewhere. The train arrived at Benton after dark, and the darkness seemed a windy gulf out of which roared yellow lights and excited men. The tents with the dim lights through the canvas gleamed pale and obscure, like so much of the life they hid. The throngs hurried, the dust blew, the band played, the barkers clamored for their trade. Neale found the more pretentious hotels overcrowded, and he was compelled to go to his former lodgings, where he and Larry were accommodated. "Now we're here, what do we do?" queried Neale, more to himself. He felt as if driven, and the mood he hated and feared was impinging upon his mind.
"Shore we'll eat,"
replied Larry. "Then what?"
"Well, I reckon we'll see what's goin' on in this here Benton."
As a matter of fact, Neale reflected, there was nothing to do that he wanted to do.
"You all getting the blues?" said Larry, with solicitude. "Red, I'm never free of them."
Larry put his hands on Neale's shoulder. Demonstration of this kind was rare in the cowboy.
"Pard, are we going to see this here Benton and then brace and go back to work?"
"No, I can't hold a job," replied Neale, bitterly.
"You're showing a yellow streak? You're done, as you told Slingerland? Nothing ain't no good? Life's over for all that's sweet and right? Is that your stand?"
"Yes, it must be, Reddy," said Neale, with scorn of himself. "But you it needn't apply to you."
"I reckon I'm sorry,"
rejoined Larry, ignoring Neale's last words.
"I always hoped you'd get over Allie's loss. You had so much to live for."
"Reddy, I wish the bullet that hit Shane today had hit me instead. You needn't look like that. I mean it. Today when the Sioux chased us my hair went stiff and my heart was in my mouth. I ran for my life as if I loved it. But that was my miserable cowardice. I'm sick of the game."
"Are you in dead earnest?"
asked Larry, huskily. Neale nodded gloomily. He did not even regret the effect of his speech upon the cowboy. He divined that somehow the moment was critical and fateful for Larry, but he did not care. The black spell was enfolding him. All seemed hard, cold, monstrous within his breast. He could not love anything. He was lost. He realized the magnificent loyalty of this simple Texan who was his true friend. "Reddy, for God's sake, don't make me ashamed to look you in the eyes," appealed Neale. "I want to go on. You know."
"Well, I reckon there ain't anything to hold me now,"
drawled Larry. He had changed as he spoke. He had aged. The dry humor of the cowboy, the amiable ease were wanting. "Oh, forgive my utter selfishness," burst out Neale. "I'm not the man I was. But don't think I don't love you." They went out together, and the hum of riotous Benton called them. The lights beckoned and the melancholy night engulfed them. Next morning late, on the way to breakfast, Neale encountered a young man whose rough, bronzed face somehow seemed familiar. At sight of Neale this young fellow brightened, and he lunged forward.
"Neale, looking for you was like hunting for a needle in a haystack."
Neale could not place him, and he did not try hard for recognition, for that surely would recall his former relations to the railroad. "I don't remember you," replied Neale.
"I bet Larry does,"
said the stranger with a grin at the cowboy.
"Shore, your name's Campbell, and you was a lineman for Baxter," returned Larry.
"Right you are," said Campbell, offering his hand to Neale and then to Larry. He appeared both glad and excited. "I guess I recall you now," said Neale, thoughtfully. "You said you were hunting me?"
"Well, I should smile,"
returned Campbell, and handed Neale a letter. Neale tore it open and hastily perused its contents. It was a brief, urgent request from Baxter that Neale should return to work. The words, almost like an order, made Neale's heart swell for a moment. He stood there staring at the paper. Larry read the letter over his shoulder.
"Pard, shore I was expecting just that there, and I say go!"
exclaimed Larry. Neale slowly shook his head. Campbell made a quick, nervous movement.
"Neale, I was to say tell there's more'n your old job waiting for you."
"What do you mean?" queried Neale.
"That's all, except the Corps have struck a snag out here west of Benton. It's a bad place. You and Henney were west of the hills when this survey was made. It's a deep wash, bad grade and curves. The gang's stuck. And Baxter swore we got to have Neale back on the job."
"Where's Henney?" asked Neale, rather thickly. Campbell's words affected him powerfully.
"Henney had to go to Omaha. Boone is sick at Fort Fetterman. Baxter has only a new green hand out there, and they sure struck a snag."
"That's too bad," replied Neale, still thoughtfully. "Is the chief, is General Lodge there?"
"Yes, there's a trooper camp. Colonel Dillon and some of the officers have their wives out on little visits to see the work. They couldn't stand Benton."
"Well, you thank Baxter and tell him I'm sorry. I must refuse," said Neale. "You won't come?" ejaculated Campbell. Neale shook his head. Larry reached out with big, eager hand.
"See here, pard, I reckon you will go."
Campbell acted strangely, as if he wanted to say more, but did not have authority to do so. He looked dismayed. Then he said, "All right, Neale. I'll take your message. But you can expect me back." And he went on his way.
"Neale, shore there's somethin' in the wind," said Larry. "Well, it just tickles me they can't build the railroad without you."
"Would you go back to work?" queried Neale.
"Sure I would if they'd have me. But I reckon that little run in of mine with Smith has made bad feelings. And come to think of that, if I did go back I'd only have to fight some of Smith's friends, and I reckon I'd better not go. It'd only make trouble for you."
"Me? You heard me refuse."
"Sure I heerd you," drawled Larry softly. "But you're goin' back if I have to hog tie you and pack you out there on a hoss."
Neale said no more. If he had said another word he would have betrayed himself to his friend. He yearned for his old work. To think that the engineer corps needed him filled him with joy. But at the same time he knew what an effort it would take to apply himself to any task. He hated to attempt it. He doubted himself. He was morbid. All that day he wandered around at Larry's heels, half oblivious to what was going on. After dark he slipped away from his friend to be alone. And being alone in the dark quietness brought home to him the truth of a strange, strong growth out of the depths of him that was going to overcome his morbid craving to be idle, to drift, to waste his life on a haunting memory. He could not sleep that night, and so was awake when Larry lunged in, slow and heavy. The cowboy was half drunk. Neale took him to task and they quarreled. Finally Larry grew silent and fell asleep. After that Neale likewise dropped into slumber. In the morning Larry was again his old, cool, easy, reckless self and had apparently forgotten Neale's sharp words. Neale, however, felt a change in himself. This was the first morning for a long time that he had not hated the coming of daylight. When he and Larry went out the sun was high. For Neale there seemed something more than sunshine in the air. At sight of Campbell, waiting in the same place in which he had encountered him yesterday, Neale's pulses quickened. Campbell greeted them with a bright smile. "I'm back," he said. "So I see," replied Neale, constrainedly. "I've a message for you from the chief," announced Campbell. "The chief?" exclaimed Neale. Larry edged closer to them with the characteristic hitch at his belt, and his eyes flashed. "He asked as a personal favor that you come out to see him," replied Campbell. Neale flushed. "General Lodge asked that?" he echoed. There was a slow heat stirring all through him. "Yes. Will you go?" "I guess I'll have to," replied Neale. He did not feel that he was deciding. He had to go. But this did not prove that he must take up his old work. Larry swung his hand on Neale's shoulder, almost staggering him. The cowboy beamed.
"Go in to breakfast," he said. "Order for me, too. I'll be back."
"You want to hurry," rejoined Campbell. "We've only a half hour to eat and catch the work train." Larry strode back toward the lodging house, and it was Campbell who led Neale into the restaurant and ordered the meal. Neale's mind was not in a whirl nor dazed, but he did not get much further in thought than the remarkable circumstance of General Lodge sending for him personally. Meanwhile Campbell rapidly talked about masonry, road beds, washouts, and other things that Neale heard but did not clearly understand. Then Larry returned. He carried Neale's bag, which he deposited carefully on the bench.
"I reckon you might as well take it along," he drawled.
Neale felt himself being forced along an unknown path. They indulged in little further conversation while hurriedly eating breakfast. That finished, they sallied forth toward the station. Campbell clambered aboard the work train. "Come on, Larry," he said, and Neale joined in the request. "Yes, come," he said.
Well, seeing as how I want you all to get on and the railroad built, I reckon I better not go," drawled Larry.
His blue eyes shone warm upon his friend. "Larry, I'll be back in a day or so," said Neale.
"Ah, now, pard, you stay. Go back on the job and stick," appealed the cowboy.
"No, I quit and I'll stay quit. I might help out for a day just as a favor, but..." Neale shook his head.
"I reckon if you care anything about me, you'll shore stick."
"Larry, you'll go to the bad if I leave you here alone," protested Neale.
"Well, if you stay, we'll both go,"
replied Larry sharply. He had changed subtly.
"It's in me to go to hell. I reckon I've gone, but that ain't so for you."
"Two's company," said Neale, with an attempt at lightness. But it was a pretense. Larry worried him.
"Listen, if you go back on the job, then it'll be all right for you to run in here to see me once in a while. But if you throw up this chance, I'll..."
Larry paused. His ruddy tan had faded slightly. Neale eyed him, aware of a hard and tense contraction of the cowboy's throat. "Well, what'll you do?" queried Neale, shortly. Larry threw back his head, and the subtle, fierce tensity seemed to leave him.
"Wal, the day you come back I'll clean out Stanton's place, just to start entertainin' you,"
he replied, with a slow drawl as marked as ever it was. A stir of anger in Neale's breast subsided with the big, warm realization of this wild cowboy's love for him, and the melancholy certainty that Larry would do exactly as he threatened. "Suppose I come back and beat you all up," suggested Neale.
"Wal, that won't make a damn bit difference," replied Larry, seriously.
Whereupon Neale soberly bade his friend good bye and boarded the train. The ride appeared slow and long, dragged out by innumerable stops. All along the line laborers awaited the train to unload supplies. At the end of the line there was a congestion Neale had not observed before in all the work. Freight cars loaded with stone and iron beams and girders for bridge work, piles of tiles and piles of rails, and gangs of idle men attested to the delay caused by an obstacle to progress. The sight aggressively stimulated Neale. He felt very curious to learn the cause of the setback, and his old scorn of difficulties flashed up. The camp Neale's guide led him to was back some distance from the construction work. It stood in a little valley through which ran a stream. There was one large building, low and flat, made of boards and canvas, adjoining a substantial old log cabin, and clustered around, though not close together, were a considerable number of tents. Troopers were in evidence, some on duty and many idle. In the background the slopes of the valley were dark green with pine and cedar. At the open door of the building Neale met Baxter face to face, and that worthy's greeting left Neale breathless and aghast, yet thrilling with sheer gladness. "What are you up against?" asked Neale.
"The boss'll talk to you. Get in there,"
Baxter replied, and pushed Neale inside. It was a big room full of smoke, noise, men, tables, papers. There were guns stacked under portholes. Some one spoke to Neale, but he did not see who it was. All the faces he saw so swiftly appeared vague, yet curious and interested. Then Baxter halted him at a table. Once again Neale faced his chief. Baxter announced something. Neale did not hear the words plainly. General Lodge looked older, sterner, more worn. He stood up. "Hello, Neale," he said, offering his hand, and the flash of a smile went over his grim face. "Come in here," continued the chief, and he led Neale into another room of different aspect. It was small. The walls were of logs. New boards had been recently put in the floor. New windows had been cut, and it contained Indian blankets, chairs, a couch. Here General Lodge bent a stern and piercing gaze upon his former lieutenant.
"Neale, you failed me when you quit your job," he said. You were my right-hand man. You quit me in my hour of need. General, I was furious at that rotten commissioner deal," replied Neale, choking. What he had done now seemed an offense to his chief. "My work was ordered done over." "Neale, that was nothing to what I've endured. You should have grit your teeth and gone on. That 5 miles of reconstruction was nothing nothing." In his chief's inflexible voice, in the worn, shadowed face, Neale saw the great burden, and somehow he was reminded of Lincoln, and a passion of remorse seized him. Why had he not been faithful to this steadfast man who had needed him? "It seemed so much to me," faltered Neale. "Why did you not look at that as you've looked at so many physical difficulties? The running of a survey, for instance." I guess I have a yellow streak." "Why didn't you come to me?" went on the chief. Evidently he had been disappointed in Neale. "I might have come. Only Larry, my friend, he got into it, and I was afraid he'd kill somebody," replied Neale. "That cowboy, he was a great fellow, but gone wrong. He shot one of the bosses, Smith." "Yes, I know. Did Smith die?" "No, but he'll never be any more good to the U.P.R., that's certain." "Where is your friend now?" "I left him in Benton." "Benton!" exclaimed the chief, bitterly. "I am responsible for Benton. This great work of my life is a hell on wheels, moving on and on. Your cowboy friend has no doubt found his place and his match in Benton." "Larry's broken loose from me," and then he lost restraint. "Neale, what have you been doing?" And with that Neale dropped his head. "Idling in the camps, drifting from one place to the next, drinking, gambling. "I'm ashamed to say, sir, that of late I've been doing just those things," replied Neale, and he raised his gaze to his chief's. "But you haven't been associating with those camp women," exclaimed General Lodge, with his piercing eyes dark on Neale. "No!" cried Neale. The speech had hurt him. "I'm glad to hear that. Gladder than you can guess. I was afraid. But no matter. What you did is bad enough. You ought to be ashamed. A young man with your intelligence, your nerve, your gifts. I've not had a single man whose chances compared with yours. If you had stuck, you'd be at the head of my engineer corps right now. Baxter's played out. Boone is ill. Henney had to take charge of the shops in Omaha. And you, with fortune and fame awaiting you, throw up your job to become a bum, to drink and gamble away your life in these rotten camps." General Lodge's scorn flayed Neale. "Sir, you may not know I lost someone very dear to me. After that I didn't seem to care." Neale turned to the window. He was ashamed of what blurred his eyes. "If it hadn't been for that, I'd never have failed you." The chief strode to Neale and put his hand on his shoulder. "Son, I believe you. Maybe I've been a little hard. Let's forget it." His tone softened and there was a close pressure of his hand. "The thing is now, will you come back on the job?" "Baxter's note. Campbell said they'd struck a snag here. Do you mean help them get by that?" "Snag? I guess it's a snag. It bids fair to make all our labor and millions of dollars wasted. But I'm not asking you to come back just to help us over this snag. I mean, will you come back for good and stick?" Neale was shifted out of the gloom into which memory had plunged him. He turned to his chief and found him another person. There was a light in his face and eagerness on his lips, and the keen, stern eyes were soft. "Son, will you come back? Stand by me to the finish?" repeated General Lodge, his voice deep and full. There was more here than just the relation of employer to his lieutenant. "Yes, sir, I'll come back," replied Neale in low voice. Their hands met. "Good!" exclaimed the chief. Then he deliberately took out his watch and studied it. His hands trembled slightly. He did not raise his eyes again to Neale's face. "I'll call you later," he said. "You stay here. I'll send someone in." With that he went out.
Neale remained standing, his eyes fixed on the gray-green slope seen through the window. He seemed a trifle unsteady on his feet, and he braced himself with a knee against the couch. His restraint under extreme agitation began to relax. A flooding, splendid thought filled his mind. His chief had called him back to the great work. Presently the door behind him opened and closed very softly. Then he heard a low, quick gasp. Some one had entered. Suddenly the room seemed strange, full, charged with terrible portent, and he turned as if a giant hand had heavily swung him around. It was not light at the other end of the room, yet he saw a slight figure of a girl backed against the door. Her outline was familiar, haunting ghost of his dreams. Bewildered and speechless, he stared, trembling all over. The figure moved, swayed. A faint, sweet voice called, piercing his heart like a keen blade. All of a sudden he had gone mad, he thought. This return to his old work had disordered his mind. The tremor of his body succeeded to a dizziness. His breast seemed about to burst. "Neale!" called the sweet voice. She was coming toward him swiftly. "It's Allie, alive and well." Neale felt lifted as if by invisible wings. His limbs were useless, had lost strength and feeling. The room whirled around him, and in that whirl appeared Allie Lee's face, alive, flushed, radiant. Recognition brought a maddening check, a shock, and Neale's sight darkened. Tender, fluttering hands caught him. Soft, strong arms enfolded him convulsively. End of chapter 17.